Feely's eyes snapped. His jaw muscles bunched. "Fuck no." "Just a suggestion," Brazil said. "But I don't understand why you'd want to keep it if you get psyched. Give it up, Bobby." "No fucking way." "Just do it." "Fuck you." "It really makes sense," Brazil reasonably went on. "Motherfucking never." "Why not?" "Because nobody would fucking care about it as much as I do." "How do you know?" Feely threw the basketball as hard as he could, and it swished in without touching the rim. "Because nobody would respect Twister, treat him right, spread the word about him like I would." Feely ran full speed for the ball, dribbled with his right hand and left, and slam dunked. "And I'll tell you what, too. You'll never see that jersey dirty or tossed in a corner somewhere." He dunked the ball over the back of his head, the rim vibrating. "Some little spoiled piece of shit coming in here and wearing Twister's number." He hooked it in, rebounded, slam dunked, snapped it up, thundered to the top of the key, and banked it in, wrestled it away from grabbing hands, and jumped a good 2 feet off the floor, sinking it. "Does Twister have family around here?" Brazil asked. "I remember going to the home games and seeing him with some little kid. Twister would sit the little guy right behind the bench," Feely said, hitting free throws and talking at the same time. "I got the impression it might be his little brother." At James River Monuments, Ruby Sink was doing a little investigating on her own. The noise of air hammers and pneumatic tools was awful, and someone was bouncing a 4-point bumper on southern Georgia granite. The sandblaster was going, and an overhead crane was lifting a 1,300-pound monument that was chipped and stained green along the top from moss. White Vermont marble was very difficult and not used anymore, and Floyd Rumble had a chore on his hands. He was a bit overwhelmed anyway. It had been one of those days. His back hurt, and his son was stuck at the desk inside the office because the secretary was on vacation. Then Colonel Bailey, who had Alzheimer's, had come in for the 4th time in a week to say that he was to be buried in uniform and wanted something very patriotic engraved on his St. Cloud gray marble monument. Each time, Rumble made out a new order, because the last thing he'd ever do was humiliate anyone. Rumble picked up a knife and resumed cutting a leaf on Nero black marble, thinking how bad he'd felt when stockbroker Ben Neaton had suddenly dropped dead of a heart attack, and the wife had to come in here, too distraught to think, much less pick out something. So Rumble had suggested the elegant black stone, because Mr. Neaton had always driven shiny black Lincolns and worn dark suits. The inscription, "Not gone, just reinvested," had been stenciled into a sheet of rubber, which was placed over the face of the stone. The sandblaster had etched the letters in a matter of minutes, but Rumble always cut the detail work, such as ivy or flowers, by hand. It was common for bereft, shocked people to ask Rumble to make all decisions and unfold the story of their lost loved one's life, and what the person had last said or eaten or worn last, or had intended to do the next day. Always there was that one little thing that gave the person a bad feeling. Rumble would hear endless renditions of how the husband didn't go out and get the paper like he always did, while his wife was fixing breakfast and school lunches and getting the kids up and ready for school and making sure they didn't miss the bus before she fixed his eggs the way he liked them and asked what he might like for supper and what time he'd be home. Ruby Sink had worn out Rumble's patience. She had been planning her monument ever since her sister died 11 years ago, and it wasn't uncommon for Miss Sink to wander in once a month, just to see what sort of things Rumble was working on. First she wanted an angel, then a tree, then a plain African granite headstone with raised lilies. Then she got into marbles and went through them like a woman rifling through her closet, trying to figure out what color dress to wear. She had to have Lake Superior green, then rainbow, then Wausau, then carnelian, then mountain red, and so on. Rumble's business had been in the family for 3 generations. He had dealt with all sorts, and was smart enough to quit placing orders for Miss Sink after the third time she had changed her mind. "Good afternoon, Floyd." Miss Sink walked right in and said loudly, above the chop-chop-chop and rat-a-tats of machines and blasting of carbon sand and whirring of the exhaust fan and roaring of compressors. "I guess so," he said. "I don't know how you stand all the dust in here." She always said that. "It's good for you," he always replied. "Same thing they use in toothpaste. All day long your teeth get cleaned. You ever see a rumble with bad teeth?" In part, he went down this path to distract Miss Sink. Sometimes it worked. Today it didn't. "I guess you heard." She moved close to confide in him. The 1,300-pound monument hung perilously mid-air, and Rumble thought about what a chore restoring it was going to be. All duplications of old work like that had to be chiseled by hand, and there was no way he was going to start on it while Miss Sink was within a mile of his shop. She'd decide she had finally found what she wanted. She'd know without a spark of doubt that she had to have soft white Vermont marble chiseled by hand. He started looking through trays of stencil types, preparing to etch a Hebrew inscription on Sierra white marble, while his crew lowered the damaged monument into a cart. "You heard what they did to Jefferson Davis," Miss Sink told him. "I heard something about it." Rumble started laying out stencil types. They had to be plastic, so one could see through them, but they broke all the time. "As you know, Floyd, I'm on the board." "Yes, ma'am." "The overwhelming matter that must be taken care of is how badly is the statue damaged? How do we go about restoring it, and how much will it cost?" Rumble hadn't gone into the cemetery to look yet, nor would he bother at all unless he was offered the job. "He paint any of the marble base, or just the bronze?" Rumble inquired. "Mostly the bronze." Just the thought of it made her sick. "But he did paint the top of the base to look like a basketball floor. So, yes, some of the marble was involved." "I see. So he's standing on a basketball floor. What else?" "Well, the worst part. He painted a basketball uniform on him, tennis shoes and the whole bit, and changed his race." "Sounds like we got two problems here," Rumble said, as he tossed out another broken letter and the diamond saw in a corner started cutting through stone. "To fix the marble, I'm going to have to chisel it down and put on a new surface. As for the bronze, if we're talking about oil-based paints—" "Oh, we are," she said. "I could tell. Nothing spray-painted here. This was all done in thick coats with a brush." "We'll have to strip that down, maybe with turpentine, then refinish with a polyurethane coating so we don't get oxidation." "We'll study this then," Miss Sink announced. "We should," Rumble said. "Eventually we'll have to get Jeff Davis in my shop. I can't be doing all this work on him in the middle of a public cemetery with people all over the place. Means we'll have to hoist him up with a crane and a sling, lower him in a truck." "I expect we should close the cemetery while you're doing all this," Miss Sink said. "During the removal, for sure. But I'd do it now anyway, in case other people get ideas about other monuments. And I suggest you get security patrolling around there." "I'll get Lelia to take care of it." "In the meantime, I don't want anyone touching that statue. Now that's saying you're asking me to fix it." "Of course, you're the one, Floyd." "It'll take me a day or so to get it out of the cemetery, and then I don't know how long after that." "I guess all this is going to cost a pretty penny," the parsimonious Miss Sink said. "I'll be as fair as I can be," Rumble said. Bubba had no intention of being fair. There had been too much trauma and disruption for him to even think about sleep, and as soon as the detective had left with lifted prints and other evidence, Bubba had returned to his shop. He had cleaned up fast and hard, anger giving him boundless energy, while Half-Shell bawled and ran around in circles and jumped up and down from the overturned barrel. Bubba's karma had not been favorably inclined so far this day. He had bought a bag of large white marbles and a bottle of iridescent yellow paint. His attempts at drilling a hole through the marbles were disastrous. They kept slipping out of the vise, and when he tightened the vise more, the marbles cracked. The drill bit kept sliding off, then broke. This went on and got no better, until he came up with a clever idea. At several minutes past 3 p.m., Honey poked her head inside the shop, a concerned expression on her face. "Sweetie, you haven't eaten a thing all day," she worried. "Don't have time." "Sweetie, you always have time." "Not now." She spotted what was left of her favorite large pearl necklace on the workbench. "Sweetie, what are you doing?" She dared to venture several inches inside his shop. The pearls were loose, and Bubba was widening the holes through them with a 5/64-inch drill bit. "Bubba, what are you doing to my pearls? My father gave me those pearls." "They're fake, honey." Bubba threaded black string through one of the pearls and tied a tight knot. He did the same thing with another pearl, and took the 2 lengths of string and tied them together maybe 4 inches below the pearls. He slowly whirled this above his head like a lasso. He liked the way it felt, and proceeded to make several more. "Honey, you go on back inside the house," Bubba said. "This is something you don't need to see or tell anybody about." She wavered in the doorway, her eyes uneasy. "You're not doing something sneaky, are you?" she dared to ask. Bubba didn't reply. "Precious, I've never known you to do anything sneaky. You've always been the most honest man I ever met. So honest, everybody's always taken advantage of you." "I'm meeting Smudge at his house around 6, and we're heading out to Suffolk." She knew what that meant. "Dismal Swamp? Please don't tell me you're going there, Bubba." "May or may not." "Think of all the snakes." She shivered. "There's snakes everywhere, honey," said Bubba, who was acutely phobic of snakes and believed no one knew it. "A man can't spend his life worrying about snakes." Smudge had his own workshop, which was much better organized than Bubba's, and equipped with only the essentials. He had the expected table, power miter, radial arm, and band saws, a thickness planer, wood lathe, workbench, and shop vacuum. Smudge wasn't fond of snakes either, but he used common sense. The weather had been unseasonably warm. Water moccasins might be stirring in the Dismal Swamp, meaning Smudge had no intention of hunting coons down there. Southampton County would be better, although probably not for Bubba. Smudge was at his workbench supergluing a real rattlesnake rattle to the tail of a long rubber snake. He snagged the snake with a simple eagle claw hook, threaded with 20 feet of monofilament. Chapter 21. Smudge loaded the portable dog pen on the back of his coon-hunting, fully loaded V10 Dodge Ram. "Get in, Tree Buster," Smudge commanded. The open-spotted male coonhound eagerly jumped into the truck and got inside his pen. Tree Buster was born to tree coons, and that's all he lived to do. That and eat. Tree Buster was a grand show champ. He had a hornball with a lot of volume, which was the best voice a coon dog could have, unless one was hunting in the mountains, and then a higher pitch would carry better. Smudge was proud of Tree Buster, and fed him Sexton dry food ordered out of Kentucky. Tree Buster had tight cat feet, strong legs, and good muscles. His ears reached the end of his nose, his bite was good, and he could carry his tail up like a saber. This was not quite the quality of hound Smudge had encouraged Bubba to order from an ad in American Cooner. Bubba was certain he'd gotten a great deal. The dog was already broken in and was sired by Thunderclap, who had placed high in a number of world hunts. Bubba bought the dog for $3,000 sight unseen, not knowing she'd been raised tracking coyotes, deer, bear, bobcats. She was especially good at sniffing out armadillo, or possum on the half-shell, as the good old boys called them, thus explaining the dog's name. Bubba parked his Cherokee in Smudge's driveway. Bubba slid his portable dog pen out the back and loaded it into Smudge's truck. Half-shell stopped bawling. Her tail was wagging furiously. "Kennel up," Bubba told his dog. Bubba tossed in his knee-high waders, headlamp, flashlight, gloves and oilcloth barber coat, a portable phone, a compass, a buck tool, and a lock-blade Spyderco knife. He set his knapsack on the floor in front of his seat. It was packed with many things, including Cheese Whiz sandwiches, Kool-Aid, his Colt Anaconda, and tricks. "Looks like you packed for a snowstorm," Smudge commented as he backed out of the driveway. "Never know what the weather might do this time of year," Bubba replied. "It's pretty warm, Bubba. I don't know about the Dismal Swamp. Snakes might be squirming." Bubba acted as if he didn't care, while the hair stood up all over his body. "We can talk about it at Lorraine's," Bubba said. They drove through peanut country, mulch plants, and bleak stretches of newly plowed farmland. Nothing much had changed in Wakefield over the years, except for the new National Weather Service WSR-88D Doppler radar installation. It looked like a huge, high-tech water tower and had stirred up superstitions among neighbors who didn't particularly want the thing even close to their yards. Bubba, for one, always got an eerie feeling when the radar dome appeared over the tops of trees. Sure, he had no doubt that it was used to track towering storm clouds, wind direction, and provide county-level coverage of tornado threats. But he also believed there was more to it than that. Aliens were involved. Perhaps they used the radar installations to communicate to the mother ship, in whatever wrinkle of time or plane of reality that might be. After all, the aliens had been sent here by someone. They needed a way to call home. There had been a time when Bubba might have confided such a theory to Smudge, but no more. He glanced at his good buddy and felt resentment. When they passed the shrine of the infant Jesus in Prague church, Bubba did not feel like turning the other cheek. When they cruised by Purviant's funeral home, Bubba experienced dark feelings about Smudge's longevity. When they entered Southampton County, where buzzards on the road were looking for snacks, Bubba thought about how Smudge had picked clean Bubba's bones ever since they'd been friends in church. Just beyond the wetlands, Lorraine's restaurant offered fast, friendly service. A neon sign out front advertising fried shrimp, oysters, and crab legs, $13.25, with a blinking arrow pointing to the small cream building with red trim. The parking lot was an old truck stop with piles of gravel and islands where there used to be gas and diesel pumps. A Norfolk Southern train rumbled behind the building as Bubba and Smudge parked and walked past front windows hung with Smithfield hams. Lorraine's was a favorite hangout for coon hunters, although not as busy in chasing season as it was in killing season, which was fine with Myrtle, the cashier. She supposed she could understand killing coons years back when pelts were going for $20 apiece. But no one bothered once the price dropped to $8. Whatever the boys shot usually stayed in the woods. Myrtle was always happy to see Smudge and Bubba. They hunted for the joy of putting their dogs through the paces, it seemed. They only killed coons when it was important to rev up the dogs again, make them believe if they treed a coon, maybe they'd get to kill it. Myrtle couldn't count all the times coon hunters came into the restaurant dressed in Delta Wings camouflage, covered with blood. The guys smoked and chewed. They ordered lots of hot coffee and all-you-can-eat fried oysters and shrimp, captain's platters, and meatloaf. Tables were plastic-covered and designated with bingo numbers. Bubba and Smudge chose B4, with its cheery message, "Come back real soon." Bubba started digging in the little wicker basket of A1 Worcestershire, sugar, Tabasco, and packets of jellies to see if there were any Captain's wafers hiding in there. A ceiling fan turned slowly. Smudge and Bubba looked at the specials on the board, next to a sign that read, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone." "Let's put it all out on the table, Bubba," Smudge said, taking off his Ducks Unlimited cap. "How much?" "How much you want?" Bubba tried to sound macho and confident, but inside he was jello. "500, Smudge said, studying Bubba carefully to see his reaction. "I'll raise it to 1,000, Bubba said, as his gut turned to ice. "You on the map, good buddy? Or just mud flapping?" "I got it in my pocket," Bubba said. Smudge shook his head. "That old hound of yours has treed a chicken on top of a chicken pen and a goat on top of a stump. Closest it got to a coon was treeing one on top of a telephone pole. She won't go across water, just barks at it when she's not hanging around your feet. Half-shell ain't worth the lead to shoot her, Bubba." "We'll see," Bubba said, as Myrtle came up to the table, notepad in hand. "You boys decided yet?" "Iced tea, fried shrimp, and oysters," Bubba said. "One-time plate or all you can eat?" "Lay it on me," Bubba said. Myrtle laughed, chewing gum. "And Smudge?" "The same." "You boys sure are easy," she said, brushing crumbs on their table and walking back to the kitchen. "Where we headed?" Bubba asked. "Gonna start out at the intersection of 620 and 460 right over there," Smudge pointed, "and head left way up in the middle of nowhere. Just muddy roads, forest, and creeks. I did some checking into the Dismal Swamp, and you definitely don't want that right now. Apparently, when it's warm during the day, snakes are balled up like earthworms, there's so many of 'em. When it cools off at night, you run over 'em like sticks on the road." Bubba was having a hard time breathing. "You all right, good buddy?" Smudge said. "Allergies. I forgot to bring my Sudafed." "Chances are, where we're going, the snakes aren't going to be near that bad," Smudge went on. "And if we see a snake, just let it be. They're more scared of us than we are of them." "Who says?" Bubba blurted out. "Did a snake actually tell someone that? It's like saying dogs have no sense of time. Did someone ask Half-Shell if it's true? I've heard tales of a snake going up somebody's pants leg, so how scared is that?" "Good point," Smudge thoughtfully replied. "I've heard the same thing. I must admit, I've also heard of snakes chasing people and cobras spitting you in the eye, although I can't say whether it's true." Divinity tried to calm Smoke and get him out of his dangerous mood, but when he got like this, there was no point ranting and raving about something unless she wanted to get the treatment. "Baby, it's just I don't want nothing bad to happen to you." She tried one more time as he sped along Midlothian Turnpike, away from the slum he called a clubhouse, where he now had enough of an arsenal to take out an entire police precinct. "I find him, he's dead," Smoke said. Wu-Tang was playing Severe Punishment. Smoke turned it up louder. "What'd I tell him to do?" Smoke glared at Divinity. "You told him to paint up the statue," she quietly said, watching his hands to make sure he didn't head them her way. "I told him to paint up, as in fuck up, as in ruin." Smoke gripped the wheel hard. "I knew I should have stayed there and watched. God damn it, shit. Then he paints that little fucking blue fish and the whole fucking world thinks that fish virus has got something to do with it. Where's our credit, huh? Where does it say the Pikes?" "Don't look like we got credit, baby." She was freezing up inside. waiting for that beast in him to jump out. Well, I'm gonna fucking fix that. And you know how? No, baby, Divinity said, rubbing his neck. Don't touch me. Smoke shoved her away. My mind's working. The newsroom at this hour was left to a certain breed, the cavefish of journalism, those who slept through the sun and monitored life at its darkest hours. Artis Roop did not keep to a schedule. He was energized and almost crazed as he hammered on about smokes, fishsteria, and the same blue fish painted ever so subtly on the base of Basketball Jeff. There had been no real breaks. Roop was rearranging old information, and he knew it. There was nothing else going on except the same old drug shootouts and fights in city council. Shit. He leaned back in his chair and stretched, cracking his neck to the right and left. Got anything for last edition? Night editor Outlaw called out. Working on it, Roop called back. How big? How much space I got? Roop asked. Depends on what comes in over the wire, Outlaw said. Roop was about to confess that he had nothing worth shit when his phone rang. Roop, he answered. How do I know for sure? Huh? Roop asked. How do I know I'm talking to Roop? The tough male voice came back. What is this, some kind of crank call? Roop was about to hang up. I'm the blue fish guy. Roop was silent. He flipped open his notepad. You ever heard of the Pikes, man? No, Roop confessed. Who the fuck you think painted that fucking statue? What the hell do you think the fucking fish is? A pike? Roop was fascinated. The fish is a pike? You fucking got it. There have been suggestions the fish is actually the state fish, a trout. Roop let him know. It ain't no trout, and you better pay attention, 'cause there's a lot going down in this city that the Pikes are taking charge of. So is it fair to say that the Pikes are a gang? Roop asked. No, fuckhead. We're a Girl Scout troop. Then it's all right if I refer to the Pikes as a gang in my article. Who are you? Roop cautiously asked. Your worst nightmare. I mean, really. The leader. I'm whatever I decide to be, and I do whatever I want. Your fucking city ain't seen nothing yet, and you can print that in red. Remember the Pikes. You're gonna hear from us again. But why a basketball player? And does the fish tag have anything to do with the computer crash? Roop was answered by a dial tone. He called the police. At this point, tables B3, B6, B2, and B1 had gotten caught up in Bubba and Smudge's conversation. Let me tell you what happened to me one time, said an old man in overalls. Found one in my toilet. Lifted the lid, and there it was, all curled up, its tongue sliding in and out. Oh, my, exclaimed a woman at the other table. How could that have happened? Can only figure it was a hot summer and he wanted to cool off. Snakes are cold-blooded. They don't have to cool off. Might have come up from the sewer. I was out in my John boat one early morning before it was light, looking for duck, when a damn water moccasin dropped into my boat right on top of my foot. I kid you not. He must have been that big around. He made a huge circle with his fingers. Every time you tell that story, Ansel, the darn thing gets bigger. What'd you do? Smudge asked, as Bubba sat in silence, his face ashen. Kicked the damn thing as hard as I could. It sailed right over my head, all wriggly, and I could feel it brush my hair as it went past before splashing in the water. We had one right here in the cooler. Myrtle came over to join in. She pulled out a chair as if dinner no longer mattered. It was the worst scare of my life, fellas. Apparently, he was out back sunning himself on the loading dock when Bean went into the walk-in cooler to get a barrel of pickles. Must have walked right by that god-awful rattlesnake, and neither noticed the other. All we could figure after the fact is, while Bean had the cooler door open, the snake went on in and got locked up. So little old me goes in there the next morning for bacon, and the minute I open that door and step inside, I hear something rattling." She paused, shivering, shutting her eyes. Everyone was silent and horror-struck as they hung on to every word. "Well," Myrtle went on, "I didn't move. I looked around and couldn't see nothing at first, and then I heard the rattle again. By then, I pretty much knew what it was. I mean, a rattlesnake's rattle has a rattle all its own, and that's what I was hearing, sort of in the direction of the 10-gallon buckets of potato salad and coleslaw." She paused again. "Where was it?" The man in overalls could wait no longer. "I bet it was eating a rat back there." "We don't got rats in the cooler," Myrtle was quick to defend. "Then where the hell was it, Myrtle?" Smudge said. "That far from me." She held her index fingers 6 inches apart. Everybody gasped. "It was coiled up right next to the mop, its tail sticking up and rattling to beat the band." "What'd you do?" Voices chimed in. "Why, I got bit," Myrtle said. "Right there on my left calf. Happened so fast I hardly felt a thing, and then that snake was gone like a streak of grease. I was in the hospital a week, and let me tell you, my legs swole up so big they thought they might have to cut it off." No one spoke. Myrtle got up. "Your food ought to be ready," she said, heading back to the kitchen. Ruby Sink tried for hours to get Lelia Earhart on the phone, but when call waiting kicked in, whoever was on the line simply ignored it. Agitation and loneliness usually sent Miss Sink into the kitchen, where she had no one to cook for these days except that sweet young police officer renting one of her many properties. She had often thought about inviting him in for dinner, but she didn't have time to cook a big meal. Making shortbread cookies was one thing, but pot roast and fried chicken were another. Her various boards and associations consumed her, really. It was a wonder she could ever get around to fixing that boy anything. She dialed his pager and left her number, assuming he was probably busy at a crime scene.
This ends side 1 of cassette 5. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Landed in Brazil's beeper as he was knocking on Weed's front door. It hadn't taken much investigation to check the city directory and see that the Gardners, not the Joneses, lived in the small house behind Henrico Doctor's hospital where Brazil had dropped off Weed last night. When Roop tipped off the police that a gang called the Pikes had claimed responsibility for the cemetery vandalism, Brazil knew Weed quite possibly was into something deep and dangerous. Brazil knocked again, and no one answered. It was dark out with no moon. There were no sounds coming from inside the house, and no car in the driveway. "Anybody home?" Brazil loudly tapped the door with his maglite. West covered the back door, and after several minutes of silence she came around to the front. "He knows we're looking for him," West said, slipping her 9mm SIG back into the shoulder holster. "Maybe," Brazil said, "but we can't assume he's figured out we know who his brother was." They were walking back to the unmarked car. Brazil shone the flashlight on his pager and read the number. He got out his phone and dialed. Miss Sink answered immediately. "Andy?" "Hi," Brazil sweetly said as he thought of the florist's card on the table in West's hallway. "We're closing the cemetery to the public," she told him right off. West took her time unlocking her door. Brazil was certain she wanted to know who he was talking to. "I think that's a great idea," Brazil said. "The statue's going to have to go into the shop, which is no easy thing when you think how much it weighs. So until we can get it out of the cemetery, the association has decided to keep everybody out. Except funeral parties, of course. "What time?" Brazil said in a hushed voice. "What?" Miss Sink said. "I can't hear you." "Right now." "Oh." Miss Sink sounded confused. "You mean, is it closed right this minute?" "Yes." "It is. Do you like pot roast?" "Don't tease me," Brazil whispered as West jerked open her door. "I'm not wheezing," Miss Sink said. "But this time of year, the pollens are awful, especially if you're in the garden very much. Well, I guess pot roast isn't what young people eat these days. Not fried chicken, either." "Oh, yes, I do," Brazil said as he went around to his door and got in. "You know what the secret is?" Miss Sink's mood was considerably uplifted. "Let me guess. Honey." West abruptly pulled out onto the street and gunned the engine. "Exactly right," Miss Sink exclaimed. "How did you know that?" "Had it before. About time I had it again." "Now that's talking," Miss Sink said. "I'll get back with you, and we'll do something about it." "I sure hope so," Brazil said. "Gotta go." West was driving as if she hated the car and was determined to punish it. "At least I don't make personal calls on the job," she exclaimed. Brazil was silent. He stared out his window. He took a deep breath and sighed. He glanced over at her, his feelings a volatile mixture of euphoria and heartache. She was jealous. She must still care. But he couldn't stand to hurt her. He almost told her the truth about Miss Sink. But when he remembered the florist's card, he thought, forget it. Bubba was not in good spirits as Smudge drove through the tar-black night, rocking over ruts and splashing. Stars were out and stingy with their light. Bubba wished he'd never come. He felt awful. He thought he might throw up. "We really haven't gone over the rules," Smudge cheerfully said. "I thought we said they'd be the same as always," Bubba despondently replied. "No, I think we ought to add a default clause," Smudge proposed, "since so much is at stake, and this is a one-on-one competition." "I don't understand," Bubba commented, as suspicions gathered. "Let's say Half-Shell's being her typical loudmouth cold nose and starts treeing about 2 or 3 trees away from the tree where the coon is, and Half-Shell's doing it every time. You might just want to bag it instead of staying out in the woods all night. Same thing goes for me. So if I default, you get the $1,000. If you default, I get it. If both of us default, neither of us get a thing," Bubba deduced. "You got it, good buddy. We'll go 120 minutes, 5 minutes rest between each segment. Regular competition rules." Bubba had no idea where he was when Smudge finally parked the truck on a muddy road and climbed out, leaving the headlights on so they could see. They sat on the tailgate and put on their boots and coats. "Left my buck tool inside," Bubba mumbled. He crawled into the front seat, far out of Smudge's view, and dug inside his knapsack for the pearls on black string. He stuffed them into a pocket. He slipped out his Colt Anaconda .44. It was not his gun of choice for the night, but Bubba had nothing left. The rest had been stolen. He slid the monster revolver into a Bianchi on-belt hush nylon holster beneath his long, full coat. "We all set?" Smudge asked. "Let's get on with it," Bubba bravely replied. They let their dogs out of the pens and both began howling and baying, tails wagging, as Bubba and Smudge restrained them with heavy nylon leashes. "Good girl," Bubba said, as he kneaded half-shell behind her long, silky ears. Bubba loved his dog, no matter her deficits. She looked like a long-legged, sleek beagle with surprisingly soft fur. She loved to lick Bubba's hand and face. Bubba was reluctant to let her go crashing through those woods. If she got snake bit, or a coon tore her up, Bubba couldn't live with it. Smudge had out the stopwatch. Bubba was petting Half-Shell and encouraging her to find a coon this time. "Go," he said, before Bubba was ready. Weed ran through the dark along Cumberland Street until he neared I-195's Cherry Street overpass. Banking either side of it were thick growths of trees and shrubs, closed in by a high chain-link fence. He walked over a grassy bank, furtively looking left and right as he reached the fence, which he could not see through because the foliage was too dense. He almost didn't care what was on the other side. So what if he fell 15 feet into rushing traffic? What was left in life but for smoke to find him? Weed climbed the fence and pushed branches away from his face as he worked his way down the other side. He held his breath as his feet touched ground and blindly pushed his way through tall grass and shrubs, holding his arm in front of his face to protect his eyes. He found himself in a clearing where he could just make out a small camp and a figure sitting in the middle of it, the tip of a cigarette glowing. Weed's heart flipped. "Who's there?" An unfriendly voice sounded. "Don't try anything. I can see in the dark and I know you're puny and don't got a gun." Weed didn't know what to say. He had no place to run unless he tried to get back over the fence or decided to jump the wall and land on the expressway. "What's the matter? Kitty got your tongue?" the man asked. "No, sir," Weed politely said. "I didn't know nobody was here. I'll be glad to leave." "No place to go. That's why you're here now, ain't it?" "Yes, sir." "You can stop all that yes, sir shit. My name's Pigeon." "That ain't your real name." Weed ventured a little closer. "I don't remember my real one anymore." "How come they call you that?" "Because I eat 'em. When I can, that is." Weed's stomach flopped. "What's your name? Why don't you come a little closer so I can get a good look at you?" "Weed." "That ain't your real name," Pigeon mimicked him. "Yes, it is, too." Weed was hungry and thirsty, and the constant thunder of traffic frightened him. A chill had settled over the night, and he was cold in his baggy jeans and Bull's jersey. Pigeon lit another cigarette, and Weed caught a glimpse of Pigeon's face in the spurt of flame. "You're pretty old," Weed said. "Older'n you, that's for damn sure." He inhaled deeply and held it. Weed stepped closer. Pigeon smelled as if he were rotting alive. "Once you've been in here a while, your eyes start seeing again. Notice? I think all those lights from the cars below have something to do with it," Pigeon said. "You don't look like you're much older than 10. 14, Weed indignantly replied. Pigeon dug in a trash bag and pulled out part of a submarine sandwich. Weed's mouth watered, but he felt kind of sick, too. Pigeon dug in the bag again and set down a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi that was half empty. He flicked the cigarette butt into the night. "Want some?" Pigeon asked. "I ain't eating or drinking nothing that came out of the garbage," Weed said. "How you know it came out of the garbage?" "'Cause I seen people like you digging things out of the garbage. You go around with shopping carts and don't live anywhere." "I live here," Pigeon said. "That's somewhere, isn't it? Get your butt closer. I'll show you something." Weed tried to block out the smell as he walked all the way to the blanket Pigeon sat on. Pigeon reached into a pocket of his ragged army jacket and showed Weed a baggie filled with something. "Peanut butter crackers," Pigeon confided in his rough, raspy voice. "Didn't come out of the trash. The soup kitchen downtown is where." "You swear?" Weed said as his stomach begged him to help out a little. Pigeon nodded. I got a bottle of water that's never been opened. Soup kitchen again. I guess I can share with a little lost boy. I'm not lost, Weed said. Bubba was. The minute the dogs had been cut loose, Half-Shell had taken off through the woods in one direction, while Smudge and Treebuster had gone in another. The dogs crashed through underbrush for a good 10 minutes before Half-Shell barked 3 times. Strike, Half-Shell, Bubba hollered. The crashing in Smudge's direction stopped. Bubba started running as best he could, breaking branches so he could find his way back, stepping over logs and wading through creeks, his headlamp clearing the way. He stamped and crackled, hoping if there was a snake in the area, it would think twice about getting near all that noise. Bubba's heart was pounding, and he was gasping for breath as he followed the sound of his dog. Half-Shell's front paws were up an old pine tree, and she was barking and bawling, her tail wagging, when Bubba appeared. Bubba had no doubt that Half-Shell had either backtracked and followed the scent of where the coon had been instead of where the coon was going, or Half-Shell had found yet one more slick tree that no more had a coon in it than an iceberg had sugar cane. Bubba shone his submersible Super Saber light up into the branches, sweeping the beam from high to low, disappointed, but not surprised. He dug out 2 iridescently painted pearls on a string and whirled them over his head. He flung them as high as they would go, and was relieved when they snagged halfway up the pine tree. He shone his light on them, and they glowed yellow. 2 perfect coon eyes. Bubba's heart swelled with euphoria as Half-Shell continued barking at nothing, and Treebuster crashed in on them, Smudge right behind him. "Tree, Half-Shell!" Bubba yelled. "No way," Smudge said, trying to catch his breath and sweating. "Look for yourself." Bubba shone the light on the bright yellow eyes high up in the black branches of the tree. "If there's a coon up there, then how come Treebuster's just sitting here and isn't trying to tree it too?" Smudge declared, as Treebuster panted and stared. "That's your problem, good buddy," Bubba said, "and you can't tell me you don't see it." "I see it," Smudge had to admit. "Damn thing sure is crouched up there at a funny angle. Looks like he's sideways." Bubba got out his scorecard. 100 points for the strike and another 125 for the tree, he said, jotting the numbers in the tree column. Smudge was sullen. They put the dogs back on the leashes and walked through the woods for 5 minutes. Smudge started the timer, and again they let the dogs loose. Treebuster bolted off as if he knew something. Half-Shell disappeared no more than 100 feet into the woods before she hit a creek and barked 3 times. "Strike, Half-Shell!" Bubba let loose his battle cry. Treebuster barked 3 times much farther away. "Strike, Treebuster!" Smudge yelled. The 2 men went after their dogs. Bubba almost tripped over a root and stepped into a hole as he tried not to think about snakes. It was on his mind that if Smudge caught on to what Bubba was doing, Smudge might just leave Bubba out here. Hunters would find Bubba's skeleton years later. Half-Shell continued barking at the shallow creek, and Bubba picked her up and carried her across it, setting her under another thick winter-bare oak tree. "Bark at that," Bubba told her. Half-Shell wasn't interested. "Come on, girl," Bubba begged. Half-Shell sat, tongue hanging out. Bubba sighed. He reached inside a pocket and pulled out another pair of marbles and a Cheese Whiz sandwich on white bread. Half-Shell started barking and drooling as Bubba waved the sandwich in front of her nose. The dog went crazy. Bubba reached up and stuffed the sandwich in a knothole. Half-Shell started jumping up at it, barking and baying, as Bubba flung another set of eyes high up in the branches of another slick tree. This went on until there were only 20 minutes left of the 2-hour competition. Bubba had amassed 900 points. Smudge had nothing. He had stopped talking 45 minutes ago. He no longer petted his dog. "We may as well call it a day," Bubba proposed. "There's no way you can catch up, Smudge." "It ain't over till it's over," Smudge let him know. The last chance was for Bubba to default, to quit before the competition was over. Smudge knew he had no choice as they walked deeper into the woods during their 5-minute break between segments. Smudge quietly reached inside his knapsack and grabbed hold of the rubber snake, closing his hand around the rattle to silence it as he withdrew the rattler and uncoiled the monofilament attached to it. Smudge cast the snake over Bubba's head. It landed about 6 yards in front of Bubba's feet. "What the hell was that?" Bubba asked with fear in his voice. "What was what?" Smudge asked, as he started jerking the line and the rattle sounded. "Oh, God!" Bubba exclaimed, standing perfectly still and shining his light on a huge rattlesnake wriggling toward him at great speed. "Yeah!" Bubba screamed, crashing this way and that, tearing open his coat as the snake jumped and tumbled and rattled after him. "Run! Run!" Smudge yelled, darting wherever necessary to keep the snake where he wanted it. Bubba suddenly wheeled around, his .44 Anaconda revolver with its 8-inch barrel and scope gripped in both shaking hands. He fired again and again and again, as pieces of the snake flew straight up into the air, and Smudge dove over a dead tree and rolled through bushes and over a bank and into the creek. Chapter 22. Weed was chilled and achy as he stared out at the city from the dark, stinking camp he shared with Pigeon, who had fallen asleep after drinking a quart of Colt 45. Weed wondered what Officer Brazil was doing, and if everybody was out looking for him. Weed wondered if the cops had found anything that might cause him a problem. Maybe they could make him doodle on some kind of lie detector and figure out he was the one who painted the statue. Pigeon had shared 2 peanut butter crackers with Weed. He had given Weed 4 sips of water, saying it had to last. Weed decided his hideaway stunk worse than the Pikes clubhouse, and he thought of his nice home and good food and clean bed. Weed would never go back to his mama again. He'd probably never see her again. He'd never spend another weekend with his father. Not that he really wanted to, anyway. Weed would have to live like Pigeon, because the Pikes would always be looking for him. He could never be free again. He had a slave number to remind him in case he forgot. Pigeon rolled over and came to about the time his beer wore off. He fluffed the mound of dirty clothes that served as his pillow. His yawn was an open garbage can Weed could smell 2 yards away. "You awake?" Weed said. "Not by choice." "How come you live the way you do, Pigeon?" Weed asked. "You always lived this way?" "I was a little kid like you once," Pigeon said. "Grew up, fought in Vietnam, came home and didn't want to be part of nothing." "How come?" "Way I felt. Still do." "Me too," Weed said. "Maybe I'll just hang out with you from now on." "The hell you will," Pigeon said in a voice that startled Weed. "You ever been shipped off to war, had your foot shot off, part of your hand, too? Ever been in mental hospitals till they can't keep you no more, so they dump your ass out on the street? Ever slept on the sidewalk in the dead of winter, nothing but a newspaper for a blanket? You ever eaten rats?" Weed was horrified. "Did you really get your foot shot off?" Pigeon raised his right leg and showed his stump. Weed couldn't see it in detail because it was covered with a sock, and the morning was still pretty dark. "How come you were in mental hospitals?" Weed got around to the most important question, as he had second thoughts about staying with Pigeon. "Crazy." Pigeon shook his tongue and rolled his eyes. "No, you ain't." Weed thought of the fence again, and if he could get back over it fast. "Well, I am. Sometimes I see things that aren't there, especially at night. People coming at me with knives, guns, cut off arms, legs, blood flying everywhere. They got all kinds of names for it, but it don't matter in the long run, Weed. No matter what you call something, it's still the same thing. Pigeon fished another cigarette butt out of his pocket, and when he lit it, Weed saw his mangled hand. All that was left was part of the index finger and thumb. "What you running from?" Pigeon asked. "Who says I am?" "I do." "So what?" "Cops after you for something?" Pigeon asked. "Don't be shy, boy. They've been after me a time or two." "So what if they is?" Weed said. "Huh." Pigeon blew out smoke, wheezing in the dark. "Someone's after you for sure. I bet it's some other kid out there. Maybe you stole his drugs or something." "No, I didn't. I never even seen drugs. He's just mad 'cause I didn't do what he told me to." "How mad? Like maybe he's gonna really get you?" Tears filled Weed's eyes. He wiped them away, hoping Pigeon couldn't see. "Huh? One of those bad kids. Shoot people for the hell of it," Pigeon went on. "Whole new breed, and they get away with it, too, for the most part." Weed's fury burned hot like the cigarette filter burning Pigeon's lips. Pigeon tossed it and seemed disappointed. "Kid's worse than what I saw in Nam, all strapped up with bombs. Hi, nice to meet you. Kaboom." Pigeon went on. "Least over there we had a reason. Sure as hell wasn't no goddamn sport, tell you what." "He already hurt me more'n once," Weed blurted out. "Made me join his gang and tattooed my finger when I didn't want to, and now I'm not in school and ain't been to art class or the last 2 band practices. And he knows where I live, and if I go anywhere he'll find me and blow my head off. He's worse than the devil." "Sounds like only one thing to do." Pigeon pondered the situation. "You said the cops might be looking for you." "Maybe." "What'd you do?" "Painted a statue in the cemetery." "Let them catch you." Weed was shocked. "Why would I want to do that?" he asked. "'Cause you get locked up. The devil can't get you." "I don't want to go to no jail." "They put you in a home for kids, right across the street from the jail. You get clothes, 3 meals a day, your own little room, play basketball, watch TV, go to class. You want a doctor, a shrink, they give it to you. How bad's that? Ought to hear the kids on the street. Vacation. Where you been, man? Man, I've been on vacation. Rotten little bastards. Now kids, I'm afraid of. Been beat up, robbed, rolled, cut on, kicked in the nuts. One time they set me on fire for the hell of it. And what happens to 'em? They go away on fucking vacation for 2-3 weeks. Come right back out, laughing, strutting under streetlights, big wads of cash in their pockets." "I don't want to go on vacation," Weed said. "You want to die?" "No. Pigeon, I don't." "Then get locked up somewhere before the devil gets you," Pigeon said. "Maybe by the time you get out, someone will have got him first. People like him don't live too old." 3 blocks south on Spring Street, Brazil and West were inspecting a section of fence encircling the final resting place of presidents, governors, Civil War heroes, Richmond's first and finest families, and more recently, citizens of all sorts who wished to be interred there, realizing, of course, that all lots with river views were taken. Early morning sunlight was touched by cool fingers of shade in a remote section of Hollywood Cemetery where low-lying ground gave way to brambles and the river. West and Brazil had discovered a hole in the fence that was big enough to allow unlawful passage to an average-size adult, but there was too much rust to suggest the chain links had been cut in recent months, or possibly years. He didn't come in this way, Brazil decided as he looked around. West was irritated by the deduction, mainly because she had not made it first. "Didn't realize you were a detective. Thought you were Flack," she said. "I'm not Flack." "All right, PR, a reporter, a novelist." Brazil was reminded of the op-ed piece due pretty soon, and he hadn't even started it. He couldn't do anything about the newsletter for the website either, because the computer system was still frozen on the same fish map. Nor had Brazil given even a moment's thought to the computer manual he was supposed to help write, as if it mattered right now anyway. "My obvious point is, he certainly could have gotten in easily," West said. Brazil stepped through the hole, careful not to snag his uniform or cut himself. "You're right," he said. "You coming in?" "No, this is your hunch, not mine. I, for one, don't think he's going to return to the scene of the crime, as you put it. What makes you so sure of that?" "Because what he did was very personal and emotional," Brazil said. "I think he won't be able to resist taking another look. To him, the statue's not Jeff Davis. It's a monument to Twister. There's got to be a lot of stuff going on inside Weed's head, and I intend to get to him before the Pikes find him first." "Maybe they've already found him," West said. Brazil thought about that as he scanned leaning headstones so old the inscriptions were ghosts of words no longer readable. Trees that had been around before the Civil War cast thick shadows, and leaves rustled with breaths of wind. "Look, Virginia, I'm going to hang out here for a while," Brazil said. "I'll radio someone to come get me when I'm done." She hesitated. Brazil sensed she was bothered that he would stay, that he didn't seem to care if she went on without him. "Well, anyway." West hesitated again, then was disagreeable. "All I can say is, it's amazing the problems in this fucking city, and what? They'll spend a fucking fortune on a fucking cemetery?" "Actually," said Brazil, who had done much research on Richmond and its surroundings, "Hollywood's a non-profit, non-stock corporation owned by its lot owners, not the city." "Huh," retorted West as she stalked off. "Who cares?" Lelia Earhart did. She was serving her 8th term as chairman of Hollywood Cemetery's board of directors, which required very little of her time, really. The majority of lot owners were dead, the annual meeting with the board always poorly attended, suggestions and complaints few. Earhart had never needed anyone at meetings. She had never needed the opinions or suggestions of others. It had been her idea, and her idea alone, to ban picnics, snacks, alcoholic beverages, bicycles, jogging, motorcycles, skateboards, rollerblades, recreational vehicles, vehicles pulling trailers, and boom boxes from the grounds. Earhart was passionately devoted to the cemetery and its importance as a tourist attraction, and celebration of lives faded but not forgotten, especially those Earhart claimed as her relations. "This is far more than vandals," Earhart declared in the private boardroom of the Commonwealth Club, where she had called the meeting and then changed the time of it. "This is affront to our unalien rights, to their liberty and happiness, to our very civilization. These vandals, these unrepentant, cold-blooded juvenile delinquents that call themselves Pikes, have desecrated everyone sitting in their room." This did not include Chief Judy Hammer, since she was originally from Arkansas. She ran through the ivy-framed entrance and up the old brick front steps of the historic and aristocratic club, where women could not be members, but as guests of husbands or male friends were welcome to enjoy all amenities except the Victorian bar, men's grill, swimming pool, gym and steam and sauna rooms, and squash and racquetball courts, and reading rooms. Such restrictions were of little concern to public service-minded women, busy with forming various committees for the Belle de Bois and its debutantes, or supporting the arts with auctions of wine, vacations, fine jewelry, and other luxury items, or planning wedding receptions or exhibits for the Maymont Flower and Garden Show, or lunching with the Virginia Federation of Garden Clubs, Daughters of the American Revolution or Daughters of the Confederacy, and with the Junior League, and, of course, first families of Virginia and wives of legislators. Hammer was 20 minutes late. She rushed into the marble foyer, impervious to the splendid oriental rug, the antique crystal chandelier, the velvet love seat and gilt mirrors and wall-size portrait of George Washington. She did not pause to check her coat, or to admire the stunning paintings of Robert E. Lee and Light Horse Harry. Judy Hammer had little interest in a 108-year-old club founded by former Confederate officers who, according to the original charter, wished to promote social intercourse and maintain a library. The door to the boardroom on the first floor was shut. She opened it slowly and quietly as Lelia Earhart held forth. Hammer scanned the faces of City Councilman Reverend Solomon Jackson, Mayor Stuart Lamb, Lieutenant Governor Miller, Nations Bank President Dick Albright, Richmond Times-Dispatch publisher James Eaton, and Metropolitan Richmond Convention and Visitors Bureau President Fred Ross. The men glanced at Hammer. Several of them nodded. All of them looked restless and ready to tell Earhart to commit suicide. Hammer found a seat. "It's so much and more than the city of the deads," Earhart was saying with authority. "It is the Valhalla of we brave men who carried the Southern Cross into their bosom of deadly, waving it for the because of states' right, to at last be buried, many we don't know who, in Hollywood." Earhart would have been a stunning blonde, were it not for several physical flaws that caused her to be more unpleasant and driven than she otherwise might have been. Her hair wasn't really as blonde as she let on, and as she got older it was getting darker, requiring frequent trips to the Simon and Gregory hair salon. Nor did arduous hours with her personal trainer remedy her genetically coded long neck, narrow shoulders, tiny breasts, and broad hips. Earhart covered up as best she could, exclusively in Escada. This morning she was dazzling in a blaze-orange skirt and blouse with matching earrings, pumps, and purse. Hammer, out of breath and perspiring beneath her gray pinstripe suit, thought Earhart looked like a traffic cone. "2 presidents and 5 governors are restful there," she preached. "Not to forget also Brigadier Generals Armistead, Gracie, Gregg, Morgan, Paxton, Stafford, and Hill." Hill was a major general, Lieutenant Governor Miller blandly remarked. "And all the generals you just mentioned were interred in Hollywood only for a time. Aren't still there, in other words." Earhart had found the 7 names in the back of a booklet listing Confederate States of America generals, and had not noticed nor comprehended the parenthetical phrase, "interred for a time." Indeed, it wasn't until this moment she realized her husband's alleged ancestor, General Bull Paxton, was among the 7 war heroes whose remains she was now being told had been moved out of the cemetery. Earhart refused to stand corrected. "I believe I'm in the right." She smiled coolly at the lieutenant governor. "You're not," he matter-of-factly replied in a voice that rarely rose or showed strain. "There are 25 generals in Hollywood, but not those 7. You might want to go back and check your booklet." "What booklet?" "The one you didn't read very carefully," he said. Chapter 23. Bubba, Smudge, Half-Shell, and Tree-Buster had spent the night in the woods. This was not by choice. When Bubba had blasted the rubber rattlesnake and Smudge had taken a flying leap, Smudge had ended up with a bump on his head. Smudge was confused and disoriented and bleeding a little. This left navigation entirely in Bubba's hands. It meant he alone had to restrain 2 dogs on leashes to make sure that at least one of them didn't go after a coon. "Watch the route there," Bubba said to Smudge, as they trudged through brush and trees so thick they could have been in a rainforest for all Bubba knew. "How far?" Smudge slurred. "Can't be much farther." Bubba said what he had been saying for the past 8 hours. Smudge wasn't going to be able to walk much longer. It was a good thing Bubba had brought food, although it was a shame he had stuffed half of his Cheese Whiz sandwich in a knothole. Boy, what he wouldn't give for that now. At least water wasn't a problem. The fucking stuff was everywhere, and each time they happened upon it, Half-Shell would dig in her feet and bark, and Bubba would have to carry her over another creek, some of which were very swift and deep. The only thing that kept Bubba going was anger. "I still can't get over what a rotten thing that was to do," he said to Smudge yet once again. Smudge was too exhausted and disoriented to answer. "I could have had a heart attack. You're just lucky I'm a nice guy." They reached another creek, this one a trickle, but Half-Shell didn't care. "I've had it," Bubba said to the dogs. "I can't drag your asses another step." He unhooked their leashes. "You're on your own." Treebusters shot off like a rubber band, crashing through brush and barking 3 times for a strike that no one gave a goddamn about. Half-Shell went off to the left. She kept looking back at Bubba every couple of steps, her eyes intense and caring. "What is it?" Bubba asked her. Half-Shell ran ahead 10 feet and looked back again. "We supposed to follow you?" Bubba asked his dog. Half-Shell barked. Bubba and Smudge followed her for another 45 minutes, while Treebuster treed coons and wondered why nobody showed up. Mist was rising, the world silent, sunlight breaking through the canopy of trees. It seemed a miracle when suddenly they were in a clearing. Smudge's truck, straight ahead on the muddy road. It was important that Pigeon venture out at dawn to avoid the thunder of rush hour, and more important, to forage before dumpsters were emptied behind restaurants that would not open for hours. Often he discovered unexpected treasures, such as money, jewelry, and doggy bags that drunk people dropped on their way back to their cars. Once he found a Rolex watch, and got enough money from the pawn shop to keep him happy for months. He had found a number of portable phones, calculators, pagers, and an occasional gun. "You can stay here if you want," Pigeon said to Weed. Weed was sitting on the blanket and didn't know what to do. In daylight, his predicament seemed even worse, maybe because it was harder to hide when the sun was looking him in the eye. "There's got to be places the devil won't go," Pigeon said. Weed gave it some thought. "I guess he wouldn't go back to the cemetery," Weed decided. Pigeon got an idea. "People ever leave good stuff on the graves? Like the dead person's favorite food, whiskey, wine, cigars, sort of like they used to do in the pyramids?" "It was dark when I was in there," Weed told him. "I didn't see nothing except those little flags you see everywhere. But it's a big place." The world was no longer big enough to accommodate traffic, and this was fortunate for Officer Otis Road. It was almost 7:30, and rush hour was out of the gate. Soon there would be thousands of personal cars driven by solitary commuters indifferent to the wear and tear of the ozone, and jealous of their right to come and go when and how they pleased, in whatever they could afford to drive, using their own flight plans. He steered his cruiser with a bony knee as he lit a Carlton menthol, one eye in the rearview mirror, the other on a traffic light that was about to turn red, and the guy in the Camaro next to him who thought he was going to make it. He did. Road was disappointed. Road was tall, skinny, slightly cross-eyed, and close to 60. When he had been growing up south of the river, he had dreamed of being a radio disc jockey, or perhaps a singer. This had gone nowhere, and after high school he signed on with the Richmond Police Department. His first week in the academy, he learned the assigned radio frequencies and areas, the proper operation of the radio, the correct procedures for relaying confidential information, the disposition of codes, the phonetic alphabet, and, most important, 10 signals. When he was finally let loose on city streets, he was relentless, fluent, precise, and omnipresent on the mic. He rode radio waves like the DJ he had never become, and cops, dispatchers, and 911 operators dreaded his unit number and resonating voice. They resented and loathed his habit of running his colleagues off the airways and into each other, and hogging the communication system in general. He was road hog. He was talk in a box. And all wished the brass would transfer him out of traffic into the silence of the property room, information desk, maintenance division, or tow lot. But the chiefs preceding Hammer were zealous about quotas, and Rode was a relentless one-person posse, pursuing citizens who exceeded the speed limit, went the wrong way, ran red lights and stop signs, made U-turns where not allowed, drag-raced, drove drunk, and ignored Rode's lights and siren. As time passed and maturity waved Otis Rode through new intersections of his life, he realized that more important than his war against moving violations was an insidious disease that clearly was becoming the epidemic of modern times. The world was running out of parking spaces. He began punishing those who left their cars at expired meters, in handicap spaces, or in more selfish and ruder appropriations such as lawns, shoulders, driveways that did not belong to them, businesses or churches they did not visit, and bicycle paths. He started carrying his ticket book off-duty, especially after the city changed to 24-hour meters. Rode tapped an ash and gripped the mic. In exactly 6 minutes and 40 seconds, it would be 8:40 a.m., and Communications Officer Patty Passman's meter would expire.
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 5 of Southern Cross. Please fast forward to the end before loading Cassette 6. Cross, Cassette 6.
It was possible that Smudge had a slight concussion, but he refused to be taken to the hospital, and Bubba refused to let Smudge drive. Bubba had to admit that he'd never driven a truck quite as nice as Smudge's, and he felt the bitterness once again, a resentment that had pickled a part of Bubba since the beginning of time. In his own way, Smudge was no different from all who had mocked and wounded Bubba throughout his life. "Some good buddy you are," Bubba muttered, because Smudge seemed asleep. "Sell me that piece of shit Jeep. Sabotage Bay 8 so you can win the competition every month, get your free packs of cigarettes and sell 'em to me." "You say something?" Smudge mumbled, as Bubba turned into Smudge's driveway, where Bubba had left his crappy Jeep last night. "I guess you owe me $1,000, Bubba told him. Smudge suddenly became alert. He sat up straight in his seat and blinked several times, taking in his surroundings. "Where are we?" he asked. "In your driveway," said Bubba. "Don't be changing the subject on me, Smudge. I won." He started to say fair and square, but saw his manufactured coon eyes glowing in trees. "Won?" Smudge acted drugged. "Won what?" "Our bet, Smudge." "What bet?" "You know what bet." "Huh?" Smudge slurred. "Think I have amnesia. Don't even know where we are. Don't recognize a thing. Where are we?" "Your expensive house in Brandermill." Bubba wanted to give Smudge a more serious concussion. "The one with the swimming pool and the brand-new Range Rover in front. Because you don't give a shit about buying American or being loyal to Philip Morris, who doesn't pay you enough to live like this. So you're cheating, lying, stealing all over the world." Smudge grappled with the door handle and almost fell getting out of the truck. Bubba got Half-Shell out and she jumped into the back of his Jeep. Smudge's wife boiled out the front door to assist Smudge. She threw Bubba a menacing look as he backed out of the driveway. He didn't care. He didn't stop to explain. He sped through Smudge's rich neighborhood with its big homes and wooded lots. He darted out on Midlothian Turnpike and passed everyone. Bubba was having a hard time staying awake, but this didn't stop him from driving aggressively. He wouldn't let anyone into his lane. If someone got too close to his rear bumper, he slowed down more abruptly than he usually did. He turned off his CB because there was no good buddy to talk to anymore. He didn't raise Honey on the two-way because he would be seeing her soon enough. He unplugged his phone so it wouldn't ring. At Cloverleaf Mall, misfortune, or perhaps bad karma, began to swarm in. It started with a tattooed woman on a Harley-Davidson. She thundered around Bubba, flying between two lanes, dyed blonde hair streaming out from her bright red helmet. "Hey!" Bubba yelled as if anyone could hear. "What the fuck you think you're doing?" The woman rode on. Bubba sped up. He wove through traffic and floorboarded it after her, squealing off on Oak Glen after she did, and backtracking to Carnation and High Oaks, past the Virginia Department of Corrections headquarters, and down Wick Street and over to Everglades Drive. Bubba was too exhausted, his mood too foul, to realize the woman was having a good time with him. When she shot back onto Midlothian Turnpike, Bubba took the turn too wide and didn't bother checking for cars. Horns blared, people cursed. An old woman in a Toyota Corolla pointed her finger at him like a gun and fired. A city police cruiser darted in behind Bubba, blue and red lights flashing in Bubba's rearview mirror. This time, Officer Budget yelped his siren as he pulled Bubba into the same Kmart where they had met before. Chapter 24. Communications Officer Patty Passman was overweight, with premature gray hair and bad skin. She was single, antisocial, and suffered from hypoglycemia, but she was no fool. She, too, knew that her parking meter on 10th Street was about to expire. If she didn't get to her car before Otis Road, he would anchor yet one more ticket beneath her wiper blade. What was it now? An average of 2 a week at $16 each? Of course she would be better off parking in the nice, new, safe parking deck one street over, but there were no spaces left today. Whenever this happened, she was forced out on the street, where Road was always chalking tires and stalking expired meters. Officer Budget recognized the red Jeep Cherokee immediately, and couldn't believe he was pulling it again in the same damn parking lot. What was wrong with this guy? Was he doing it on purpose? Did he have some kind of dysfunction like those people who were always getting sick so they could go to the doctor? The Jeep pulled into the Kmart parking lot in front of First Union Bank, same as last time. Budget got out and approached the driver's door. Bubba was wearing camouflage. He was glassy-eyed and filthy. A dog was in a pen in the back. Budget rapped on the glass with his portable radio. Bubba rolled down his window. 18 at 0748 hours, Passman said, getting desperate. Bubba punched in the cigarette lighter and noticed the tip of his .44 Magnum Colt Anaconda protruding from underneath his seat. Fear seized him. He broke into a cold sweat. He had a concealed weapon and no permit for such. He kicked at the revolver, trying to shove it out of sight. It resisted his efforts, stainless steel glinting in plain view. Bubba slowly sneaked his right hand down to the floor, but his arm wasn't long enough to reach the gun unless he bent over or got on the floor. He knew it would not be a good idea to give the impression he was hiding something, or had hidden something under his seat. Bubba shoved some more, and realized that his monster revolver was hung on something. He envisioned the release lever, or a bolt, or maybe an exposed spring pushing against the trigger. He imagined rotted fabric caught in the hammer. With the slightest motion, the gun would go off. Brazil had gotten off to a miserable start. He was hot. Gnats had begun to pay attention to him. His urge to use the bathroom overrode decorum, and he'd finally relieved himself behind azalea bushes near a plot of realistic tree-shaped markers that had something to do with the woodman of the world. Brazil was tired of waiting for weed to show up. Brazil couldn't bear to admit that West had been right. Worse, he had to tell the radio room he needed a ride. The thought was awful. All cops on the air and people with scanners would know Brazil was alone on foot in Hollywood Cemetery. He could hear the jokes. He could imagine the sniggers. The pretty boy's been reassigned to the deadbeat. Unit 11. Brazil got on the air. Go ahead, 11. Patty Passman quickly came back. At Hollywood Cemetery. Need a unit to 1025 me here. 10-4, 11, 0749 hours, 562. Unit 562, Rode came back. Brazil recognized Talk-in-a-Box's unit number and cringed. Oh, please don't ask him to pick me up. 562? Need you to 1025, a party at Hollywood Cemetery, ASAP? Passman's voice was strained as it came back. Passman had fabricated calls in the past to divert Rode from her illegally parked car, and he wasn't about to fall for it this time. What's your 1020? Passman asked Rode over the air. Unit 562, Broad and 14th, he answered. 10-4, 562, 0750 hours. Unit 562, he got back to her. 562. Unit 562, he said. Got to make one stop first. Can 10:30:11 with an estimated 10:26 of 0830 hours. 11. Brazil shoved his way on the air. Radio, can you send another unit? Need to get out of here long before then. Passman was in a panic as she glanced up at the clock. She frantically stuffed the other half of a chocolate eclair into her mouth. 11, that's 10:10, she informed Brazil. All other units are 10:6. Can you 10:9 that? All other units are 10:6, she repeated. It was a lie. Everyone on the air knew radio traffic had been light so far, with no indication whatsoever that all other units, or even half of them, were tied up. 10:12, she told Brazil to stand by. 11. Brazil's voice was getting irritated. 10-5, 562, and ask his 1020. 562. Rode didn't wait for the message to be relayed, since he clearly heard what Unit 11 asked, and was capable of being direct. 1020's Broad and 9th. Well, can you 1025 me now or not? 10:10. Got to make a stop first. Radio, can you please get me another ride? Brazil asked again. 10-10, 11. 562's en route. 562. No, I'm not. I got to make a stop first. Passman finished the eclair. I need someone to 1025 me ASAP, Brazil answered back. 562. Can't do it, 11. Mics began clicking as other cops on the air voiced their amusement and encouraged Rode and Brazil to keep it up. Units 562 and 11, Passman snapped into her microphone. 10-3. Passman's order to stop transmitting brought about complete silence, but only temporarily. 562. Rode could not stop. He was addicted. Could you 10-9 that? He said. 10-3. Passman ordered him for the last time, in the secret language of cops, to shut up. 11. Rode could not. There was no response. 11. Rode repeated, talking faster, doing his best to outrun Communications Officer Passman, whose habit it was to cut him off and speak unkindly whenever she could. Everything 10-4? No! Passman blurted into her mic. Everything's not 10-4, Unit 562. It's 10-10, she exclaimed. Her hands were shaking. She felt faint. Patty Passman was furious at a damn city that had no parking for loyal employees like her, who worked 8-hour shifts in the windowless, dimly lit radio room, talking to lumpheads like Otis Rode. Her blood sugar spiked. Insulin dumped. Her blood sugar went crashing lower than before. Her vision blacked out, and she almost fainted when she jumped to her feet, turning over her coffee. Other dispatchers answered other calls as she ran out of the radio room. Officer Budget had been waiting 10 minutes for Communications Officer Passman to get back to him. Budget finally got another dispatcher to run a 1027 and 1028 on Bubba's red Jeep. Budget was disappointed but not surprised to learn that Butner U. Fluck IV's driver's license was still valid through 2003 with no restrictions, and that the Jeep continued to be registered to the same party with an address on Clarence Street in the city. Shit, Budget said. He climbed out of his cruiser and approached the Jeep again, pleased to find Bubba seemed appropriately scared for once. I'm charging you with reckless driving, Officer Budget said severely, doing his best to make the asshole feel even worse. But you're lucky it's not a lot worse. So, Mr. Fluck, head... Please, Bubba interrupted, holding up an arm as if he were about to be struck. About time you showed some manners, Budget said, returning Bubba's identification and registration. Passman's stubby feet rang loudly on worn metal steps as she raced up to the street, her heart startled like a deer or a duck fired upon. Her chest heaved as she shoved through double-glass doors. Rode was parking his patrol car next to her 1989 white Fleetwood Cadillac. The toe of her left New Balance jogging shoe caught on a crack in the sidewalk. She stumbled but caught herself, flailing and out of alignment. Stop! She yelled at Rode as he approached her car, ticket book in hand, pen out. No! She screamed. The digital reading clearly showed the time on the meter had expired. Sorry, Rode told her. You're not sorry, you son of a bitch. Passman jabbed her finger at him as she fought to catch her breath. Rode was unflappable as he filled in the meter number, the vehicle make, and license plate number, and the mode, which in this case was an A for automobile. Rode slipped the ticket inside its envelope. He tucked it under the wiper blade. Passman moved closer to him, glaring, panting, sweating, her blood roaring. She drilled small, dark, homicidal eyes into him. I would have gotten here sooner and moved my car if you could shut the fuck up on the air, she bellowed. It's your goddamn fault. It's always your goddamn fault, you stupid, cow-brained, loser, cross-eyed, dickless son of a motherfucking bitch dumb fuck. She marched to her Cadillac and snatched the summons off the windshield. She violently wadded it in his face and stuffed it down the front of his neatly pressed uniform shirt, knocking loose his clip-on tie. "Now you've done it," Rode indignantly told her. She flipped him a double bird. "You're under arrest," he exclaimed. Traffic slowed. People ready for a good fight on an otherwise meaningless Tuesday morning. "Stuff it up your ass!" Passman screamed. "Go, girlfriend," a woman called out from her Acura. Rode fumbled with the handcuffs on the back of his Sam Brown belt as Passman yelled more obscenities, her blood sugar dipping lower into its dark crevice of irrationality and violence, as an audience gathered and encouraged her. Rode grabbed Passman's wrists. She kicked him in both shins and spat. He sputtered, wrenching her left arm behind her back as her right fist knuckle-punched him in the neck. Rode had not handcuffed anyone in many years, and steel cracked against Passman's wrist bone as he snapped and missed. Passman howled in pain as he jerked and smacked, and steel jaws finally locked around her wrist and bit hard. "Do it! Do it!" someone yelled from a black Corvette. Passman's free hand grabbed Rode between his legs and twisted. Chapter 25. Ruby Sink's 1-year-old grandniece, Lorraine, was running a fever and had kept her mother awake all night. "Poor baby," Miss Sink said over the phone. "Are you rocking her? Did you give her a baby aspirin?" Yes, Miss Sink's niece, Frances, said. "I don't know what else to do. If I miss another day of work, well, there are plenty of people out there wanting my job." Miss Sink could hear Lorraine squalling and imagined the child's bright red face. Daycare was out of the question. Miss Sink simply would not allow the sick child to stay with strangers, nor did she want Lorraine to pass on whatever she had to others. "I'll be pleased as punch to keep her while you're at work," Miss Sink said. "And I bet you're frantically trying to get ready even as we speak." "Yes," Frances said in despair. "I haven't even showered yet." "I'm on my way right now," Miss Sink said. "I'll pick up Lorraine, and we'll have a grand day." "And if her fever doesn't break, you'll call Dr. Sampson, just to make sure she's all right?" "Of course, dear." "Oh, thank you, Aunt Ruby." "I was going to get out anyway at some point," Miss Sink said. "I've got only $2 in my billfold, and I owe the yard man and probably half of everybody else in this town." "You always say that, Aunt Ruby. The most broken record I ever heard. Mother said you were the richest poor person she ever knew." Miss Sink was saddened by the thought of her dead sister. Miss Sink had no one left except Frances and Lorraine. Her spirit settled in that low place she could not tolerate. "Why don't you have supper with me after work?" Miss Sink said. "When you pick up our little angel child." "Depends on what you're cooking," Frances said. "I might just invite this lovely police officer I know," Miss Sink said. "The handsomest young man you ever saw, and so sweet. The one who writes editorial pieces for the paper. He rents my little place on Plum Street." "Him? Lord have mercy, I've seen his picture. He's too young for me, Aunt Ruby." "Why, that's nonsense," Miss Sink said. "Things aren't like they used to be." "He wouldn't be interested in me. He's so good-looking and all." "And you're pretty as a rosebud." "I'm older than him and have a child, Aunt Ruby. Reality, you know." "I'm going to make my sesame honey fried chicken. Cheese grits and fresh tomatoes with balsamic vinegar," Miss Sink said. "And just where are you going to get fresh tomatoes this time of year?" "You forget I can them," Miss Sink said. "Now quit talking so I can be on my way." Smoke's girlfriend, Divinity, was the first to notice the red Jeep Cherokee abandoned in the Kmart parking lot, no more than 100 feet from Crestar Bank. "Well, look at that," Divinity said to Smoke. That Jeep just sitting there, nobody in it, an engine running, waiting for us, baby. No, it's not, 'cause we don't want it, Smoke told her. Smoke's mind was going through its routine, his concentration focused. He had turned off Puff Daddy when he'd picked up Divinity at the McDonald's on West Broad Street, where she'd let him know by pager that she was waiting for him. She had her hand on his thigh, but at the moment he was aroused by other things as he watched an ancient Chevy Celebrity driven by an old woman park in front of the 24-hour money stop. "Oh, now don't be telling me you're into that one," Divinity complained. "Some old bitch driving that piece of shit?" "It's the people with new cars that don't have money," Smoke said, as he watched the old woman rummage in her purse. He drove past her and tucked his escort out of sight behind the bank. "Get in line behind her," Smoke ordered Divinity. "For what? She's probably only going to get $20, $30. I'd rather do the Jeep." She looked longingly back at it, wondering why someone would be so stupid to leave it like that in times like these days. Smoke rubbed his hand between her legs. Divinity laughed and grabbed him back. All right, she said. "Whatever you say, baby." Miss Sink felt perfectly safe as she continued digging in her purse. She had no reason to worry about withdrawing cash from this particular location, because it was just across from the Kmart parking lot, and Kmart opened at 8. Already there were quite a number of cars pulling in for bargains. Lorraine was awfully quiet in the back. She was strapped in and warmly dressed, and at the moment not crying. Miss Sink got out of the car, still digging for her wallet. Her heart got tight as she tried to remember where she had shopped last, and if she might have left her billfold there. Her memory wasn't as good as it used to be, and she was always making up all kinds of excuses to deny it. At first, she didn't pay much attention to the young woman who stepped up behind her and started grabbing things out of a faded denim bag. "I can't find nothing inside this thing either," the young woman said, loudly rummaging. "It drives me crazy." Miss Sink turned around and was rather taken aback. The young woman was hard-looking, in a very short skirt, tight black tank top, and red Chicago Bulls windbreaker. She had rings in her ears, nose, and one eyebrow, the style of the day, which, in Miss Sink's opinion, was no different than the mutilations she used to see in National Geographic. "I don't know where I put it," Miss Sink muttered in irritation. She glanced back at her car, hoping the baby aspirin had helped, and Lorraine was asleep. The young woman stepped a little closer, and something inside Miss Sink suddenly woke up. She got uneasy. She was relieved when a nice-looking young man came around from the back of the bank. "Save any for me?" he said in a friendly voice. He was well-groomed and neatly dressed in the baggy, sand-blasted Chicago Bulls fashion of the day. Miss Sink gave him an uncertain smile. "Morning, ma'am," he said to her. Miss Sink didn't like his eyes. They were so intense, more like a stare, and there was something in them that spoke to her, but she didn't want to listen. The young woman was standing oddly to one side of the machine, as if avoiding the camera. Miss Sink was beginning to feel frightened. She wanted to believe the young man would protect her. "Worst thing ever invented. Spits out money like it's Monopoly," the young man said, as he also stayed out of range of the camera. "Tell me about it," the young woman said. "I go through it like candy these days, or would if some people would hurry on up." He seemed like the sort of boy who might live in Miss Sink's part of town. He was probably getting money on his way to school, and she bet he went to one of the private schools like St. Christopher's or Collegiate. "You know, some of us got to be somewhere," the young woman said loudly. She was making faces, sighing, looking around and rolling her eyes. "I can't be standing here all day." She glared at Miss Sink. "I'm sorry," Miss Sink stammered, her nervous hands fluttering through her purse. "I just hope I haven't lost it. Oh, dear, oh, dear." "You can't find it, old woman, then just get out of the way." "Hey, cool it," the young man suddenly said. He stepped closer to Miss Sink, but still off to the side. She was here first, the young man told the little tramp. Well, I got my Visa card out ready to go. Nobody tells divinity what to do. Why you think they call me that? Because I'm as divine as Jesus, that's why. A terrible way to talk, Miss Sink exclaimed. You better pray for forgiveness. You better pray I don't take that tongue of yours and tie it around your old-ass neck. That's enough, the young man said to her. Fuck you, pretty boy. Miss Sink was trembling when she finally found her credit card. She promptly dropped it on the sidewalk. She almost lost her balance as she snatched it up, her heart drilling. She fumbled and dropped it again, while the nasty young woman named Divinity made exaggerated sighs and swore. Miss Sink managed to insert her MasterCard into the machine and typed in her PIN and answered all questions. She could smell Divinity's cloying perfume and feel her evil spirit as 10 $20 bills were ejected from the machine. That's a lot of bus money, Divinity sarcastically said to her. Please leave me alone, Miss Sink said in a shaky voice. Don't you tell me what to do, old bitch, Divinity said, in a tone mean enough to break the skin. Come on, the young man said to Miss Sink. I'll walk you to your car, ma'am. Oh, thank you. Miss Sink almost grabbed his hand. Oh, you're so nice. I can't thank you enough. Miss Sink caught a glimpse of Divinity tearing off a strip of duct tape and slapping it over the money machine's camera. We should call the police, Miss Sink whispered to her escort as he opened the driver's door for her. She didn't understand why he went around and opened the passenger's door, too. I want to ride with you maybe half a block, just to make sure you're okay, he explained, as Divinity hung around the money machine, waiting to cause trouble for the next poor person who showed up, Miss Sink assumed. She turned around to check on Lorraine. Thank goodness she was sleeping. Miss Sink started the engine and locked the doors. I don't like the looks of that girl, the young man said. Sometimes people like that work in pairs, like snakes. I'm worried there might be someone else around. You know, there's just something about all this that doesn't feel right. And I guess you've heard about these ATM robberies. Oh, yes, Miss Sink exclaimed. Thank God you came along when you did. You must be my guardian angel. I don't believe I know your name. People call me Smoke. Well, I hope you don't. Once upon a time, I did. Can't tell you how hard it was to quit. That's not why they call me that. Miss Sink backed up as the camera's blind eye observed nothing. They call me Smoke because I used to burn things up when I was a kid, he said between clenched teeth, as he snatched a gun out of the back of his pants and rammed it hard into her ribs. Oh, dear God, Miss Sink exclaimed. Oh, no. Keep driving, Smoke snapped. That way, around the back of Kmart. Oh, please, for God's sake, Miss Sink begged. There's a child in the car. Just take what you want and leave us be. Shut up, bitch, he said. Smoke watched Divinity drive the escort from behind the bank where it had been hidden. She inserted herself into the solid line of traffic creeping toward downtown, early morning light winking off windshields. He smelled shit and pee, and at first thought it was the kid in the back seat. Fuck, he said, when he realized his victim had lost control of her bowels and bladder. I wish you hadn't done that. I'm sorry. Please, don't... Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're gonna drive real normal, and you try anything, I'm gonna blow your sweet little baby's brains all over the back of the car while you watch. Take anything, she cried. Just don't hurt her. Anything you want. Oh, please, anything. Shut up, Smoke hissed. Miss Sink was crying so hard her teeth were chattering. They drove behind Kmart and parked where asphalt gave way to acres of woods. Smoke grabbed her wallet out of her purse. He took the 10 crisp 20s she had gotten from the money stop. He robbed her of an additional $2.62, and quarters and tokens for tolls. Her watch and necklace weren't worth the trouble, and pawn shops were risky. She stunk so bad he was about to gag, and the fucking kid was waking up and beginning to cry.
"Lorraine, it's all right, sweetie. Please be quiet, honey. My name's Miss Sink, and this is my grandniece, Lorraine,"
Miss Sink prattled on.
"You don't want to hurt us. For God's sake, you must have a mother, a grandmother."
"Shut up! Quit nagging me, you ugly old bitch!" Smoke turned the radio up loud. The kid began to howl. "Shut the fuck up!" Smoke yelled at the baby.
"Oh, dear God in heaven, please don't hurt us. Dear God, think about what you're doing. You look like a smart young man. You don't want trouble like this."
"I hate ugly old women like you. So you better shut the fuck up and consider yourself lucky I don't do other things to you. But you stink too bad," he said in a low, cold voice. "So now you're going to bend over, so you don't see me when I get out. Okay?"
"Okay,"
Miss Sink whimpered. She pressed her face against the steering wheel. She squeezed her eyes shut and tightly covered them with her hands. She didn't move. She barely breathed. Annie Lennox was stepping on broken glass on the radio as Smoke dug through the glove box and the kid screamed. Smoke emptied the purse on the floor mat and helped himself to a pack of spearmint Friedent gum, fingernail clippers, and a prescription bottle of Ativan. "Thanks, Miss Sink," he said. "Grow up to be a good girl, Lorraine. Y'all don't forget me. Promise?" He laughed. He popped a stick of Friedent into his mouth and scanned the area. No one was around. "You know what I look like, bitch?" he said. "I mean, you gonna recognize me on the street?"
No, I didn't see you. Please,"
Miss Sink begged. "What about that ugly little motherfucker of yours in her little seat back there? She know what I look like?"
"No, she's just a baby. You don't want to hurt us."
Miss Sink was shaking as if she was having a seizure. "Let me think about this. What's a guy to do?" Smoke smacked his gum. He pulled back the slide of his Glock, and it snapped forward with a loud clack. He felt the power. Smoke was high and hard with it, as he pumped 3 Winchester hollow points into the back of Miss Sink's head. Chapter 26. Brazil stood with his hands in his pockets, impatiently staring out at sloped, loamy land sutured by railroad tracks and tangled with brambles and trees. Steam billowed from the Fort James Paper Company, and the river was soft music played with fingers of wind and bright notes of sun. The portable radio on Brazil's belt was a staccato of dispatchers and cops cutting in and out in spurts and codes. Nothing was going on. A handicap van was abandoned on a roadside. Traffic was tied up because a light wouldn't flash. A driver had been stopped at a Kmart. Unit numbers in military time peppered the air, but Passman and Road were strangely silent. Passman dispatched no calls. Road answered no one. Brazil was furious. He was certain the cops were messing with him. 11. Brazil tried again. "Go ahead, 11, answered a communications officer whose name Brazil did not know. "Radio, I'm still at the cemetery," Brazil said, trying to keep the anger out of his voice. "Need someone to 1025 me right away." "That's Hollywood?" 10-4. "Any unit in the area of Hollywood Cemetery. Need someone to 1025 Unit 11 there." "Unit 199. Go ahead, 199. "Just 2 blocks away. I'll swing by the cemetery, 1025-11. 10-5, 199. Oh, wait 12 hours. Brazil turned away from the river as he heard a rustle. He caught a flash of red on the other side of the cemetery fence where Spring and South Cherry Streets intersected. The chain link was dense with ivy. Through it, Brazil could just make out the back of the large metal sign advertising Victory Rug Cleaning, an arrow pointing to the business a block away. He turned off his radio and didn't move. The fence began to shake as someone gripped the edge of the sign and hoisted himself up. Brazil was hidden by the thick shadows of holly trees as he watched Weed reach for a tree branch and pull himself up with ease, swing over the fence, and drop branch by branch to the ground. Brazil took cover behind a monument. "Come on, it's easy," Weed said to someone on the other side. The fence shook harder. Brazil was baffled when a scraggly, bearded face was followed by a filthy, raggedly dressed body missing part of a hand and an entire foot. The street person grabbed a branch, got snagged a couple times, but somehow made it over. "Can't believe I did that," the street person said. "Haven't done anything that agile in years." He looked around at the mute, stony tongues of the dead speaking from the grass, as if searching for something. "Shit," he said. "It ain't all too promising so far, unless I plan on a steady diet of flowers." Weed nervously wiped sweat off his face with the tail of his extra large Bulls jersey and rubbed his hands on his relaxed leg jeans. "Go on," the street person said to Weed. "I'll scrounge around and catch you later." Weed trotted off in untied Nikes as if he knew exactly where he was going. Brazil ducked behind more monuments, boxwoods, and trees as he tailed Weed, and kept an eye on the street person Weed had brought with him. Weed jogged past the President's Circle and the graves of Jeb Stewart and John Tyler, onto Jeter Avenue and Bellevue, directly to Davis Circle, where the vandalized statue of the first and last President of the Confederacy was still dressed for the game, lumpy basketball in hand. Weed stood in front of it and stared in reverence. Every now and then he cast about, his furtive gaze sweeping over the marble sarcophagus where Brazil this moment was hiding. A swarm of histamines rushed forth to combat the dust mites storming into Bubba's sinuses and lungs as he probed with the flashlight on the floor of his Jeep. He began to sneeze. His throat and eyes itched, and his nose started to run. "God damn," he said. The Anaconda's holo-sight was hung on the position spring wire running from one seat to the other. The exposed CB antenna wires Bubba had installed himself, and covered with a mat and his work rag, were snagged on the trigger. Smudge's voice came over the CB, because Bubba had not been able to stand the silence, and had turned radios and the phone back on. Smudge must be feeling better, Bubba snidely thought. Bubba had nothing to say. "Shit!" Bubba cried, when he bumped his funny bone on the door handle and numbness shot up his arm. He sneezed 3 more times as he carefully groped under the seat, the engine running. "Smudge to Bubba. You stealthing on me, good buddy? Called Queen Bee, says you're no-show." Bubba's eyes were on fire and streaming. He couldn't breathe out of his nose. The stick shift kept grabbing his shirt. Smudge wouldn't shut up, and Bubba's portable phone rang. He answered no one. He lay his head against old carpet, straining to see what was required to free his Colt revolver with its 8-inch barrel. He sneezed so hard his nose began to bleed. Something hard tapped loudly and with authority on his driver's window, startling Bubba. He jumped and yelled, and his shoulder banged the gear shift and knocked the Jeep into reverse. Bubba jammed down the brake with his right hand. He shoved the Jeep back into park and crawled up into his seat, in pain and gasping for breath. He was dazed when Officer Budget jerked open the door. "You almost ran me over, you son of a bitch!" Budget's eyes were wild, his pistol pulled. "Get out with your hands up, now." "What did I do?" Bubba cried, mopping his face with his sleeve and sneezing. "Get out." Bubba did. He was dazzled by sunlight. He was bloody and congested and filthy. Legs spread, hands against the car. Budget meant it. He frisked Bubba, finding nothing useful. "What were you doing hiding on the floor?" Budget demanded as he holstered his pistol. "Nothing," Bubba lied. "Bullshit." "Queen Bee's gonna sting your butt." Smudge was back. "Buzz is, you ain't touched down since we faced last. Where you truckin', buddy?" "You mind if I tell him I can't talk right now?" Bubba asked Budget. "Don't you move." Budget peered through the window at a mat bunched on the floor. Bubba could tell by his reaction that he saw the revolver protruding from under the seat. Bubba froze, despair and terror rocking him like an earthquake while he watched, as if in slow motion. Budget snatched handcuffs off the back of his belt and snapped them hard on Bubba's wrists, and tensely radio for a backup unit and a detective. Brazil didn't hear the call, because his radio was still turned off, and Weed was staring at the statue as if in a trance. Brazil's legs were cramping. His expandable tactical baton and maglite were digging into his ribs. He was sweltering in his Progressive Technologies body armor, and his knees had seen too many years of hard tennis to take squatting or kneeling for very long. He was about to make his move when Weed touched the statue. He traced the number on the uniform. He hung his head, his narrow shoulders shaking as he quietly sobbed.
This ends side 1 of cassette 6. Please
His eyes with the back of his hand, and was glad no one was around to see him cry. He never got weak like that, not even when his daddy smacked him or when Smoke was mean. Weed didn't feel anything when people forgot his birthday, or other kids ignored him and didn't invite him to parties, or when basketball started up and he didn't get to go anymore. The last time Weed Gardner remembered crying hard out of sadness was in August, when Twister was jogging and got hit by a car that kept on going. So why Weed was crying that way now made no sense to him, unless it was being alone in a graveyard and reminded of Twister, who was buried in Forest Lawn Cemetery on the north side of the city. It was Twister who had always encouraged Weed's art, laughing and making a big fuss over Weed's wild designs and cartoons, because Twister was famous and made good grades, but he couldn't draw. He couldn't match colors when he fixed up his dorm room or got dressed. He used to tell Weed all the time that Weed was a fucking genius. Those were his exact words. Weed wanted Twister to admire what Weed had done to the statue. He wanted Twister to be flattered. He wanted Twister to beat up Smoke, or maybe even kill him, so Weed wouldn't have to hide anymore, so he could go back to art class and practice with the band. Tears streamed down Weed's face, and he swallowed hard as he remembered TV people in the newspapers calling Twister a tornado on the basketball court. Twister was tall like a tree, good-looking, and girls taped posters of him up in their bedrooms. He could have been a model or a movie star if he wanted. He and Twister had no one but each other, and Twister used to take Weed swimming in the quarry, and to Regency Mall, and to Bullets for burgers, and of course to the games, where he sat right behind Twister, who now and then turned around to wink at him in front of all those thousands of people. Weed missed Twister so much, he refused to believe Twister was gone for good. "You lookin'?" Weed sobbed as he talked to his dead big brother. "See what I done? I worked real hard all alone in the dark. How come you ain't here, Twister?" A loud voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Weed almost came out of his shoes and screamed, his eyes huge. "Don't move," Officer Brazil exclaimed. Brazil was standing so close he could tackle Weed. What? Weed stammered. "What are you doing here?" Brazil demanded in that tone cops use to remind people that the law rules. "Lookin'," Weed said. "Nothing wrong with lookin'. he added, hoping it was true. Looking at what?
The paint job. I heard about it,
Weed said.
so I came to look.
Who were you talking to?
I wasn't talking.
I heard you, Brazil said. Weed had to revise. It took him a minute.
I was praying to Jesus, he said.
About what? Brazil was trying to be mean, but Weed didn't think he really was.
About all these dead people,
Weed said. How did you get here? You walk? Weed nodded. Nobody gave you a ride? You're by yourself? Weed shook his head. No. To which?
Being here by myself,
Weed answered. Meaning you are here by yourself, or you're not?
Yeah.
Yeah? Brazil had to get it straight. You're here by yourself? Weed nodded. And you got in by climbing over the fence?
Huh?
I saw you. You grabbed the Victory rug cleaning sign and climbed over.
Why you think they advertise on a cemetery fence? Who they think gonna get their rugs done? Dead people?
Weed tried to divert the conversation. Why did you climb over the fence? Brazil asked him.
It was quicker.
Weed was trying to act cool, but his heart was attacking him. Why aren't you in school?
It's a holiday.
Oh, really? Brazil asked. Which one?
Can't remember.
I'm pretty sure today isn't a holiday, Brazil said.
Then how come there's no school?
Weed said. Brazil didn't find Weed threatening in the least, but Brazil looked him over to make sure he wasn't carrying anything Brazil ought to know about. Then what are you doing way over here? Brazil asked. Brazil stepped closer to the statue to get a better look at Magic Jeff. He couldn't help but smile.
I think it was one of those teacher work days,
Weed lamely offered.
All I know is it was something, you know? Something they was doing and we didn't have to go. And my mama had to go to work. So I'm just hanging, you know?
It would only take me a minute to find out whether you're telling me the truth, said Brazil, who was distracted and upset that West had left him and 199 hadn't shown up yet. What I ought to do is haul your tiny butt back to Godwin and let them deal with you. But guess what? All they'd do is suspend you, and that would only keep you out of school longer, right? So that'd just give you what you want, right?
I don't want to be out of school, Weed fired back. I'd be there now if...
I thought you said it was a holiday, Brazil said. Weed was horrified that he'd just tripped over his lie and landed flat on his ass. There was no going back. His eyes danced around, looking for some place to run. All right, Weed, Brazil said. Let's get down to business.
What kind of business?
It's time for the truth, Brazil said, as Pigeon suddenly appeared, heading toward them, his gait listing and awkward. For one thing, your last name isn't Jones, now is it? Said Brazil, who could not see Pigeon at his back. No, Weed said. It's Gardner, and your brother was Twister. Weed was speechless. Weed, tell me what the 5's for.
Huh?
The 5 tattooed on your finger. Let's try that story again and see if it comes out better this time. Fear turned to panic. Weed's mind went blank.
I told you before it don't mean nothing,
Weed said. I know it does, Brazil persisted. The Pikes. The gang taking credit for painting the statue, right? Weed was beginning to shake, Pigeon right behind them. Brazil probably smelled him and suddenly spun around, hand on his gun. Don't go shooting me. I ain't worth it. Pigeon calmly said as he eyed the statue. "Now that's special." "Who are you?" Brazil asked Pigeon, relaxing his shooting hand a little. "Pigeon, I've seen you before," Pigeon said. "Usually with some hot-looking lady cop. Can't be on the street as much as I am and not see everybody eventually." Pigeon studied the statue again. Weed wasn't sure, but he thought he saw admiration shining in Pigeon's eyes. For an instant, Weed felt joy. "So," Brazil said, "either one of you got any idea who painted this statue to look like Weed's brother?" Weed tensed. Pigeon waited. "Well," Weed said in a tight voice, "they was both 18. Maybe that's why somebody did it." Pigeon squinted at the inscription on the statue's base. "What?" Brazil frowned. "It says right there." Weed pointed. "The man in the statue was 18, just like Twister was." "You need to recheck your math," Pigeon said to Weed. "Jeff Davis was 81 when he died." "We got a lot of kids in my school named that," Weed offered. "What'd he do, anyway?" "Went to jail for a while," Pigeon said. "About 2 years, leg irons and the whole bit, as I recollect." Weed stared at the statue and got a frightened expression on his face. He wondered if leg irons were like big handcuffs, and if he'd have to wear them too. He didn't want to go to jail for 2 years. He tried to console himself by hoping Mr. Davis had done something worse than paint a statue. "What you do to him if you catch him?" Weed said. "Catch who?" Brazil asked. "The one who did the paint job." "Can't say for sure. I'd have to talk to him first and find out why he did it," Brazil thoughtfully replied. "Whoever it is, your brother must be very special to him." "Lock him up right this minute," Pigeon was quick to volunteer. "That's what I'd do with him." "Nah," Brazil replied. "If all he did was paint this statue, what good would it do to lock him up? Better to get him to do something helpful to the community." "Like what?" Weed asked. "Like cleaning up what he's done." "You mean getting rid of it? Even if it's good?" Weed said. It didn't matter that his artwork wouldn't survive the first rain or spray of a hose. Weed couldn't stand the thought of cleaning it up himself. It would just kill him to wash Twister away. "Doesn't matter if it's good," Brazil was saying. But it did to Weed, and he couldn't resist asking, "You think it is?" "I sure as hell think so," Pigeon said. "I think the artist ought to open a gallery in goddamn New York." "That's not the issue," Brazil said to Pigeon. "There's someone running around out there who's unusually gifted, I'll admit that. But this isn't the way to show it." "What does gifted mean?" Weed said. "Special. Really good at something." "You sure you don't know who might be doing this?" Brazil asked. Brazil knew. Weed could tell. "Come on, Weed, fess up." Pigeon ratted on him. "Remember what we talked about, huh? Remember the devil out there?" Weed ran like hell, his knapsack flapping on his back. 2 paintbrushes flew out and landed on Verina Davis's grave. Chapter 27. At the Commonwealth Club, Hammer was losing her polish and becoming argumentative. She had not eaten breakfast, and unwisely had washed down a Multimax 1 sustained-release multivitamin, 2 Advil, 2 Buspars, and 3 tropical fruit-flavored Tums calcium supplements with black coffee. Her stomach burned. "I think we need to put things in perspective," Hammer announced. "I think there's exactly why we're doing it," Earhart answered her. "The point is not our reverence of monuments and a historic cemetery," Hammer said, knowing she was venturing into an Indian burial ground. "It's not a matter of reverence, but of a far-stretching perception," Earhart butted in. "Hollywood Cemetery is a symbolism of the prospering advancement of culture that midway in the middle of the 19th century catapulted our marveling city into the 25th bigger of the others in America." "Anybody know how many big cities there were back then?" challenged Reverend Jackson. "Anybody know what she just said?" Mayor Lamb whispered in Hammer's ear. "At least 35, offered Publisher Eaton. "Closer to 40. South Dakota entered the Union in 1859. Lieutenant Governor Miller quietly corrected him. "I'd like to finish what I was saying," Hammer pushed forward. "The important point is that a painted statue is not the worst crime that's ever happened here." She looked pointedly at Earhart. "It might be a better idea to focus on gangs and escalating juvenile crime, and on the community's refusal to participate in protecting and taking care of itself, which is what brought me here to begin with." "Why did you thinking we're in here this morning if not to participate?" Earhart said with emotion. "And for the records, it's never been my belief we needed Charlotte to telling us how to ruin our police department and our city." "Well, they're sure as hell running things a whole lot better than we are," commented Nations Bank President Albright, who had worked out of the headquarters in Charlotte before transferring to Richmond. "We're not here today to talk about Charlotte," the mayor irritably said. "Nothing wrong with learning from somebody else," said the lieutenant governor. "I suggest the Blue Ribbon Crime Commission pave the way, Lelia," Hammer said to Earhart, who was looking at her gold and diamond Rolex watch and getting anxious. "You're in a strong position to mobilize citizens and state and city officials. You have a voice." "It's the responsible police, not the citizens, what do away with crime. You already know the commission's subscription. We need to hire another additional more 100 officers. We need more patrols on feet. Police officers should be forced, even if they don't want to live with the city and carry their police cars home, so there's more in our neighborhoods to be visible." "Who's going to pay for all that?" the mayor wanted to know. "You never have explained that part, Lelia." Hammer's flip phone vibrated. She absented herself from the gathering umbrage at the conference table and went out the door. "Chief?" West's voice came over the cell. "Now's not a good time," Hammer said. "I'm at 6807 Midlothian Turnpike," West said. "I think you'd better come." The handcuffs around Bubba's wrists had been snapped on with contempt and no nonsense. Steel teeth bit into his soft flesh. The air conditioning inside the patrol car was up too high, and Bubba's cranky bowel syndrome had rumbled out of remission. Bubba had always known it was risky to tuck his Anaconda 44 under the seat, but he had never imagined he might get into this much trouble. Police were everywhere, some of them detectives. Moments ago, 2 fire trucks and an ambulance had screamed past, heading around to the back of Kmart. The media was rolling in, and a helicopter was circling the area. Officer Budget was standing outside the car, talking to the woman deputy chief who had come to Bubba's house after the break-in. He recalled her name was West. She kept glancing in at Bubba, her face hard, eyes sharp with anger that Bubba was certain was directed at him, although he didn't know why. He didn't understand why the cops had wanted his filthy T-shirt. No one would tell him anything, except that he had committed a Class 1 misdemeanor by concealing a weapon from common view, a weapon that Budget had freed from beneath the seat and checked to see how many cartridges were inside the cylinder. With growing panic, Bubba watched a tow truck turn off Midlothian Turnpike and park beside his Jeep. Bubba tapped his manacled hands against his window. Budget glared in at him. West stopped talking. Bubba tapped again. Budget opened the front passenger's door and leaned inside the car. "What?" Budget asked in a most unfriendly way. "I need to use the bathroom." Bubba lowered his voice because he didn't want West to hear. Yeah, Budget said with no compassion. "I can't wait," Bubba quietly told him. "You're gonna have to." "Can't." Bubba gritted his teeth, pressing his buttocks tightly together. "Too bad." Budget shut the door. Hammer rolled up in her midnight blue Crown Victoria as a detective and 2 crime scene technicians searched for evidence. The 24-hour money stop had been cordoned off with yellow tape, and 2 more officers were standing sentry around a red Jeep Cherokee. West and another officer were talking by a patrol car, a suspect in back. Hammer parked and got out as a blue medical examiner's van turned off Midlothian Turnpike and drove slowly through the Kmart parking lot, heading to the crime scene. "Chief," Budget greeted Hammer. "What's going on?" Hammer asked West. "We've got a white female shot in the head behind the Kmart, found at 0832 hours inside her vehicle, a baby in the back seat, strapped in a car seat." "God," Hammer said. "The baby all right?" "Screaming. Seems feverish," West replied. "How young?" Hammer asked. She stared through the patrol car window at the suspect, a white man with thinning brown hair and a pudgy, flushed face. She thought he looked rather ill. "I'd say less than a year old," Budget replied. "Child Protective Services just removed her from the scene, taken her to Chippenham Hospital to make sure she's okay while we try to find next of kin." "We might have a lead on that," West said. "There was a note in the victim's purse, possibly written by the mother, something about the baby's doctor whose office might be on Pump Road. The note refers to a sick baby named Lorraine. We're also making arrangements for temporary foster care, which we hope we won't need." Hammer stared at the red Jeep, noting the Confederate flag bumper sticker. She noted the Bub Ah vanity plate. She took a closer look at the suspect. He was shirtless and wearing camouflage pants. "What's the victim's name?" Hammer asked. Budget flipped back pages of his notepad. "Ruby Sink," he said. 72 years old with a Churchill address." "Miss Sink?" Hammer interrupted in horror. "Oh, my God, she's one of my neighbors. I can't believe it." "You knew her?" Budget was startled. "Not well. Dear God, she's on the Hollywood Cemetery Board of Directors. I just talked to her." "Christ," West said, throwing Bubba a killing look. "Another ATM?" Hammer asked as a terrible darkness settled over her. "We know she withdrew $200 at 0802 hours, Budget answered. "We found the receipt. The cash is gone." Pieces were fitting together, although not without a little forcing. Hammer recalled the fragmented cell phone conversation between 2 men named Bubba and Smudge. They were planning to rob and murder a woman. The name Lorraine and something about pumps were in the mix. Hammer had supposed their intended victim was black, but perhaps she had misunderstood. Hammer stared at the suspect again. "Tell me about him," she said. "Butner Fluck IV, but goes by Bubba," West replied. "Oddly enough, Brazil and I responded to a B&E at his house just yesterday. A lot of guns allegedly stolen from his workshop." "Interesting," Hammer said. "Appears he was parked here at the time the homicide occurred," Budget added. "Did he see anything?" Hammer asked. "Says he didn't. I recovered a .44 Magnum that was concealed under the seat. One of these 8-inch barrel jobs with a scope. Recently fired, 4 rounds missing. Plus, I'd stopped him maybe a half hour earlier, pulled him over to the exact spot where his Jeep is now." "Wait a minute," Hammer held up her hand. Start over. I know it's rather bizarre, West tried to clarify, but the suspect was driving erratically shortly after 7 this morning, and Officer Budgett pulled him over here, exactly where the Jeep is now. No outstanding warrants, nothing on him. He was charged with reckless driving and released. Less than an hour later, the victim's discovered behind Kmart. I heard the call over the radio and responded, Budgett explained. And there's the same Jeep, right where I'd seen it last. The suspect hiding on the floor, the gun in plain view. So he never moved after you pulled him, Hammer said. The Jeep was right here when the victim was robbed at the money stop and then murdered behind Kmart. That's how it appears, West said. What about his demeanor? Hammer stared at Bubba. Extremely agitated, sweating profusely, Budgett replied. He has blood on his T-shirt. We said we'd like to take the shirt to the lab, but he was under no obligation to let us. He was compliant. Anything else that might link him to the homicide? Hammer asked. Not so far. Not until we can see if the bullets in the victim were fired from his gun. But it's kind of doubtful, to be honest. The shells we found in the car, 9mm, ejected from a pistol. This is all very strange, Hammer said. And it sounds like all we've really got on him is a Class 1 misdemeanor. Yes, ma'am. Hammer stared again at the fat man in the back seat of the cruiser. He stared back at her with exhausted, miserable eyes. Well, it doesn't appear to me that we have probable cause to hold him, Hammer said with extreme disappointment. We don't, West agreed, but we couldn't be sure of that at first. It's hard for me to imagine he was sitting here while a woman was robbed and never saw a thing, Hammer angrily remarked, as she thought again of Bubba and Smudge and their broken conversation. Nobody ever sees a thing, West said. Chapter 28. Governor Mike Fewer was a tall, lanky man in his early 60s, with piercing eyes that burned with compassion and fierce truth. Republicans often compared him to Abraham Lincoln without a beard. Democrats called him the Führer. I understand completely. And of course I'm upset, too, he was saying into a secure phone in the back of his bulletproof black limousine as he rode through downtown. Governor, have you seen it already yet? Lelia Earhart's voice came over a line that could not be tapped or picked up by cell phones, scanners, or CB radios. No. You must be able to. He sighed, glancing at his watch. Governor Fewer had 10 meetings scheduled today. He was supposed to call at least 6 legislators who were fighting hard for and against House and Senate bills, flowing through a typically turgid General Assembly. He was supposed to be prepped for an interview with USA Today, sign a proclamation, meet with his cabinet, be briefed by the House Finance Subcommittee, and hold 2 press conferences. It was his mother's 86th birthday, and he had yet to get around to sending flowers. His back was acting up again. If you could just have time to take to drive through and see it for yourself in person, Governor, said Earhart, I think you'll be shocking. And if you aren't taking a look today, it's a risk, because it has eventually to be removed at some point to be restored. It won't do any good at the most if you are looking later, because by then it will be original again. Then the damage must not be too extensive, he reasonably replied, as plainclothes Executive Protection Unit state police officers rode in unmarked Chevrolet Caprices in front of his limousine and behind it. It's the action of it that matters, Governor, she went on in her unique accent. Governor Fewer imagined her on the floor as a child, laboring over building blocks that she could not quite get in the right order. The vile deliberation of it, she was saying. Frankly, I'm more concerned with...
Please, take a minute. And I wasn't intentioned to interrupt.
She did mean to. But the governor let it pass because he was a secure, fair man. He believed in second chances. Lelia Earhart was entitled to one more this day before he hung up on her.
Of course, the cemetery's closed and won't be opening to the public this minute, Earhart said. But I'll make sure it's unlocked isn't hooked for you to get in.
The governor pressed the intercom button. Jed? Yes, sir, Jed replied from the other side of the glass partition, his attentive eyes in the rearview mirror. We need to swing over to Hollywood Cemetery. Governor Fewer glanced at his watch again. We'll have to make it quick. Whatever you say, sir. Lelia, the governor said into the phone. Consider it done.
Oh, you're so wonderful.
I'm not, really, he wearily replied, as he thought of his mother's birthday again. Lelia Earhart returned the portable phone to its charger, inside her completely equipped gym on the third floor of her brick mansion behind wrought iron gates on West Carey Street. Her brow was damp, her arms quivering from working latissimus dorsi, rhomboids, trapezius, triceps, deltoids, and pectoralis on the incline, chest, and shoulder presses, and the lat pull-down, and the low row, just before the governor had returned her phone call.
When now?
She cheerfully asked her trainer, Lonnie Fort. Seated row, he said.
No most throwing. I simply can never.
She sipped Evian and dabbed her face with a towel.
I think we've got to all those muscles, Lonnie. I really don't like working it out this early anyway. My entire system's in the state of shock. It's like getting out of bed and jumping on the Arctic Ocean. And I'm not a little bit penguin, she said in a cute voice. Nothing cold-natured with me.
I'm sorry we had to meet so early, Mrs. Earhart.
Not your fault. Not in the smallest. I forgot you had a damn dental appointed.
Lonnie studied the circuit Earhart was supposed to complete this morning, recording the number of reps and their weights.
Thanks for fitting me on, she said. But it wasn't very nice that Boltu scheduled you at the same time of 9 a.m. in the morning when we always do this. Of course, he has so much people working for him. He probably knew nothing to remember about it, since others always do for him, so he doesn't.
I'm sure you're right, Mrs. Earhart. The son of a bitch. She thought of her wealthy dentist husband with all his radio ads and strip mall offices and sycophantic employees. He'd had affairs with 3 dental hygienists that she knew of, and although the number most likely far exceeded that, what difference did it make? Lelia Earhart would never forgive him for the first one.
So tell to me, Lonnie, will Bull go to crown all your teeths like he does all everybody else's?
Earhart asked her trainer, who was so beautifully constructed she wanted to trace her fingers and tongue over every inch of him. He says he can give me a Hollywood smile, Lonnie answered.
Ha! He says this always to everyone.
I don't know. His hygienists sure have pretty smiles. They told me he crowned all their teeth. Just the word hygienist pierced Earhart like a foil. But I don't know, Lonnie said again.
Don't do it. No,
Earhart told him.
One time it's done, there's no to undone it, and it's permanently. Bull's grinded up all the teeths in the city, Lonnie.
Well, he sure made a good living, said Lonnie. He attached the short extension cable to the lower pulley of the Trotter MG-2100 total fitness machine. He attached the revolving straight bar, his sculpted muscles sliding and bunching beneath smooth tan skin.
You'll end up at the end with all these little nibs, looking like a man-eating cannibals. You'll get TMJ and lisps when you talk, and end up with several roots canals, the dentist's wife warned him. Your teeth are so beauty.
I have this space between my two front ones. He showed her.
They're perfect. Some people think space is really sexual.
You're kidding. He looked at his teeth in one of the many wall-size mirrors.
Oh, no, I'm never.
She looked intensely at his mouth, and was enraged that she'd ever let her husband talk her into crowning all her teeth. She felt ruined. The crowns weren't as natural as the teeth he'd ground away, and she got frequent headaches and had pressure and temperature sensitivity in 3 molars. Lelia Earhart envied natural teeth, even if they weren't perfect. She envied beautiful bodies. She was obsessed with both, and would never have either. Arm curls. Lonnie got back to business, holding the bar in both hands to demonstrate.
My arms are shaking, she complained with a flirty porcelain smile. You need to show me another again one more time. I never can get this one right. I always feel them behind my back, and I know that's not supposedly to be.
He moved the pin to 150 pounds and demonstrated, his biceps bunching like huge swells in an ocean, a gathered energy capable of great force, a slope for her to climb and conquer. Lift just with your arms, he said. Don't lean back. You use your back, you're cheating. He lowered the weight to 20 pounds. Earhart took the bar and held it shoulder-width apart with an underhand grip, palms facing up, elbows close to her sides, just as she'd been taught. She eyed her form in mirrors, not sure her blue Nike tights had been a good choice. The red stripes emphasized her wide hips. When all was said and done, black was always best for lower body, bright colors for upper, such as the chartreuse sports bra she had on today. 20 reps, Lonnie told her. She was energized by her conversation with Governor Fewer. How many people could ask to speak to the governor of Virginia and have him on the phone 22 minutes later? Not many, she told herself as she strained. Not many at all. And this time it had nothing to do with her husband's power and contributions.
All of us have our complexions, she said to Lonnie as she struggled for breath. Our insecure, hidden secret places that others can't see. Even I do. I've lost counting, she huffed.
16.
17, 18. Goodness, you're wearing me in.
What complexes could you possibly have? How many women your age work out like you do and have their own gym, not to mention a house like this? The comment seared Earhart's ego and self-worth. She wanted him to say that no other woman on earth looked like her, that age and a wealthy husband had nothing to do with it. She wanted to hear him say that she was divine, her face so beautiful it turned all mortals to stone, her body fatal to those who dared look at it. She wanted Lonnie to taste blood when his eyes wandered over her. She wanted him possessive, obsessive, jealous. She wanted him to feel a raging lust that kept him up all night.
I supposedly my most big complexion is worrying I don't have enough times for my husband, she lied. Filling his endlessly needs, which are unsatisfying. I suppose I worry anxiously my rule in state government carries with it such huge responsibilities. I often neglected family and many, many friends, and don't have times for them. I worry anxiously about getting over-muscled. I didn't want to be overdeveloping.
Lonnie looked her up and down. Oh, you shouldn't worry about that, he reassured her. You don't have the kind of body that will get overbuilt, Mrs. Earhart.
I suppose I'm much the soft female type, she decided.
Next time we'll measure your body fat again.
And then the children,
she went on with her complexes, which were multiplying the more Lonnie talked.
Last night I was too busy and spent much too little times with them individually, either one. Because of my commission meeting I had to call to order and make it earlier. And I barely had times for that. And why? She gave him a coquettish smile. To be here with you an hour earlier than before the usual.
I admire your dedication, Lonnie said, glancing at his watch and setting the clipboard on a weight bench. That's what it takes. No pain, no gain.
Don't crounce your teeth, she told him with feeling. And don't you dare tell Bull I lost away his business."
She winked at Lonnie.
"When next?"
"Abs," Lonnie said, "and then we're almost done."
"I can't tell if I see any progression."
She placed her hands on her abdomen and looked in the mirror.
"All that misery for a thing more. I hate abs so much more intensively than others."
He studied her rectus abdominis and iliopsoas, sweat straining his gray Metrex tank top and buffing his skin.
"Why bother it?"
she went on. "You forget where you were when you started," he said. "You don't see how much you've improved because you look at yourself every day. Your abs are definitely better, Mrs. Earhart."
"I am very doubting. You look."
She took his reluctant hands and placed them on her abdomen.
"Well?"
He had no response.
"Maybe when you get to be my older age at this stage of life, it's hopeless and can't be changed. Nature is just won't collaborating and do what you want it to do."
Lonnie didn't move. She slid his hands up a little. "You're in great shape," he exaggerated.
"Bull's out crowning every tooth in North of America,"
Earhart answered, sliding his hands up more.
"You know why he nicked his name Bull? It's not because of the general he thinks he's relations with, Lonnie."
"I thought maybe it had to do with the stock market."
"The reason is because of—"
"I've really got to go, Mrs. Earhart." She pressed his large, strong hands against her, finally cupping them over her very small breasts.
"What's the oldest older woman you once ever had before?" she whispered.
"I guess my 8th grade teacher," he said.
"What was that have been?"
"When I was in the 8th grade."
"My, you must have been bigger for your age then."
"Mrs. Earhart, I've got to go so I'm not late for my appointment. Your husband's really hard to schedule. Well, I guess I wouldn't get in at all if it wasn't for you." Lelia Earhart removed his hands. She angrily grabbed a towel and wrapped it around her neck.
"So, what's the next place where we go from here?"
she demanded, as all her phobias and insecurities roared at her. "You haven't done squats," he said. Chapter 29. Governor Fuhr neatly folded the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, USA Today, and the Richmond paper. He stacked them on the black carpet and stared out the tinted window at pedestrians staring at him. Everyone knew that a black stretch limousine with 1 on the license plate was not Jimmy Dean or Ralph Sampson. It was not kids going to the prom. "Sir," Jed said over the intercom. "I'll just shoot over on 10th, cut across Broad to avoid all that traffic, then wind around the courthouse onto Lee and get on Belvedere. From there, it's pretty much a straight shot into the cemetery." "If that suits, sir," added Jed, who was obsessive-compulsive and needy. "That's fine," said the governor, who had worked his way up from attorney general to lieutenant governor to governor, and therefore had not navigated Richmond streets alone for more than 8 years, but rather had watched his travels throughout his beloved Commonwealth from a back seat through tinted glass, police escorts leading the way and protecting his rear. "I've got the package," Jed said loudly in his two-way secure radio. "Going to be turning on 10th. "Gotcha covered," the lead car came back. The altercation between Patty Passman and Officer Rode had gone beyond a squabble or a fit of pique that might have been reasonably resolved, forgiven, or perhaps forgotten. Cars were double-parked and parked on an angle and within 15 feet of a fire hydrant and on the wrong side of the street and on the sidewalk along 10th. Drivers and pedestrians had gathered around a fight in progress as police cruisers with sirens screaming and lights flashing raced in from all directions. Passman had Rode on hold. He was running around in circles, screaming, "Mayday!" into his portable radio while she twisted and squeezed. "God! God!" Rode shrieked as she doggedly followed his every move on his heels, killing him. Let go. Please, please. Ah! Ah! The crowd was frenzied. Go, girlfriend. Yank it hard. Get him. In the nuts. Hoo-ah, 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 hoo-ah. Hey, punch her. Man, fucking poke her eyes out. Yeah, knock her nose to the back of her head so she can smell her ass. Pull that banana off the tree, girlfriend. Shift him into neutral, baby. Let go, fatso. Untie his balloon. Go, girl. The crowd cheered on as a gleaming black stretch limousine and two unmarked black caprices with multiple antennas floated across Broad Street. The convoy pulled off to the side of 10th Street, making way for two cruisers with flashing lights and screaming sirens. Other police cars were screeching in from Marshall and Lee. A fire truck wailed and rumbled along Clay. Jed was desperate to jump out of the limousine and get involved. The cops must be after a fugitive, someone on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, maybe a serial killer. Clearly the fat lady was a psycho of some sort, and it was obvious that the uniformed officers could not restrain her. "What's going on?" Governor Fewer inquired over the intercom. "Some wacko woman, probably high on PCP or crack. Wow, look at her go, like a damn pit bull. She's got a half a dozen cops playing ring around the Rosie and falling on their butts."
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 6 of Southern Cross. Cassette 7.
The governor made his way to the other side of the black leather horseshoe-shaped seat that could comfortably accommodate 6. He strained to see over the back of Jed's big head. Governor Fewer was startled by the obese woman flying after a tall, rather elderly, skinny cop. A pair of handcuffs dangled off one of her wrists, and her free hand was shoved up the poor fellow's crotch. She was twisting and crushing, cursing, kicking. She was whirling and swinging the loose handcuff like a nunchaku, scattering arriving troops. "Wow!" Jed exclaimed. "How awful," said the governor. "How perfectly awful." "We need to do something, sir." Governor Fewer agreed, his anger rising. There was nothing funny about this. There was nothing entertaining about violence. He jerked open his car door. Before Jed or EPU police could stop him, the governor popped the trunk and snatched out a fire extinguisher. He ran into the melee and, to the astonishment of all, blasted Patty Passman with Halon 1301. Shocked, she released road. Cops tackled her to the ground. 4 EPU police officers quickly escorted Governor Fewer back to his limousine. "Way to go, sir." Jed was very proud of his commander-in-chief. The governor checked his black cashmere pinstripe suit for a halon residue, but the miracle extinguisher left not a trace. He watched the cuffed, crazed woman as she was stuffed into the back of a patrol car. The poor officer was on his knees in the middle of the street, clutching himself and crying. The media was rolling in, television cameras and microphones advancing like drawn swords. "On to Hollywood," Governor Fewer ordered. "There's really not time, sir," Jed suggested. "There's never time," the governor said, waving him on. We'd decided he had stayed long enough in the big hole with broken clay pipes in the bottom of it. Water was leaking from somewhere. A bobcat was parked nearby, and lots of shovels and hose were scattered on the ground. He had begun to worry that the hole was really a grave, even though it wasn't at all shaped like one. Maybe everybody was on an early lunch break or something. Maybe all of a sudden dirt would start falling in, and weed would be buried alive. He peeked out and didn't see a sign of Brazil or anyone else. He listened hard. Only birds were talking. He climbed out of the hole and made a dash for the cemetery fence. He climbed to the top of it as the Le Mans slowly cruised into view. Dog, Beeper, and Sick were looking for him, so Smoke could shoot Weed and dump him in the river. Weed dropped back inside the cemetery and ran with no particular destination in mind, zigzagging around graves and leaping over monuments. Brazil, too, was running fast, and could have continued his 7-minute-mile pace for hours, although boots would not have been his footwear of choice, and his shins were beginning to hurt. The more frustrated he got, the faster he ran. He cut over to Riverview, flying past memorials, monuments, plaques, sculptures, vases, and tablets. Tiny Confederate flags waved him on. A groundskeeper with extra spools of nylon twine tied on his belt trimmed around stones, the weed-eater popping and buzzing as he maneuvered it with the skill of a surgeon. "You seen a kid in Chicago Bull stuff?" Brazil called out as he got close. "Like the statue?" "Only smaller," Brazil said, running past. "Nope," the groundskeeper said as he trimmed. Brazil wove between a marble lamb and a mausoleum, jumped over an English boxwood, and to his amazement, almost landed on top of Weed. Brazil grabbed him by the back of his jersey, kicked his feet out from under him, and sat on him. He pinned Weed's arms to the ground. "I changed my mind," Weed yelled. "You can lock me up." Bubba had lost control, and it was obvious to all. He was humiliated and sick to his stomach when Officer Budget opened the back of the patrol car and exclaimed, "Shit, man." Bubba felt sure one more hideous nickname had just been added to the list. "I'm sorry," Bubba said, "but I told you." "Man, oh man," Budget cried. He was beside himself, almost gagging as he unlocked Bubba's handcuffs while Chief Hammer and West looked on. "And just who's going to clean this up? Man, oh man, I can't believe it." Bubba's shame could not have been deeper. He had been so certain it was his destiny for his path to cross with Hammer's, but not like this. Not half-naked, dirty, fat, and soiled. He could not look at her. "Officer Budget," Hammer flatly said, "if you'll just leave me alone with him for a few minutes, please. Major West, I'll meet you behind the Kmart." "We'll let you know what the medical examiner says," Budget told Hammer, "in case you don't get there before he leaves." "She," West corrected him. Hammer turned her attention to Bubba. He was stunned that she did not seem to notice his unspeakable predicament. "Chief Hammer," he stammered. He swallowed hard. "I didn't mean—" She held up a hand to silence him. "Don't worry about it," she told him. "How can I not?" he cried. "And all I wanted to do was help." "Help who?" She seemed interested and sincere. Bubba hadn't realized she was so attractive, not in a pretty way, but strong and striking in her pinstripe pantsuit. He wondered if she had a gun. Maybe she carried one in her black handbag. His thoughts crazily moiled as the wind shifted to Hammer's disadvantage. She moved several feet to her right. "Who is it you're trying to help?" she asked. "The woman who just got murdered? Did you see something, Mr. Fluck?" "Oh, my God!" Bubba was shocked. "A lady was just murdered? Right here? When?" "While you were parked here, Mr. Fluck." Bubba's bowels were irritably gathering again, like dark clouds about to release another lashing, violent storm. He thought of his sweaty T-shirt, covered with blood, and on its way to the police labs. "You sure you didn't see anything?" the chief continued to press. "My anaconda was hung," he answered. She just stared at him. "I couldn't get it off," he said. Still, she said nothing. "So I got down and started tugging on it, manipulating it as best I could. See, I was afraid it might go off. Then I got a nosebleed." "This was when?" Hammer asked. "I guess when the lady got killed. I swear, I was on the floor ever since Officer Budget left me. That's all I was doing until he was knocking on my window. I couldn't have seen anything because I was on the floor, is what I'm saying, ma'am." He couldn't tell if she believed him. There was nothing cruel or disrespectful about her demeanor, but she was shrewd and very smart. Bubba was in awe of her. For a moment, He forgot his plight until Channel 8's cameraman trotted toward them, heading straight for the chief, then getting a disgusted look on his face. He stared at Bubba's camouflage pants and changed course. "It appears the victim was robbed right here at the money stop," Hammer spoke to Bubba. "I'm not telling you anything confidential. I'm sure you'll be hearing all about it on the news. You were parked less than 50 feet from the money stop, Mr. Fluck. Are you absolutely certain you didn't hear anything? Maybe voices, arguing, a car or cars?" Bubba thought hard. Channel 6 headed toward them and quickly went the other way. Bubba would have done anything to help this brave woman, and it broke his heart that the one time he had a chance, he could do nothing but stink. "Shit," muttered a WRVA reporter as he stopped and backed up. "Wouldn't go over there if I was you," he said to a crew from Channel 12. "What's going on?" Style magazine called out to Richmond magazine. "A sewer line break?" "Hell if I know. Shit, man." Bubba went on red alert. "Shit, man is right." A Times-Dispatch reporter waved his hand in front of his face. Bubba's blood heated up. He didn't hear a word Chief Hammer was saying to him. Bubba was completely focused on the knot of reporters, cameramen, photographers, and technicians gathered by his jeep. They were restless and angry, talking and bitching loudly amongst themselves, and calling him Shit Man. "Anybody seen what's going on back there behind the building? They won't let anybody close. You can forget it. The minute you get to the garden center, the cops push you back. Yeah, one asshole put his hand over my lens. Shit, man." Bubba's mind whited out the way it always did when he heard the voices and the laughter shrieking from dangerous, painful convolutions in his brain. He saw a legion of little faces, distorted by taunts and cruel grins. "My editor's gonna kill me. Shit, man." "Stop it!" Bubba screamed at the press. His eyes suddenly focused. Hammer was staring at him, rather startled. The media wasn't interested. "Maybe the body's decomposing," one of them was saying. "It's back behind the store." "Could have been here first. Maybe they moved it for some reason." "That wouldn't make sense." "Well, they wouldn't want to leave it right here in front of the bank." "No way it could have been here long enough to decompose without someone spotting it before this morning." "Oh, so now you're a medical examiner." "Maybe it was dumped. You know, the victim's been dead for a while, is getting ripe, and the killer dumps her. It's a her? Maybe. Dumps her here? I'm just throwing things out." "Yeah, asshole, 'cause you want the rest of us to write them down and make fools out of ourselves." "Then what stinks so bad?" "Chief Hammer?" A reporter raised his voice without getting any closer. "Can I get a statement?" "Don't talk to them," Bubba said to her in a panic. "Don't let them do this to me, please." "Truth is, I think our source is him," a reporter broke the news. "Look at his pants. Not all of that's camouflage." "Shit, man." "See?" Bubba hissed. "How can she stand there like that? It's bad enough way back here." "I've heard she's tough." "I'm interested in your vanity plate," Hammer said to Bubba. Officer Horace Cutchins wasn't interested in anything except his pocket Game Boy Tetris Plus as he drove the detention wagon at a good clip along Lee Street. He'd been on duty only 3 hours and had already transported 2 subjects to lockup, both of them gypsies caught burglarizing a Tudor-style home in Windsor Farms. Cutchins didn't understand why people didn't learn. Gypsies passed through the city twice a year on their migrations north and south. Everyone knew it. The press ran frequent stories in columns. Sergeant Rink of Crime Stoppers offered impassioned warnings and prevention and self-defense tips on all local television networks and radio stations. "Gypsies are back," signs were prominently posted as usual. Yet wealthy Windsor farmers, as Cutchins jealously called them, still went out to get the newspaper, or worked in their gardens and yards, or sat by their pools, or chatted with neighbors, or frapped around the house with alarm systems off, and doors unlocked. So what did they expect? Cutchins was just turning into Engine Company 5's back parking lot, where he was looking forward to resuming his puzzle game, when the radio raised him. 1025, Unit 112 on 10th Street to 1031 a prisoner, the communications officer told him. 10-4, he answered. Fuck, he said to himself. He'd heard the Mayday earlier and knew that Roadhog was involved in an altercation with a disorderly female. But when it appeared that an arrest had been made, Cutchins just assumed the subject would be transported in a screen unit. After all, it wasn't likely that a female could kick out the plexiglass, and even if the partition didn't fit right because the numbnuts with General Services had taken one from a Caprice, for example, and retrofitted it for a Crown Vic, it didn't matter in this case. A female prisoner was not equipped to pee on the officer through gaps and spaces caused by improper installment. Cutchins made a U-turn. He shot back out on Lee Street, stepping on it, wanting to get the call over with so he could take a break. He swung over to 10th and rolled up on the problem as Detective Gloria D'Souza climbed out of her unmarked car. Roadhog and 3 other uniformed guys were waiting for Cutchins, their prisoner an ugly fat woman who looked vaguely familiar. She was sitting on the curb, wrists cuffed behind her back, hair wild. She was breathing hard and looked like she might do something unexpected any minute. "Okay, Miss Passman. I'm going to have to search you," said Detective D'Souza. "I need you to stand up." Miss Passman didn't budge. "Cooperate, Patty," one of the officers urged her. She wouldn't. "Ma'am, you're going to need to stand up. Now, don't make this harder than it has to be." Passman wasn't trying to make things harder. She simply could not rise to the occasion on her own, not with her hands shackled behind her. "Get up," D'Souza sternly said. "I can't," Passman replied. "Then we'll have to help you, ma'am." "Go ahead," Passman said. D'Souza and another officer got Passman under each arm and hoisted her up, while Rode hung back at a safe distance. Cutchins hopped out of his white Dodge van and went around to the back to open the tailgate. D'Souza bent over and briskly slid her hands up Passman's stout legs, over sagging pantyhose with runs, feeling her way up into areas where no woman, other than Passman's gynecologist, had ever gone before. Passman tried to kick D'Souza and almost fell. "Get the flex cuffs," D'Souza demanded as she held Passman's legs still. "You do that again, ma'am, and I'm going to hog-tie you." D'Souza held on as an officer looped the plastic flex cuff around Passman's ankles, jerking it tight as if she were a tall kitchen bag. "Ouch! Hold still. That hurts!" Passman screamed. "Good," Rode cheered. Detective D'Souza resumed her search, running experienced hands over Passman's topography, into its crevices, through its canyons, between its foothills and under and over them, while Passman cursed and yelled and called her a diesel dyke, and cops helped Passman to her feet. "Get your fucking hands off me, you queer!" Passman shouted. "That's right. You sleep with the coach of your fucking queer softball team, the Clit Hits, and everybody in the entire police department and radio room knows it." Cutchins momentarily forgot his puzzle game. He'd always thought it a waste that a good-looking woman like D'Souza was into same. Not that he minded lesbians, and in fact watched them whenever he had access to pay TV. He simply objected to discrimination. D'Souza did not share herself with men, and Cutchins didn't think that was fair. "Nothing on her but an attitude," D'Souza said. Unfortunately, Cutchins had parked on the other side of 10th, and it was shift change at the Medical College of Virginia Hospital. Instantly, traffic was heavy, sidewalks and streets congested with nurses, dietitians, orderlies, custodians, security guards, administrators, resident doctors, and chaplains, all of them worn out, underpaid, and cranky. Cars stopped to let the tied-up lady and the cops cross to the awaiting wagon. Pedestrians slowed their impatient, get-out-of-my-way steps as Passman awkwardly hopped ahead. "Fuckheads! What are you staring at?" she yelled to all. "Go jump," a secretary yelled back. "Jumpin' Jack Flash, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Jumpin' Jack Flash," chanted a group of sleep-deprived residents. "Hop along." "Motherfuckers!" screamed Passman, whose blood sugar was as low as it had ever been while she was conscious. "Jumpin' Bean!" cried a records clerk. Passman struggled, writhing like a python, hissing and baring her teeth at her detractors. Officers did their best to move her along, while bystanders and drivers got more worked up, and Road tagged along, out of range. Pigeon had gotten bored with the cemetery and was rooting through a trash can, where so far he had salvaged part of a 7-Eleven breakfast burrito and a 22-ounce cup of coffee that was half full. He watched the heartless parade pass by, some woman hopping along as if she were in a sack race. He suddenly felt self-conscious of his stump and was angered by the crowd. "Don't pay any attention to them," he counseled the fat lady as she hopped past and he took a bite of the burrito. "People are so rude these days." "Shut up, you crippled garbage picker," the woman yelled at him. Pigeon was sorrowed by yet another rotten example of human nature. He continued his treasure hunting, always drawn by crowds that might throw things away. D'Souza gripped Passman's arm like a vice. "He started it." Passman turned around to glare at Rode. "Why don't you lock his ass up?" Cops shoved her inside the wagon and slammed the tailgate shut. It was Chief Hammer's NIJ mission to implement the New York City crime control model in the Richmond Police Department, as she had in Charlotte, and would do in other cities should health, energy, and grant money allow. Understandably, this created a bit of a dilemma for her. She was losing stamina and professionalism as she stood close to Bubba and listened to him talk. She wanted out, but simply could not and would never pass the buck, look the other way, walk off, and make this a problem for someone else. Hammer was here, and that was that. When a cop asks a suspect a question, the cop must listen to the answer, no matter how long and drawn out it is. Bubba was telling her about his vanity plate, recalling his trip to the DMV on Johnston Willis Drive, between Witten Brothers Jeep and Dick Strauss Ford, where he had waited in line at customer service for 57 minutes, only to learn that BUBBA was taken, as was BUBA, BUBBBA, BUUBBBA, BUBEH, BUBBEH, BUBBBEH, BG-BUBA, BHUBBA, and BHUBA. Bubba had been crushed and exhausted. He could think of nothing else that didn't exceed 7 letters. Despondent and emotionally drained, he had accepted that the vanity plate was not meant to be. Then, he seemed momentarily energized by the tireless account. The lady at the counter said Bub-ha would work, and I asked her if I could hyphenate it, and she didn't care because a hyphen doesn't count as a letter, and that was good because I thought it would be easier to pronounce Bub-ha with a hyphen. Hammer believed that Bubba had an accomplice named Smudge, and a graphic and believable scenario was materializing in her mind, even as Bubba droned on and reporters continued to keep their distance. Bubba and Smudge somehow knew that Ruby Sink and Lorraine were headed to the Crestar money stop near the Kmart. Possibly, the men had been laying in wait for the wealthy Miss Sink, headlights and engines off, and when she left her residence, Smudge and Bubba tailed her, weaving in and out of traffic, keeping tabs on each other over cell phones and CBs. It was at this point that Hammer's recreation of the crime became less well-defined. Frankly, she couldn't figure out what might have happened next, and was not the sort to make things up. Yet she simply could not, would not, walk away with no accountability, and tell her troops The murder was their problem. Somehow, Hammer had to get Bubba to answer the question of smudge without Bubba thinking she had asked. Chapter 30. Governor Mike Fewer had been on the car phone for the past 15 minutes, and this was fortunate for Jed, who had made 5 wrong turns and sped through an alleyway, losing both unmarked Caprices before finding Cherry Street and driving past Hollywood Cemetery and ending up at Oregon Hill Park, where he had turned around and gone the wrong way on Spring Street, ending up on Pine Street at Mama Zoo, reputed to be the best Italian restaurant this side of Washington, D.C. "Jed?" The governor's voice sounded over the intercom. "Isn't that Mama Zoo?" "I believe so, sir." "I thought you said it closed down." "No, sir. I think I said it was closed when you wanted to take your wife there for her birthday." Jed fibbed, for it was his modus operandi to say a business had closed or moved or gone under if the governor wanted to go there, and Jed did not know how to find it. "Well, make a note of it," the governor's voice came back. "Ginny will be thrilled." "Will do, sir." Ginny was the first lady, and Jed was scared of her. She knew Richmond streets far better than Jed was comfortable with, and he feared her reaction if she learned that Mama Zoo had not closed or moved or changed its name. Ginny Fewer was a Yale graduate. She was fluent in 8 languages, although Jed wasn't certain if that included English or was in addition to English. The First Lady had quizzed Jed repeatedly about his creative, time-killing roots. She was on to him, and could get him reassigned, demoted, kicked off the EPU, or even fired from the state police, with a gesture, a word, a question in pretty much any language. "Jed, shouldn't we be there by now?" The governor's voice sounded again. Jed eyed his boss in the rearview mirror. Governor Fewer was looking out the windows. He was looking at his watch. "In about 2 minutes, sir," Jed replied as his chest got tight. He picked up speed, following Pine the wrong way. He took a hard right on Oregon Hill Parkway, which ran him into Cherry Street, where the ivy-draped cemetery fence on the left embraced and welcomed him like the Statue of Liberty. Jed followed the fence, passing the hole in it and the Victory Rug cleaning sign. He drove through the cemetery's massive wrought-iron front gates that Lelia Earhart had made sure would be unlocked for them. He passed the caretaker's house and business office, following Hollywood Avenue. Jed would have rolled up on the statue in a matter of moments, had he not turned onto Confederate Avenue instead of Eastvale. It was clear to Brazil why the media, the unimaginative, the insensitive, the resentful, and those citizens not indigenous to Richmond often trivialized Hollywood Cemetery by referring to it as the City of the Dead. As Brazil and Weed walked deeper into having no idea where they were, Brazil's respect for history and its dead was greatly diluted by fatigue and frustration. The famous cemetery became nothing more than a heartless, unhelpful metropolis of ancient carriage paths, now paved and named, that had been laid out by first families who already knew where they were going. It wasn't possible to find sections or lot owners or the way out unless one had a map or an a priori knowledge or was lucky as hell. Brazil, sad to say, was heading west instead of east. "Is it hurting?" Brazil asked his prisoner. Weed had cut his chin when Brazil tackled him. Weed was bleeding, and Brazil's day had just gotten worse, if that was possible. The sheriff's department would not accept a juvenile who was visibly injured. Weed would have to get a medical release, meaning Brazil would have no choice but to take Weed to an emergency room, where the two of them would probably sit all day. "I don't feel nothing," Weed shrugged, holding one of Brazil's socks against his chin for lack of any other bandage. "Well, I'm really sorry." Brazil apologized again. They were walking along Waterview to New Avenue, where Weed stopped to gawk at tobacco mogul Louis Ginner's granite and marble tomb. He couldn't believe the heavy bronze doors, Corinthian columns, and Tiffany windows. It's like a church, Weed marveled. I wish Twister could have something like that. They walked in silence for a moment. Brazil remembered to turn his radio back on. Ever had anybody die on you? Weed asked. My father. Wish mine was dead. You don't really mean that, Brazil said. What happened to yours? Weed looked up at him. He was a cop. Got killed on duty. Brazil thought of his father's small, plain grave in the college town of Davidson. The memories of that spring Sunday morning when he was 10 and the phone rang in his simple frame house on Main Street were still vivid. He could still hear his mother screaming and kicking cabinets, wailing and throwing things while he hid in his room, knowing without being told. Again and again the television showed his father's bloody, sheet-covered body being loaded into an ambulance. An endless motorcade of police cars and motorcycles with headlights on rumbled through Brazil's head, and he envisioned dress uniforms and badges striped with black tape. You ain't listening to me, Weed insisted. Brazil came to, shaken and unnerved. The cemetery began closing in, suffocating him with its pungent smells and restless sounds. The radio reminded him that he should call again for a 10:25, but he wasn't going to do it. Brazil was not going to let the entire police department, including West, know he was lost inside Hollywood Cemetery with a 14-year-old graffiti artist. They headed out again on New Avenue. It eventually curved around the western edge of the cemetery and turned into Midvale, where in the distance they could see what appeared to be a long black hearse traveling toward them at a high rate of speed. Cemetery monuments and markers and holly trees streamed past Governor Fewer's tinted windows as he ended another phone call, having by now lost all patience and willingness to give second chances. Jed was driving too fast. It was taking longer to find Jefferson Davis's statue than it had probably taken to paint it. The unmarked Caprices and their EPU drivers were nowhere to be seen. Jed? This time Governor Fewer hummed down the glass partition first. What happened to our backups? They went on, sir. Went on where? Back to the mansion, I believe, sir. I'm not sure, but I think Mrs. Fewer needed to run an errand or something. Mrs. Fewer is on her way to the homestead. I hear that's quite a resort up there in the mountains with spas, unbelievable food and skiing and everything. I'm glad she's going to relax a little, Jed nervously prattled on. Where the hell are we, Jed? Governor Fewer restrained himself from raising his voice. There's a lot of detours, sir, Jed replied. From funerals, I guess. I don't see any funerals, or any sign of them. Not on this street. No, sir. In fact, I haven't seen another car, the governor testily said. This is for through traffic, sir. Through traffic? Through to where? There is no through. There's only one way in and out of the cemetery. If you went through, you'd end up in the James River. What I meant, sir, was that this isn't a funeral route, Jed explained, slowing down a bit. For God's sake, Jed, the governor lost his cool. There's no such thing as a funeral route in a cemetery. The cars go where the person's being buried. You don't bury people along routes. We're lost. Not at all, sir. Turn around. Let's go back, Governor Fewer said, as a cop and a little kid suddenly flowed past his right window. Governor Fewer turned around in his seat, staring out the back windshield at a uniformed officer and a boy dressed like the bulls. They were walking slowly and unsteadily, as if their legs would go out from under them any minute. Stop the car, Governor Fewer ordered. Jed slammed on the brakes, sending newspapers sliding across the carpeted floor. The scene behind Kmart was slowing down and thinning out. The medical examiner's van was en route to the morgue, where Ruby Sink would be autopsied later this day, and uniformed officers had begun to scatter, returning to the streets. Detectives sought out witnesses and Miss Sink's next of kin, while the media tried to get there first. The fire department was long gone, leaving West and 2 crime scene technicians to finish up. So far, dozens of latent prints, in addition to the 3 9mm cartridge cases, had been recovered from inside the car, which soon would be carried off in a flatbed truck for further processing by forensic scientists in the shelter of a bay. Eventually, firing pin impressions would be scanned into ATF's computer system to determine if they matched those recovered from other crimes. Prints would be run through the automated fingerprint identification system known as AFIS. Hairs, blood, and fibers would go to DNA and the trace evidence labs. "We need to get this out of the sun, or the blood and any other biological evidence are going to start decomposing really fast," West said to crime scene technician Alice Bates, who was taking photographs of the inside of the Chevy Celebrity. "We've got it covered," Bates said. A second technician named Bonita Wills was focusing on the scattered contents of the victim's pocketbook that were strewn on the floor of the passenger's side. West leaned inside the open driver's door to look, her suit jacket brushing against the frame. "Oh, great," she muttered, as she tried to brush black fingerprint powder off her jacket. West studied blood spatter on the rearview mirror, on the roof near it, the drips on the steering wheel and pool of coagulating blood on the passenger's seat. When she had first arrived at the scene, Miss Sink had been slumped over on her right side, her head on the passenger's seat. There were blood spatters on her forearms and elbows, and the roof above the driver's seat, and all this gave West a depressing picture. It appeared that Ruby Sink had been sitting behind the wheel, elbows raised, hands under something, perhaps her face, when she had been shot, execution style. Then the killer had climbed out of the car, and Miss Sink's body had slumped over on the passenger's seat, where she had bled very briefly before dying. "The bastard," West said. "Doing that in front of a baby. For $200 Goddamn son of a bitch." "Don't touch anything," Wills warned her, as if West had sat behind a desk all her life. West checked her temper. She was tired of being treated like an interloper, like an idiot, when it hadn't been so long ago that she was regarded with respect and even friendliness by a department a lot bigger and better than this one. She stepped back from the car, looking around, hot and impatient in her smudged suit. The perimeter behind Kmart was secured by yellow crime scene tape, and West had no intention of letting anyone in any time soon. And this included drivers making deliveries to the department store. "Where's the truck?" West was all business. "I don't like this. Everybody's flown the coop, and other than the body, the car is the most important piece of evidence." "I wouldn't sweat it too much," Wills said. "This thing's a pig pen of prints. They could be anybody's, depending on how many people have been inside it, outside it, whatever. Most will probably be hers." "Some will be his," West said. "This guy doesn't wear gloves. He doesn't care if he leaves spit, hairs, blood, seminal fluid, because he's probably some fucking piece of shit who's just got out of some juvenile training school, and all his records have been destroyed to protect his precious confidentiality." "Hey, Bates," Wills called to her partner. "Make sure you get the trunk good around the lock, in case he went in there." "I'm way ahead of you." West got on her radio and requested an officer to guard the crime scene. She got back in her car and drove around to the front of Kmart. The parking lot was full of shoppers looking for a deal. A few of them were standing in front of the store, staring at First Union Bank and speculating in hushed, excited voices. Most were inside, probably pushing carts up and down aisles, oblivious. West pulled up to the bank and was surprised to see that Hammer was still talking to Bubba, both of them standing in the bright sun. West got out and walked toward them. She slowed her pace when the stench reached her. She stared at Bubba's camouflage. Certainly, I think it's a good idea for citizens to get involved, Hammer was saying to Bubba. But within limits. I don't want our volunteer police carrying guns, Mr. Fluck. Then a lot of us won't do it, he let her know. There are other ways to help. What about pepper spray or tactical batons? Could they carry those? No, Hammer replied. West knew exactly what her boss was doing. Chief Hammer was an expert at playing people, dribbling the conversation in many directions, faking and passing until she saw an opening to score. West went along with it. Well, Chesterfield's auxiliary police carry guns, Bubba pointed out, swatting at flies. I know a bunch of the guys. They work hard and really like it. Hammer noticed West's suit. She stared at the black fingerprint powder on the jacket. How'd you get smudge on? Hammer said without finishing, laying the trap. I didn't, Bubba replied. Actually, he's been trying to get me on, but I'd have to move to Chesterfield. Hammer gave him a feigned, puzzled look. Excuse me? My buddy Smudge. Then Bubba looked puzzled, too. How do you know about him? Sorry for your inconvenience, Mr. Fluck, Hammer said. Why don't you go on home and freshen up? Deputy Chief West, a word with you? The two women walked away from Bubba. That was pretty clever, West marveled. I guess you were referring to my jacket, but made it sound like you knew about Smudge. I was lucky, Hammer said, as a car pulled into the parking lot and sped toward them. And I want him under surveillance. Now. Roop jumped out in such a hurry, he didn't bother turning off the engine or shutting the door. Chief Hammer, he excitedly said. I got another phone call. Same guy, different phone. You sure? Hammer asked. Yes, Roop exclaimed. The Pikes are claiming responsibility for the ATM homicide. Chapter 31. Brazil had never met Governor Fewer, and it did not register that this indeed was the man walking briskly toward him in Weed on Midvale Avenue. The man was tall and distinguished, in a dark pinstripe suit. He was in a hurry, and seemed very anxious about something. Brazil wiped sweat out of his eyes, his mouth so parched he could barely speak. Is everything all right? Brazil asked. I was about to ask you that, son, the man said. Brazil paused as he processed the familiar voice and fit it with the face. Oh, was all Brazil said. I've seen your picture all over the place, exclaimed Weed. Looks like you two have been through it, the governor said. What did you do to your chin? He asked Weed. Cut myself shaving. The governor seemed to accept this. How on earth did you end up out here? Are you hurt? No backup? Doesn't your radio work? Governor Fewer asked Brazil. It works, sir. Brazil's words were sticky, as if he had communion wafers in his mouth. His tongue got caught on every syllable. He sounded a little drunk, and wondered if he were delirious. Maybe none of this was happening. Let's get both of you some water, and out of the sun, the governor was saying. Brazil was too exhausted and dehydrated to have much of an emotional reaction. You should know I've got a prisoner, Brazil mumbled to the governor. I'm not worried unless you are, Governor Fewer said. My driver's state police. Jed smiled as he stood attentively by the limousine. He opened a back door and the governor got in. Jed nodded at Brazil and Weed to do the same. Jed, you've got water, don't you? Governor Fewer said. Oh, yes, sir. Chilled or unchilled? Doesn't matter, Brazil said. Chilled would be good, Weed answered. Brazil was overwhelmed by air conditioning and an expanse of clean, soft gray leather. He sat on the carpeted floor and nodded for Weed to do the same. The governor gave them an odd look. "What are you doing?" he asked Brazil. "We're pretty sweaty," Brazil apologized. "Wouldn't want to mess up your upholstery." "Nonsense. Have a seat." Air conditioning blasted their drenched clothes. Jed slid open the glass partition and handed back a six-pack of chilled Evian. Brazil drained 2 bottles, barely breathing between swallows. A stabbing sensation ran up his sinuses to the top of his head. He bent over in agony and rubbed his forehead. "What is it?" the governor asked, alarmed. "Ice cream headache. I'll be fine." "Those are miserable. Nothing worse." "I get 'em when I drink Pepsi too fast," Weed commiserated. Jed's voice came over the intercom. "Where to, sir?" "Where can we take you?" the governor asked Brazil. "Home? Back to headquarters? The jail?" Brazil rubbed his forehead. He poured water on a napkin and gently cleaned Weed's cut and wiped dried blood off his neck. "What will it be?" the governor asked. "Honestly, Governor, you don't have to do that. I can't let you go to the trouble," Brazil said. Governor Fewer smiled. "What's your name, son?" "Andy Brazil." "As in the N.I.J. fellow who wrote the op-ed on juvenile crime?" "Yes, that's me." The governor was favorably impressed. "And you?" he asked Weed. "Weed." "That's your real name, son?" "How come everybody always asks me that?" Weed was tired of it. "I guess headquarters would be good, sir," Brazil said. "Swing by headquarters," the governor told Jed. "I guess you'd better call my scheduler and tell him I won't make it to whatever."
This ends side 1 of cassette 7. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Stopped for Patty Passman, as she sat in the urine-sticky dark on the cold metal floor of the wagon, arms wrenched behind her, ankles immobilized. Her hands and feet were numb. She was chilled to the core. She envisioned gangrene and amputations and lawsuits. The scales of her unfortunate chemistry were back in balance. Although weak and somewhat banged up, she was thinking with clarity and premeditation. She knew exactly what Rode was doing. The wagon could not carry her to lockup for processing until he filled out at least 1 arrest sheet. The son of a bitch was trumping up every charge imaginable, filling out the paperwork on every single one, because the longer he took, the longer she sat, trussed up like a turkey inside an icebox. Passman wriggled backward across unforgiving metal, finally finding a side of the van to lean against. She shifted positions every few seconds to relieve the bite of the handcuffs and the ache in her shoulders. "Oh, please hurry," she begged in the dark as the tears came. "I'm so cold. Oh, God, I hurt. Please. You're so mean to me." She burst into sobs that no one heard or would have been moved by were she standing in the middle of a packed coliseum. No one cared. No one ever had. Patty Passman's first mistake in life was being born a girl, to parents who already had 6 girls, and were devastated when they had yet 1 more on their last try. Passman spent her childhood trying to make it up to them. She pounded on her sisters and told them they were ugly, stupid, and flat-chested. She broke toys, dismembered dolls, drew obscene pictures, passed gas, belched, spat, didn't flush the toilet, was insensitive, hoarded candy, kept quarters meant for the Sunday school offering, lost her temper, teased the dog, played army, played doctor with other girls in the neighborhood, and refused to play the piano. She did all she could to act like a boy. She toned it down as years passed, only to find she had been gender contraire for so long she had fallen too far behind in the female race to ever catch up, or even come in last. She was disqualified and defaulted by all, except Moses Farrow, who nominated her for the wrestling homecoming court because, he told her as he escorted her across the spotlit basketball court that illustrious night, he was turned on by fat women with small teeth. Afterwards, the two of them ate lasagna, garlic bread, salad, and cheesecake at Joe's Inn. On the way home in his '69 high-performance Chevelle, with its 425 horsepower and 475 pounds of torque, Moses drove her up to the observation point at the end of East Grace Street. What Passman knew about kissing she had learned from movies. She was not prepared for the huge, garlic-tasting, thick tongue thrust down her throat. She was shocked when Moses shoved his hands down her chiffon neckline, groping for the promised land. He parted her, crossed her, broke all 10 commandments, or seemed to, on that awful night when her long pink satin dress was pushed up and crushed, all because she had not been born a boy. She was shivering and feeling crazed again when the wagon rumbled awake. It pulled ahead. With each turn it took, she rolled on her side like a log in the tide. Minutes seemed forever. The van finally halted. "Sallyport 1, put the gate up," a male voice announced. Passman heard what sounded like a gate lurch and begin slowly rolling up. The van drove ahead and stopped again. The grate screeched back down. The van's tailgate swung open, a cop standing there chewing gum. He was disheveled, his waist drooping over his duty belt like excess pizza dough hanging off the pan. One eye was hazel, the other brown, his graying hair slicked back, ears and nostrils bristly like stiff paintbrushes. Wagon drivers were the flatworms of law enforcement, a throwback to a spineless, lazy lower order of life Passman had grown to despise. "Okie dokie," he said to her. "Let's head 'em up and move 'em out." Passman squinted up at him from her supine position on the floor. "I can't," she said. He clicked her a giddy-up out of the side of his mouth. "I'm not going anywhere until you at least undo my ankles." She meant it. Her dress was pushed up to her padded hips, and she could do nothing about it. He was staring. She knew if she lost her temper again, it would only ensure further bondage. "Please undo my ankles so I can get out," she said again. "Pretty please with sugar on top?" She thought she recognized his voice, then was certain. "You're Unit 452, she said. "Guess I'm famous. Now I'm going to cut off these flex cuffs, but you so much as twitch, and I'm going to keep you busy." She did not know his name, but one thing Passman did know was voices. She had total recall when it came to words uttered on the air by hundreds of units she never saw. Unit 452 cut off the flex cuffs with a pocket knife, and the feeling rushed back to her feet in swarms of tiny pins. She worked her way to the open rear of the van, her skirt hiking higher, far above the brown tops of her pantyhose, up to the waistband. He stared, chomping gum. She inchwormed her way to the ground. Unit 452 pushed a button on the wall to open the door to lockup, and on his way in used a key from his snap holder to secure his pistol inside the gun safe. He got out another key, this one tiny, and unlocked her handcuffs. "Unit 452, Passman mimicked him. "Go ahead, 452. "I'm 10-7, 2600 block of Park. 10-4, 452. That'd be the Robin Inn for a meal. 10-4. "You!" Unit 452 was shocked and deeply offended. "You're the one. That bitch in the radio room." "You're that dumb shit who's always hiding out at Engine Company number 9, playing your fucking nutless puzzle games. Tetris Plus, Q-Bert, Pac-Man, Boggle," Passman accused. What? Unit 452 stammered. Passman had him. "Everyone knows," she went on as Deputy Sheriff Reflogel took the arrest sheets from Unit 452 and began to search Passman. "Looks like you're getting the book thrown at you, girl," Reflogel said. "Must have been a bad time at home to act out like this." Passman wasn't listening. "You're a joke in the radio room," she railed on to Unit 452. "B is boy, not Bravo, and H is Henry, not hotel, you shit dick. What do you think you are, an airplane pilot?" "Now you quiet down. Deputy Reflogel said to her, as he fished 8 quarters out of her skirt pockets. He rolled Passman's fingers on an ink pad and transferred her loops and whirls to a 10-print card. He took mug shots. He asked her about aliases. He asked about AKAs in case she didn't know what aliases were. He locked her inside a holding cell. It was not much bigger than a locker, a hard bench to sit on, a small square screen to see through. She ate cherry jello, cottage cheese, and fish sticks for lunch. The magistrate's office for the city of Richmond was on the first floor of the police department, past the information desk, and in close proximity to lockup and Sallyport 1. It was not quite 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Vince Tittle wasn't feeling good about his job or life. It wasn't hard to look back and see where he had cracked the glass, chipped the china, scorched the sweet milk in the pot. He had succumbed to a favor. He had sold his soul for an office that looked very much like a toll booth. Tittle had not always thought the worst about himself. Until 4 years ago, he had enjoyed a fulfilling career as a photographer at the morgue. He had been proud of taking pictures perfectly to scale. He had been a magician with lighting and shutter speeds. His art went to court. It was viewed by prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, and juries. The chief medical examiner adored him. Her deputy chiefs and the forensic scientists did too. Defendants hated him. Tittle's lust for justice was what got him into trouble. His road to hell began when Tittle joined the Gentlemen's Bartering Club, which included hundreds of people with training, skills, and talent that Tittle couldn't always afford. He took family portraits and photos for Christmas cards, calendars, graduations, and debutante balls, swapping his skills for virtual cash, minus a 10% commission that went to the club. Tittle rarely shopped in reality after that. He could take wedding pictures, for example, and earn 1,000 virtual dollars, which in turn he might virtually spend on roof repair. Tittle was addicted to his camera. Soon he became virtually wealthy, which is how he met Circuit Court Judge Nicholas Endo, who was at war with his wife and losing. Judge Endo believed Mrs. Endo was having an affair with her dentist, Bull Earhart, and wanted to catch her in the act. Tittle would never forget what Judge Endo said to him one night when they were drinking bourbon in the clubhouse. "Vince, you've got virtually everything a man could want," said the judge, as he paid 5 virtual dollars for a drink that was real. "But there's got to be one thing in this club you can't buy, and I bet I damn well know what it is." "What?" Tittle said. "You love court. You love the law," said the judge. "Taking photographs of stiffs is getting boring. Has to be. Should always have been, Vince." Tittle slowly swirled ice in his maker's mark. The truth pained him deeply. Come on. The judge leaned across the table and said in the tone that reminded Tittle of, "Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty." "I mean, Vince, how goddamn challenging can it be to shoot a liver on a scale, a brain on a cutting board, stomach contents, little cups of urine and bile, bite marks, axes in the back of people's heads?" "You're right," Tittle muttered, motioning for Sung Hoon, the cocktail waitress. "This round's on me." "What will it be, sugar?" Sung Hoon asked. "Another round. You got bookers?" "Shoot. I don't think so, cutie. But you know what? I believe Mr. Mack carries it in his restaurant. He has quite a bar." "We ought to get that in." Judge Endo rendered his verdict. "Best damn bourbon known to man. 120 proof, knock you back to China. Maybe next time a movie comes to town, Vince, you could take a couple shots of Mac with a celebrity or two. He can hang them in his restaurant. Charge him 200 virtual dollars, turn around and buy the bookers with it." "Okay," Tittle agreed. Their conversation went on for quite a while before the judge got into the substance of his case. "I think you'd make a damn good magistrate, Vince," he said, puffing on an illegal Cuban cigar. "I've always thought so." He blew a smoke ring. "It would be an honor," Tittle said. I would like a chance to punish bad people. I've always wanted that. How about we make a trade? I'm always doing it, Tittle said. Judge Endo went on to say that he wanted explicit photographs of Mrs. Endo's adultery. He didn't care if they were doctored. He didn't care how Tittle did it. Judge Endo just wanted to keep his house, his car, and his dog, and have his grown children take his side. It won't be easy, the judge said, jaw muscles clenching. I know. I've tried everything I can think of. But you pull it off, I'll take care of you. The next day, Tittle went to work. He discovered soon enough that Mrs. Endo's M.O. was so simple it was complicated. Bull Earhart had 43 strip mall offices throughout the greater Richmond area, and 22 additional ones as far away as Norfolk, Petersburg, Charlottesville, Fredericksburg, and Bristol, Tennessee. Twice a week, Mrs. Endo used a different alias to make a late-day appointment at a different office. When she'd done the circuit, she'd start again. She'd change her accent, hair color, and style, experimenting with makeup, glasses, and designer clothes. For weeks, Tittle failed. The adulterous couple was too careful and clever. Just when Tittle was about to give up, he found a crow that had flown into his kitchen window, because it didn't see the glass, and died of a head injury, Tittle could only suppose. Tittle got an idea. He put the dead crow in the freezer. He painted a camera and tripod yellow. Late that afternoon, he followed Mrs. Endo to Dental Office Number 17 on Staples Mill Road, near Ucrops, and set up his faux surveyor's equipment in the parking lot. It was 5:30 p.m. The only office lit up was a corner one, the windows covered by shut Venetian blinds. Tittle gave Mrs. Endo and Dr. Earhart 15 minutes to get into it, as Tittle pointed the 1200mm telephoto lens and attached the cable release. He pulled the frozen crow out of a pocket of his coat and hurled it at the window, where it hit with a sickening thud, shaking the glass. The blinds suddenly flashed open. The naked dentist looked out and around and down at the ground, discovering the poor bird that had flown into the glass. The naked Mrs. Endo put a hand over her mouth, shaking her head in pity. They paid no attention to the surveyor walking off the job with his bright yellow equipment. The divorce turned out favorably for Judge Endo. In return, he gave Tittle the appointment, as promised in their bartering agreement. Magistrate Tittle's guilt grew with the years. He became increasingly depressed and intimidated when Judge Endo called from time to time to remind him of the favor and the necessity of going to the grave, in this case Hollywood Cemetery, with the secret swap that had brought about Tittle's dream come true. Magistrate Tittle never told a soul. He confessed his sin to God and swore to make restitution. Tittle took photographs no more. He resigned from the Barter Club. He reported its members to the IRS. He turned in the neighbor who illegally hooked up cable. Tittle exposed the lady in the grocery store who was trying to pass expired manufacturer's coupons. He admitted when something was his fault. He was humble and hard-working. Magistrate Tittle became known for his zero tolerance of felons, fools, rotten kids, and stupid cops. He was admired for his fairness and truth if one was unjustly accused. This was both good and bad for Officer Rode, who had not made an arrest in over 20 years. When Rode had flipped through the Virginia Code, looking for charges to bring against Patty Passman, he had been certain Magistrate Tittle would empathize and go with life imprisonment with no TV or chances for appeals and lawsuits. Tittle was reaching back to the coffee maker to pour another cup, his grim gray suit jacket draped over a chair, when Officer Rode appeared at his window. "I need to get some warrants," Rode said. "What makes you think I can see you right this minute?" said Tittle. "Because you don't look busy, I guess." "Well, I am," he said through the small opening in the bulletproof glass. "I should make you sit over there for an hour or two, but I'm about to go home. So let's get this over with." Tittle shoved out a metal drawer. Rode placed his thick stack of arrest sheets in it. Tittle pulled them in and started looking through them. Tittle was silent for a long time while Rode watched through the glass. "Officer," Tittle finally spoke. "You ever heard of piling on charges?" "Certainly," said Rode, who was used to quotas and assumed the magistrate was paying him a compliment. "Use of police radio during commission of a crime." Tittle started going through the charges. "Obstructing justice. Subject did knowingly attempt to impede this officer from engaging in his duties." Tittle went on to the next one. "Using abusive language." "You should have heard her," Rode indignantly said. "Disorderly conduct in public places. Resisting or obstructing execution of legal process." Tittle peered up over his reading glasses. "Crimes against nature?" "She grabbed me." Rode's face got hot. "She carnally knew you by anus?" "No, sir." "What about by mouth?" "Just the things she said." "This isn't about things said, officer. What about bestiality?" "Yes, she was a beast. She was awful." "Officer Rode," Tittle said in a hard tone, "bestiality means screwing animals. No probable cause." He tossed the arrest sheet in a to-be-shredded basket. "Let's see," he continued. "Keeping, residing in, or frequenting a body place." "She wouldn't let go," Rode said, the memory clearly smarting. "B-A-W-D-Y, not B-O-D-Y, Tittle said slowly and deliberately, as he tossed the report in the basket. "Entering property of another for purpose of damaging it." "Same thing." "She touched my property, sir." "What property, Officer Rode?" "Well, my privates. She tried to damage my privates." That report went into the basket with the others. "Trespass after having been forbidden to do so," Tittle read. "I told her to stop." "Aggravated sexual assault. How did you arrive upon that one?" "Because it was my privates she went after," Rode reminded him. "I suppose attempted rape is for the same reason?" "What if it were you?" "Sexual battery, rape. No probable cause," Tittle said, strained. "And, oh, here we have threatening the governor or his immediate family." "She said, 'I'm going to find the governor or his wife or children or relatives, and then you'll be sorry.'" Rode averted his eyes. He wasn't really sure of this one. So much was a blur now. Tittle balled up the arrest sheet and tossed it on the floor. "Oral threats, bodily injuries caused by prisoners, assault and battery, malicious bodily injury, aggravated malicious wounding." Tittle balled up each sheet, pummeling them at the trash basket. "Shooting, stabbing with intent to maim, kill, failure to obey order of conservator of the peace, treason." "Treason?" "Subject did resist the execution of the laws under color of its authority," Rode cited. "She levied war against the Commonwealth when she attacked me." "You need a therapist." "I'm a citizen of the Commonwealth, aren't I?" Rode argued. "Why did this woman grab your genitals, Officer Rode?" Tittle had never met such an idiot in his life. "Did she swoop in out of nowhere? Was she provoked? A spurned lover?" "She tried to stop me from putting a parking ticket on her car," Rode explained. "I don't buy it." "Well," Rode said, "I'd done it a few times before." Brazil was wise enough to ask Governor Fewer to drop off his guest passengers a block from the police department, thus avoiding a scene that would be difficult, if not impossible, to explain. "I'm going to take you to MCV," Brazil said to Weed as they walked along the sidewalk. Then let's get your mother to come for you. You don't want to be locked up all night."
"Yes, I do,"
Weed told him. Brazil noticed Weed was very agitated, looking all around as if afraid someone was following them. "You're not making any sense to me," Brazil went on. "And you know why?" He opened double glass doors on the lower lot of headquarters. "Because you're not telling me everything, Weed. You're holding back." Weed had nothing to say. Brazil checked out a car and let the radio room know where he was going. He and Weed sat in MCV's emergency room, where Weed could not be treated without one of his parents being present. Weed's mother didn't answer the phone, and she wasn't at work. Weed's father was out cutting grass somewhere and didn't return Brazil's call. Brazil's radio would not transmit from inside the hospital. He felt cut off from the world, angry, helpless, and miserable. Brazil finally had to get a judge to grant permission for treatment, which would have resolved the matter had there not been a school bus accident mid-afternoon. The ER could not get to Weed until almost 11 p.m., when a nurse cleaned Weed's cut and put a butterfly bandage over it. "I don't get it," Brazil was saying to Weed as they drove back to headquarters. "Are you sure you have a mother?" The remark hurt Weed. Brazil could tell. "She don't answer the phone very much, especially when she's sleeping, and she sleeps a lot in the day." "Why wouldn't she answer the phone otherwise?" "'Cause Daddy's always calling. He says real mean things to her. I don't know why, and he has to have the number 'cause I stay with him sometimes." They parked in the back lot, and Brazil escorted Weed inside the police department. They walked past the information desk, and Weed didn't seem to care where he was being taken. His mood continued to sink. "You know something," Brazil told him. "You know something big. Something so big you're scared. Real scared." "I ain't scared of nothing," Weed told him. "We're all scared of something," Brazil replied. Handcuffed prisoners drifted in and out, heading to lockup, muttering, staggering, and swaggering, some wearing sunglasses and cool clothes, many of them high or drunk. The air smelled of body odor, alcohol, and marijuana. Brazil turned right, passing through another set of double doors. He opened one leading into a small drab room with desks built into the walls, and plastic chairs, and ugly green upholstered benches stained with unpleasant recalcitrant life. Brazil went to a phone and dialed the pager number of the intake officer on call. There was an old radio on a table, and Brazil tuned it in to 98.1. He sat on top of a desk and looked at Weed. "Talk to me," Brazil said. "Got nothing to say." Weed sat on a bench. "Why did you decide to paint the statue?" "Felt like it." "Did someone tell you to do it? One of the Pikes?" "I don't know nothing about Pikes." "Bullshit," Brazil said. "Where'd you get that number tattooed on your finger?" A radio announcer was going on and on about the ATM homicide, and at first the news and the name of the victim did not penetrate Brazil's fatigue and frustration. Then he caught it. Confirmed her identity as a 71-year-old Church Hill woman named Ruby Sink. "Wait a minute." Brazil turned up the volume. "Made a withdrawal at the ATM, was abducted and shot to death in her own car. A gang known as the Pikes has claimed responsibility. This is the same gang that claimed responsibility for the vandalism of Jefferson Davis's statue in Hollywood Cemetery." Brazil was beside himself. He paced furiously, his fists clenched. He was confused and disbelieving as he envisioned Ruby Sink, and remembered when she had called him last. "No," he exclaimed. "No!" Brazil pounded the wall and kicked the trash can. It clanged across the floor, paper, fried chicken boxes, and fast food wrappers spilling. How could someone do that to a helpless old woman? His last conversation with her sounded in his mind. He could hear her voice. He had used her to make West jealous. Brazil clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms. He grabbed Weed by the shoulders. "You know them, I know you do," he said in fury. They just murdered someone, Weed. Someone I knew. Someone who never did anything to anybody. A human being with a name and a family, and now people who loved her have to deal with what happened, just like you do with Twister. Weed stared at him in shock. You're going to protect monsters like that? Brazil let go of Weed and walked across the room. Brazil tried to control himself. He was trembling, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his neck. I tried to tell you on the computer, Weed sadly said. Tell me what? The fish map? Brazil's mind had an electrical outage. On AOL. A map with pikes on it, Weed explained. Pikes? As in fish? Brazil came back. Uh-huh. I did a papier-mâché pike in Mrs. Grannis's class. Trying to tell somebody where they are. Wait a minute. Brazil pulled up a chair and sat down. The fish on the map. That's where the pikes have their clubhouse? Weed nodded. In the back of Southside Motel. Behind a big piece of wood. You've been there? I didn't want to be, I swear. But Smoke made me go, and he hit me, too. Weed wouldn't look up. Who is Smoke? Brazil said. He broke in the garage and took all them guns. He made me go along, and I held pillowcases for him. So I guess I get locked up for that and everything. And I don't care, because if I go out, Officer Brazil, Smoke gonna kill me. I know it. He's looking for me now. That's why I told you to lock me up. Do you know Smoke's real name? He just Smoke. Never heard no other name. He go to school with you? Uh-huh. And you don't know his real name? He's a senior, and I don't know no seniors except the ones in art class, and Smoke never been in one of my art classes, not the band either. He get in a lot of trouble at school? Brazil asked. I never even noticed him until he come looking for me and found me after school in the band room. He asked if I wanted to ride to school in the morning, and something told me not to tell him no. And the next thing he's talking about guns and the pikes and how nobody in the school deserved to be a pike except the ones he picked. He said he had special things to do. Did he tell you what these special things were? All he kept saying was everybody was going to know him. He'd be more famous than Twister ever was, 'cause there's still pictures of Twister and trophies in the glass cases, so I guess that's how Smoke heard about him. Think hard, Weed. Brazil put his hands on Weed's shoulder. Was Smoke planning something that might make him famous? Maybe something bad? I think he wants to shoot people, Weed said. Chapter 32. Brazil tried to figure out what to do. If Smoke was planning to show up at school with semi-automatics and take out as many people as he could, Brazil had to do something fast. He grabbed the phone and called West, waking her up. Get down here right away, Brazil said. Don't ask why, just come. Where's here? She groggily asked. HQ. We need to get as many cops as we can at Godwin tomorrow to make sure Smoke doesn't show up, and we need to get that going now. West tried to wake up. Brazil could hear her moving around. I'll meet you in the detective division in maybe 2 hours, Brazil said. Yeah, she said. Weed was getting increasingly frightened. He picked at his jersey and kept sighing, as if he was having a hard time breathing. He made me do things. He put a gun to my head and said he'd shoot me if I didn't. And then a couple weeks ago, he stopped showing up at school. So he didn't give you rides anymore. Brazil was taking copious notes. He'd drop me off and leave. Then he started making me late, started dragging me around, making me miss band practice. And I was supposed to play in the Azalea Parade on Saturday. The light went out of his eyes. I've been practicing all year. Now I guess I can't. The phone rang, startling both of them. Brazil answered it. He was wired and somewhat impatient as he explained Weed's transgressions to Intake Officer Charlie Yates. Brazil charged Weed with violating Code 18.2-125, trespass at night upon any cemetery, a Class 4 misdemeanor, and 18.2-127, injuries to churches, church property, cemeteries, burial grounds, etc., Class 1 misdemeanor, and 18.2-138.1, willful and malicious damage to or defacement of public or private facilities, a Class 1 misdemeanor or a felony, depending on how much damage was done. So which is it? Yates wanted to know. Misdemeanor Class 1, Brazil said. We don't know how much cleaning up the statue's going to cost. If it's more than $1,000, we'll deal with it at the trial. Weed was staring wide-eyed at Brazil. It was obvious Weed did not understand. He was terrified. Hearing set for Friday, Yates went on. He got someone... I want the hearing in the morning, Brazil interrupted. It's really important, Charlie. Hey, no big deal. It made no difference to Yates. It did to Brazil. He knew from this month's court calendar that Judge Maggie Davis was on the bench. She had a policy that her courtroom was not open to the public unless the juvenile had committed a felony, and the last thing Brazil wanted was Weed's hearing open to the public. He didn't want some reporter making the rounds and walking in. He didn't want anyone except the attorneys and judge to hear what he and Weed might have to say. He got someone to pick him up tonight and take him home? Yates was asking. We haven't been able to locate his mother. She was in the operating room and could not be disturbed. Not that Brazil had tried very hard. Weed didn't want to go home, and Brazil didn't want him to either. There's no beds in detention. I just checked, Yates said. Never are, Brazil replied. So if he can't go home, he's going to end up in a holding cell until the morning. That's fine, Brazil said, not taking his eyes off Weed. As soon as you can get here, I'll sign the petition and take him on over. And try to make it fast, Charlie. There's a lot going on. Weed had an intake room without much of a view. A cell no bigger than a closet, everything stainless steel, including the bed. He could not sleep. He stared out a small grate and watched the other kids brought in who reminded him of Sick, Beeper, Divinity, and Dog. No one reminded him of Smoke. Smoke didn't look like what he was. It was dark when Officer Brazil had transported Weed to this place. They called it the Juvenile Detention Home, but it wasn't like any home Weed had ever been in. He couldn't see what the outside of it was like, but he knew it was in a bad part of town, because right before he'd gotten here, they'd driven past the jail. It was all lit up, rolls of razor wire shining like knife blades waiting to cut someone. Weed's stomach got hollow, and he had a cold feeling in his heart. Weed was still mad they had made him take off all his clothes and go into the shower. When he came out, they had a uniform for him to wear. It was nothing to make Weed proud. He was reminded of what his daddy wore cleaning out gutters and clipping hedges when he wasn't gambling away what he earned. Hey! Weed banged on the door. Someone was cussing, and a deputy was telling a cocky, badass boy everything he had done wrong and why he was going to pay for it. Hey! Weed pounded the metal door with his fist, standing on his tiptoes to see through the grate. Suddenly, a deputy was in his face. Nothing but a crisscross of metal between them. Weed could smell cigarettes and onions on his breath. You got a problem? The deputy asked. I want to see my police officer, Weed told him. Yo, the deputy called out. He wants to see his police officer. Laughter and bad-mouthing followed. What? You got your own personal police officer? The deputy smarted off to Weed. Now, ain't that something? He's the one who brought me in, Weed said. Tell him I gotta talk to him. You can tell him in court. When's that? 9 in the morning. I need to find out if he called my mama, Weed exclaimed. Maybe you should have thought about your mama before you broke the law, the deputy said. Chapter 33. At shortly after 3 a.m., a SWAT team raided the Pikes Clubhouse at the Southside Motel and found the room abandoned. Police recovered no guns or ammunition. They found nothing but liquor and trash and filthy mattresses. Brazil was on one phone, West on another, each of them in a cubicle inside the detective division. Brazil had called Godwin's principal, Miss Lilly, at home, and when she realized what it was about, she met the registrar at the high school and they started going through records. Eventually, they figured out that Smoke's real name was Alex Bailey, but the address listed in his school records didn't exist. The phone number didn't work, and there was no photograph of him on file. Although the yearbook wasn't out yet, a check of those who had gotten their pictures taken for it did not include him. All anyone really knew was the classes he had been in, and that last summer he had moved here from Durham, North Carolina, where the obscure private high school he supposedly had transferred from didn't exist. Brazil called every Bailey in the city directory, waking people up. No one seemed to have a family member named Alex who went to Godwin High School. How the hell did he get away with it? Brazil said to West. He uses a bogus address, phone number, name of his former high school, and who knows what else. West was smoking a Carlton. She'd sort of quit months ago, but at times like this, she needed a friend. Who's going to check? She said. You ever had your high school call you at home or come to see you? I don't remember. Well, I sure as hell didn't. Most people don't unless they get in trouble. And it sounds like he was just your average kind of keep-to-yourself nobody until a couple weeks ago. Then he cuts classes or doesn't show up at all. Maybe the school starts calling. But guess what? By then, it's too late. I wonder what his parents know. Brazil reached for his styrofoam cup of what was once drinkable coffee. Denial. Maybe protecting him. Don't want to face it and never have. No question in my mind this kid's not new to the system. No pictures of him anywhere, including the yearbook, just like all these other little felons, so we don't know what they look like. I bet you anything he's got a record in North Carolina, probably transferred from Dillon High School. She sarcastically referred to the juvenile training school in Butner, North Carolina. His fucking family probably moved him here when he turned 16, and all his records were expunged. So the asshole gets to start all over again, clean as a Boy Scout. Brazil swirled the coffee in his cup. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. So, you going to bother going to bed tonight? West said. There's no night left, Brazil said. You want to come over? Maybe scramble up a few eggs or something? Sadness walked through Brazil's eyes. As long as we stop at my house first, he said. There's something I've got to get. The Azalea Motel on North Side's Chamberlain Avenue was not where the police would have expected to find Smoke. He also liked the irony of the name, since the Azalea Parade was the day after tomorrow. Smoke had big plans. He sat on his single bed in his single room and thought where he was staying wasn't much better than the clubhouse. The Azalea Motel was the sort of place where people did drugs and got murdered, and nobody cared. Smoke got room 7 for $28 a night. He stared blankly at the TV and drank vodka from a plastic cup. Smoke had been monitoring the news. At 5 after 6 a.m., his phone rang. What? He answered. It was Divinity. Baby, they raided our place just like you said they would, she told him in an excited voice. Smoke smiled as he stared at the trash bags full of guns and ammunition in the corner. Sick and me parked the car at the Dirty Book store, and we was in the woods watching, you know, baby. It was all we could do not to laugh. Them busting in there with all their stuff on and big guns and all. You sure was right about getting out when we did, sugar. But I want to know when I'm going to see you, huh? Not now, Smoke told her without much interest as he spun around the cylinder of a Colt .357.
I sure could do with a little more "I miss you" enthusiasm.
Divinity's voice was hurt on the way to being mad. Smoke wasn't listening. His mind wandered back to the old woman and her fear. Smoke had never scared anybody that much. He was awed by his power and as drunk from it as he was from the vodka. He loved the way it felt to squeeze the trigger. He had been so high, he barely heard the explosions when he blew apart her head. He threw back another swallow of vodka.
"What you gonna tell the others?"
Divinity was asking. Smoke came too. About what? He said.
"You ain't even listening."
Her voice was getting sharp. One thing Smoke avoided was fighting with Divinity. She could make a scene, and that was what he didn't need right now. "I'm just so tired," he said, sighing. "And I miss you, and it makes me crazy I can't see you till Saturday night. That's when we'll be free and clear."
"How?"
"You'll see."
"What about Doc and the rest of them?"
"I don't want them anywhere near me," Smoke said. "None of you come anywhere near the Azalea Parade."
"I don't understand this big shit about some little parade named after a bush."
Divinity hadn't softened much. "Baby, I'm going to be the king of it," Smoke said.
"What you gonna do? Ride on a float?"
He couldn't stand it when she got sarcastic. He slammed down the vodka bottle and snapped the revolver's empty cylinder in place. He dry-fired at the TV. "Shut up," he said in his voice from hell, that Tony got when the change came over him. "You just do what I say, bitch."
"I always do."
Divinity backed down. "Don't you call any more. Don't you come around, and the others don't know where I am, right?"
"I ain't told him nothing. So you dumping me?"
"For 2 days."
"Then we're good?"
"As good as it gets," he said.
This ends side 2 of cassette 7 of Southern Cross. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 8. Cassette 8.
Brazil ran into his house for only a moment, and when he returned to West's car, he was carrying a grocery bag with something in it. He had a strange look on his face. "What's that?" West asked. "You'll see," he said. "I don't want to talk about it right now." "You got a body part in there or something?" "In a way," Brazil morbidly said. West knew about Ruby Sink. The word had traveled like electricity. Everyone in the police department found out Miss Sink was Brazil's landlady, and when West heard the truth, she felt sick with guilt. She felt stupid and ignorant. Brazil's so-called girlfriend had been a 71-year-old woman who rented a row house to him. West felt absolutely terrible, and for hours had been trying to think of what to say. She drove through the fan. Nothing was open, not even the Robin Inn. She parked in front of her townhouse and turned off the engine, but didn't get out. She looked at Brazil in the dark. Her heart stirred as she stared at his face sharply defined by shadows from the streetlight. "I know," she said. He was quiet. "I know about Ruby Sink, that she was your landlady. The landlady I heard you were seeing." Brazil turned to her, baffled. "Seeing?" he said. "Where the hell did you hear something like that?" "The talk was all around the department from day one," West replied. "People told me you had a thing going with your landlady. Then I heard you on the phone with her and... well, it sounded like it was true in a way." "Why?" "Because I was nice to her when she paged me," Brazil said with emotion. "Because she was lonely and always bringing me cookies, cakes, and things." His voice wavered. "Leaving them on my doorstep because I was never fucking home and never gave her the fucking time of day." "I'm sorry, Andy," West gently said. "It's like my mother." He dissolved. I don't call her. She's so fucking drunk all the time and I can't stand it, and won't listen to the awful things she says. I don't know. West moved over and put her arms around him. She held him close to calm him. Her blood got hot, and her chemistry woke up. "It's all right, Andy," she said. "It's going to be all right." She wanted to hold him forever, but suddenly the awkwardness of it overtook the magic. She thought of her age. She thought of his talent, of everything that made him so unusual and special. He was probably hugging her back because he was terribly upset. No other reason. His heart probably wasn't pounding like hers. He probably wasn't as aware of their bodies touching as she was. She abruptly pulled away. "I guess we should go in," she said. Niles heard them long before they gave a thought to him. He was waiting by the front door when his owner and Piano Man walked in. Piano Man took a moment to pet Niles, while Niles's owner couldn't be bothered. Niles stayed where he was, tail switching. He watched with crossed eyes and plotted as they went into the kitchen. When they were out of view, Niles jumped up on the table in the foyer. He hooked a claw into the florist's card. He jumped down, landing silently on 3 legs. West did not think she could eat the sweet potato pie. She stared at the slice Brazil set before her. The idea that Ruby Sink had made it before her cold-blooded murder was too much for West to process. "I can't throw it away." Brazil sat across from West at the kitchen table. "It would be heartless to throw it away. I just can't. You couldn't either, Virginia. She would want us to eat it." "This is kind of sick," West said, blinking, focusing, looking at him. "I don't think I can." Brazil picked up his fork. He flinched as he cut off the point of his slice. He raised it. He took a deep breath and put it in his mouth. West watched him chew once or twice and swallow. It surprised her that he looked enormously relieved. Tension left his face. His eyes brightened and got that fierce blue flame in them that she had learned to recognize and take very seriously. "It's okay," he told her in a strong voice. "Trust me." He nodded for her to eat. West had never backed down from a challenge, especially in front of him. It was one of the hardest things she'd ever done when she took a bite of that pie. It surprised her that it didn't taste weird or dead or who knows what. She had no idea what she expected. "Brown sugar, coconut milk, cinnamon," said Brazil, who spent more time in the kitchen than West did. He took another bite, this time without hesitation. West matched him. "Raisins, vanilla extract." Brazil concentrated on his tongue as if he were tasting fine wine. "Ah, ginger. A hint of it. And a breath of nutmeg." "Breath of nutmeg," West said. "Where the hell does that shit come from?" Brazil took another bite. So did she. She might just eat another slice to spite him. Neither of them heard Niles. Not that they ever did. He walked in, holding up a paw, a white square of paper caught on one of his claws. "Baby?" West said in alarm, certain he was injured. "Oh, sweetie, what did you do to yourself?" She didn't realize what was on his claw until Niles was in Brazil's lap and the florist's card from the hallway table was in plain view. Brazil got a confused expression on his face. "Schwann's flowers and gifts? Charlotte?" He read aloud what was on the envelope as he pulled out the card. "Thinking of you, Andy." His voice trailed off. West tried to act nonchalant and failed. She hated Niles, and would pay him back for this. How did this end up on your hallway table? Brazil wanted to know. How do you know it was on the table? She said coolly, as she imagined leaving Niles out in a hailstorm. I saw it there when we were here working on the computer. Why were you looking at anything on any table? Old anger and hurt jumped off the shelf where she had been storing them for months. Because you put it there so I would see it, he exclaimed. How arrogant of you. Then why? He said. And don't tell me Niles did it. West pushed away her plate and stared past him. She tried to think how to say it. Confessing feelings was as dangerous as counting money when you walked down a dark street in a bad part of town. Because you didn't care about me anymore. She was out with it. That's because you didn't care about me first, he argued. And that's because I thought you dumped me the minute we got to town and started seeing someone else without even having the courtesy to tell me. Virginia, I haven't seen anybody, Brazil said in a softer tone. He reached out and took her hand. She had a hard time swallowing. And I didn't dump you, he said. He moved his chair next to hers and kissed her. In the bedroom, he discovered the wine glasses of Mountain Dew. Hammer wanted to dump the entire NIJ project. Her mind was a riotous crowd of dissenting, unhappy people who would not let her sleep. She thought about Bubba and how badly she had maligned him. She obsessed over how badly she had handled Lelia Earhart and those like her. Part of Hammer's mission was to enlighten people. She saw no evidence that she had. Part of her plan was to modernize the police department. And what happened? The entire Comstat telecommunications network crashed. The ATM robberies accelerated to murder. There were gangs. There was smoke. Hammer didn't think she could ever again endure seeing Ruby Sink's house, or even the block Miss Sink had lived on. Miss Sink, in her pink robe and slippers, had shuffled through Hammer's mind all night. Hammer could not get away from their last conversation on Miss Sink's sidewalk. Hammer could see the old woman in such detail it hurt her heart and pierced her with guilt. I'm a failure, Hammer said to Popeye. Popeye was under the covers, between Hammer's feet. I've caused harm. I never should have come here. I bet you wish you still lived in Charlotte where you had a yard, don't you? Her eyes filled with tears. Popeye burrowed up to her and licked her face. Hammer couldn't remember the last time she had cried. She had been so stoical when Seth had died, because she believed she had to be. She had been rational about the reasons her sons did not seem to want to see her. Hammer had been courageous, innovative, community-minded. All of it so she would be too busy to be lonely. And it hadn't worked. She got up and dressed. There was no answer at Brazil's house when Hammer called from her car phone. She tried West next, and was relieved that he and West were there. I've got something important to say to both of you, Hammer said over the line. Parking in the fan wasn't as much a problem at this early hour, and she managed to squeeze into a space on the curb right across the street from West's townhouse. Hammer was numb. She did not feel present, nor did she want to be, when Brazil opened the front door. Thank you for seeing me, Hammer said to Brazil as they walked into the living room. Thank you, he replied. It's kind of messy. Hammer didn't care. She didn't even notice her surroundings, messy or not. She sat in a straight-back chair while West and Brazil sat across from her on the couch. Virginia, Andy, she began. I'm going to resign. Oh, God, West said, shocked. You can't, Brazil said, sick. Basically, Hammer went on. "I've pretty much screwed up everything here. I used to be a good police officer, a good chief. Everybody hates us." "Not everybody," Brazil said. "Most of them," said West. "I mean, let's be honest about it." "Well, I guess the Charlotte connection doesn't help," Brazil supposed. "Or our locking up the Comstat network pretty much around the globe," Hammer said. "Or our failure to crack the ATM cases before they progressed to a horrible murder. Or a communications officer getting in a fight with a traffic cop, both of whom had just received commendations several days before." West helped her out with the list. Hammer folded her hands in her lap and kept them still. She did not interrupt. She did not get up and pace. "Judy," West said, "where are you going to go? Back to Charlotte?" Hammer shook her head. "Nowhere," she answered. "If I can't handle Richmond, I'm not going to be able to handle someplace else. When the horse dies, get off. I'm retiring from police work. I don't know where I'll live. Doesn't matter." "That reminds me," West said. "We need to talk about the Azalea Parade." "How did what she just said remind you of that?" Brazil asked. "The horse comment. We've got mounted cops in the parade," West said. "And," she looked at Hammer, "Andy and I are supposed to ride in your convertible." "What kind of convertible is it?" Hammer looked distracted. "Dark blue Sebring," Brazil said. "Modest, not showy, although one of the big guys at Philip Morris wanted to drive you in his red Mercedes V12 convertible." "Not a good idea," Hammer muttered. "I don't think you should be in the parade at all," West said with conviction. "The parade could be a possible target for smoke. And I hate for you to be riding slow in a convertible anyway. There are a lot of kooks out there." Hammer got up. She really didn't care what happened to her. "It's important," she dully said. "Every little thing we do to reach the community is helpful. I won't back out of a promise." "Well, we're going to have 50 off-duty cops there in addition to the regular shifts," West told her. "To the public, it will appear we're there mainly for traffic control. And we're mobilizing about 20 plainclothes guys to mingle just in case smoke shows up, or someone else decides to cause a problem." Bubba was thinking the same thing. He believed Chief Hammer should not be riding in an open car in the Azalea Parade, and worse, it had been in the newspaper, so everybody knew it. It was possible this was where all roads met. Bubba had been called to save her from a terrible danger. Bubba also figured the Pikes somehow factored in. At 8 o'clock this morning, he was already parking in front of Green Top Sporting Goods on U.S. Route 1, some 20 minutes outside of Richmond. There was no place Bubba would rather be. The minute he walked through the door and was greeted by thousands of fishing rods and all that went with them, his pulse quickened. When he turned to the right and saw hundreds of rifles, shotguns, pistols, and revolvers, he got flushed. He felt lust in a way he had never experienced with Honey. "Hey, what you know?" He was enthusiastically greeted by Fig Winnick, the assistant manager. By Virginia law, a citizen could buy one handgun every 30 days and no more. This had given rise to the tongue-in-cheek Gun of the Month Club. It was a small but clever group of 189 men and 62 women who sent each other reminders when their 30 days, loosely interpreted as a month, were up. It was April 2nd. "If only I'd come in 2 days ago, I could have bought a gun then and another one today," Bubba misinterpreted, as usual. "Wishful thinking," Winnick told him again. "Doesn't work that way, Bubba. And it sure as hell is too damn bad." "So you're saying it's not once a month?" Bubba challenged what he refused to believe. "Not literally, but sort of. if you start with the first day of each month. You know someone stole all my guns. Bubba browsed. The guys were talking about it. Winnick sympathized. So all I got left's the Anaconda, and I need something I can pack easier. Bubba spoke the language. I got just the thing. Winnick lovingly opened a showcase and gently pulled out a Browning 40 S&W high-power Mark III pistol. He handed the beauty to Bubba. Oh, God, Bubba muttered as he fondled the silver chrome pistol. Oh. Molded polyamide grips with thumb rest, Winnick said. Weighs 35 ounces, 4 3/4 barrel. Feels great to the hand, huh? Boy, no kidding. Bubba pulled back the slide and snapped it forward. There was just no better sound than that. Low profile front, slight blade, drift adjustable rear sight, Winnick went on. Ambidextrous safety, 10-round magazine. Imported from Belgium. Bubba wasn't going to be fooled. The genuine thing. Nothing but. What about a matte blue finish? Bubba inquired. It doesn't show up as much. Sorry, Winnick apologized. Damn. If only you had come in yesterday. We had about 11 left. Well, I guess this one will have to do, Bubba said. Patty Passman was also thinking ahead. She hadn't missed an azalea parade in 12 years, and she didn't intend to miss this one. Although Rhodes had unfairly charged her with many things, it was only assault on a police officer that had stuck. She wished bail bondsman Willie Lucky Loving would show up to get her the hell out of here. Lockup was just a holding area, and inmates wore their own clothes, giving up only their belts to make it trickier to commit suicide. Passman was sticky, her pantyhose so torn up she'd had no choice but to take them off, right in front of her cellmate, Tinky Meany, a truck driver for Dixie Motor Freight, who had gotten picked up for getting into a scuffle in the parking lot of the Power Clean Grill on Hall Street. Passman didn't know the details, but of one thing she was certain. Tinky Meany wasn't on the list of those Passman might have invited to a slumber party. I sure wish he'd hurry up, Passman said from her narrow steel pull-down bed. She said this often, to make certain Meany didn't think that Passman enjoyed Meany's company and was in no hurry to leave it. Meany was a big woman. She was the sort who always said they weren't fat, just big-boned and solid. This was nonsense. Meany's thighs were thicker than the biggest Smithfield hams Passman had ever seen, and every time Meany stalked about the tiny cell, her jeans swished as her upper legs rubbed together. Her hands were thick with stubby fingers and big knuckles that were scraped and bruised from the fistfight that had landed her here. She had no neck. As she sat on the edge of her bed staring at Passman, Meany's breasts sagged over her empty belt loops. Unshaved pale legs showed between the hem of her jeans and the top of her hand-tooled black and red cowboy boots. What the hell are you staring at? Meany caught Passman looking. Nothing, Passman lied. Meany stretched out on her side and propped up on an elbow, chin in hand. She stared without blinking, a look in her tiny dark eyes that Passman recognized instantly. At the same time, Passman realized in amazement that Meany's breasts were even bigger than Passman had thought. One was hanging over the side of the bed, almost touching the floor, and brought to mind a sandbag. Passman realized Meany wasn't wearing a bra under her motor mile towing and flatbed service sweatshirt. Passman was painfully reminded of yet one more lousy card she'd been dealt in life. No matter how much weight she had put on over the years, her breasts were elusive. Their fat cells dodged any opportunity for growth and development, and always had. She suspected that when, as a young girl, she had tried to be a boy, that part of the programming never got deleted when she later returned to her proper gender. It was unbearably humiliating in 8th grade health class to watch the films on menstruation, the female outline on the screen developing right before Passman's eyes, the breasts rounding, the pear-shaped muscular uterus discharging its menses in little hatch marks, flowing through the mature female outline, then out of it, on the screen. All the other girls could relate. Passman could not. She could have gotten by in life without a bra, had she been honest about it. Her periods were more like commas, brief pauses each month that exacerbated her hypoglycemia and made her very cranky. Passman was still staring, lost in tortured memories of puberty. Meanie smiled like a jack-o'-lantern and provocatively stretched. Passman came to. She quickly averted her gaze. "I sure wish he'd hurry up," Passman said again, this time with more emphasis. "It ain't so bad in here," Meanie said in her twangy drawl. "I recognize your voice. Hear you all the time when I'm in the vicinity, riding through. Channels 1, 2, and 3, know 'em by heart. 460.100 megs, 460.200, 460.325. I always thought you had a nice voice." "Thank you," Passman said. "So, what'd you do?" Passman thought it wise to send out a warning. "Beat the shit out of some guy," she answered. "I lost control and should have held back a little more than I did. Huge son of a bitch. Had it coming." Meanie nodded. "Mine had it coming, too. Fucking son of a bitch. I'm sitting in the bar minding my own business, after a long day on the road. I mean, long. He comes over to my table, a big old trashy fucker in a cowboy hat. I recognized him." She nodded. "And he recognized me." She nodded again. "He was in his personal car this night. 1992 Chevy Dually, lowered, loaded, 454, aluminum wheels, tinted windows, air ride, all the hitches. It was in the lot, and he asked if I liked it. I said I did. He asked what I drove. I told him a Mack. He asked if I'd ever drove a Peterbilt. I said I'd driven all there was. He asked if I'd ever had a blowout in a Peterbilt. I said I hadn't. He asked if I wanted to. I said, why would I? And he yanked down his zipper, so I threw him up against his Chevy Dually. Then I must have really gone at him, because he looked like Hamburger. A bunch of broke bones, teeth everywhere but in his mouth. Most his hair yanked out, ear tore off. What I hate about someone pissing me off like that is later on, I can't remember a thing. I guess I must have a spell of some sort, like an epileptic." "I'm the same way," Passman said. "So you live around here?" "We're over near Regency Mall." "Who's we?" Meanie's eyes got smaller and darker. "Me and my boyfriend." Passman lied out of self-defense. "I had one once," Meanie reminisced. "Then I was in lockup one day. I forget what for. And there was another girl in there with me." Meanie nodded and lay on her back, hands behind her head, body spilling everywhere. Passman was beginning to panic. She was going to kill the bondsman, Lucky Loving, if he didn't hurry up. She didn't want to encourage Meanie, not in the least. But she had to know the rest of the story. She needed to get as much information as she could. Forewarned is forearmed, her mother always used to say. "What happened?" Passman asked after a long, intense silence. "The things we did." "Ha!" Meanie grinned, enjoying the memory. "Let me tell you something, honey. There ain't a thing a man's got that you can't find under your own hood, if you know what I mean." Chapter 34. The Oliver Hill Courts building was modern and full of light and Ayakunle Odolai mahogany carvings. Brazil had never seen a court building that looked less like one, and it made him feel a little more optimistic when he walked in, Weed's case file under his arm. It was 5 minutes before 9, and unlike other juvenile systems, this one had an exact time schedule docket. If the arraignment was at 9, It would begin at 9, and that's exactly what time it was when the intercom announced, "Weed Gardner, report to courtroom number 2, please." Judge Maggie Davis was already on the bench, formidable and distinguished in her black robe. She was young to be a judge, and when the General Assembly had appointed her, she charged in and made changes. Although she protected the confidentiality of juveniles who committed lesser crimes, she did not coddle or shield violent offenders. "Good morning, Officer Brazil," Judge Davis said, as Brazil seated himself on the first row, and the clerk handed the judge Weed's file. "Good morning, Your Honor," said Brazil. A deputy escorted Weed in from the back and positioned him in front of the judge, where he seemed even smaller in his ill-fitting blue jumpsuit and detention-issue black Spalding high-tops. But Weed held his head up. He didn't seem dejected or ashamed, and in fact seemed to be looking forward to the arraignment, unlike Commonwealth's Attorney J. Michael or Sue Cheddar, the public defender on his heels, or Mrs. Gardner, who was at the door explaining to a deputy who she was. Yes, my son," Brazil heard Mrs. Gardner say. "Mrs. Gardner?" Judge Davis inquired. "Yes," Mrs. Gardner whispered. Weed's mother had put on a crisp blue dress and matching shoes, but her face belied her neat facade. Her eyes were puffy and exhausted, as if she had been crying all night. Her hands shook. She had burst into tears and called herself a failure as a mother when Brazil had finally gotten her on the phone to tell her about Weed. She had told Brazil that she'd quit feeling or facing anything after Twister died. "You can come up here," the judge kindly said to Mrs. Gardner. Mrs. Gardner came to the front of the courtroom and quietly sat in a corner of the first row, as far from Brazil as she could get. Weed did not turn around. "Are you expecting any other family?" the judge asked Mrs. Gardner. "No, ma'am," she barely said. "All right," Judge Davis said to Weed. "I'm going to tell you your rights." "Okay," he said. "You have the right to counsel, to a public hearing, to the privilege against self-incrimination, to confront and cross-examine witnesses, to present evidence, and the right to appeal a final decision of the court." "Thank you," Weed said. "Do you understand them?" "No." "What this means, Weed, is you have a right to an attorney, and you don't have to say anything this morning that might incriminate you. Those other rights don't apply unless you go to trial. Does that make sense? Do you understand?" "What does incriminate mean?" "For example, saying something that will be used against you." "How do I know what that is?" Weed asked. "I'll stop you if you start doing it. How's that?" "What if you don't stop me quick enough?" "I will. Don't worry." "You promise?" "Yes," Judge Davis answered. "Now," she looked at Weed, "the purpose of this arraignment is to determine whether I should keep you locked up in detention before your trial date or let you go." "I want to stay locked up," Weed said. "We'll talk about that as we proceed," said the judge. She looked at the petition Brazil had signed. "Weed, you've been charged with 18.2-125 of the Virginia Code, trespass at night upon any cemetery, and 18.2-127, injuries to churches, church property, cemeteries, burial grounds, etc., and 18.2-138.1, willful and malicious damage to or defacement of public or private facilities." She leaned forward. "Do you understand the seriousness of these charges?" "I only know what I did or didn't do," Weed said. "Do you believe you're guilty or not guilty?" "Depends on what happens if I say one or another," Weed said. "Weed, it doesn't work that way." "I just want to have my say." Then plead not guilty, and you can have your say at the trial, she told him.
When's that?
We'd have to set a date.
Could we do it tomorrow?
21 days from now. Weed looked crushed.
But the Azalea Parade's Saturday, he explained. Can't I have my say now so I can march in it and play the cymbals?
Judge Davis seemed to find this juvenile a little more interesting than most. Commonwealth's attorney Michael was befuddled. Public Defender Cheddar had a blank expression on her face. If you want to have your say, Weed, then plead not guilty. The judge tried to make him get the drift.
Not unless I get to be in the parade, he stubbornly told her.
If you don't plead not guilty, the alternative is guilty. Do you understand what a guilty plea means? Judge Davis asked with surprising patience.
Means I done it.
It means I have to sentence you, Weed. Maybe I'll put you on probation, maybe I won't. You may lose your freedom. Go back to detention, in other words. And if that's the case, there's absolutely no chance of your being in any parade any time soon.
You sure? Weed asked.
Sure as I'm sitting here.
Not guilty, he said, even if I am.
Judge Davis looked at Mrs. Gardner. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am,
Mrs. Gardner replied. Can you afford to hire one?
How much would it cost?
It could be expensive, said the judge.
I don't want an attorney,
Weed piped up. I'm not talking to you, the judge warned.
Don't hire one, Mama,
he said. Weed, the judge sternly said.
I'm going to defend myself.
Weed wouldn't stop. No, you're not, Judge Davis replied. She appointed Sue Cheddar to defend Weed, and Cheddar moved to Weed's side and smiled at him. She wore a lot of makeup, her mascara so thick it reminded Weed of asphalt right after they put it down. Little gold stars had been painted on red nails so long her fingers never touched anything first. Weed wasn't impressed.
I don't want her, he said. I don't need nobody to talk for me.
I've decided you do, said the judge. Mr. Michael, please present evidence to the state for continued custody, she said to the Commonwealth's attorney, who looked over at Brazil and passed the baton. Your Honor, I think the arresting officer is better able to do that at this time, Michael said. I haven't really looked at anything yet. Weed didn't like the way Sue Cheddar was handling things. Every time he tried to say what was what, Cheddar told him to hush. He didn't understand how the truth ever got out if people weren't allowed to tell it because they might get in trouble when they ought to be in trouble anyway. After a while, when Brazil was leading up to the crime, Weed got tired of Cheddar basically telling him to shut up. He was insulted and indignant. She didn't seem to object to anything except Weed, and she was supposed to be on his side. So he took over. He decided that if Officer Brazil was going to tell Weed's story, Weed would object for himself all he wanted, even if he agreed with Brazil. About 2 o'clock Wednesday morning, Weed climbed over the Hollywood Cemetery fence, trespassing on private property. Brazil was standing before the judge and summarizing. We didn't even get there till after 3. Weed corrected him again. That's immaterial, Judge Davis said, as she had numerous times before. Shh, Cheddar hissed. Apparently he was with a gang and was coerced, Brazil went on.
No, I wasn't, Weed objected. I was just with Smoke and Divinity. Dog Sick and Beeper wasn't there.
Immaterial, said the judge. Point is, Brazil went on, Weed carried paints into the cemetery with the intention of defacing Jefferson Davis's statue.
I didn't know who it was, Weed cut in, and I didn't deface him. He still has a face. You go look. Your Honor, Public Defender Cheddar's voice was tight and high.
I don't think my client understands the bit about self-incrimination." "He said he did," Judge Davis replied. "Yeah," Weed told Cheddar. "Please continue, Officer Brazil," said the judge. Weed painted a Spiders basketball uniform on the statue, and at or around 5 a.m. left the cemetery by climbing over the fence again. "It wasn't that early," Weed protested. "I know, 'cause the sun was starting to show up, and that always happens after 6, 'cause that's when I get up, too, because I gotta make my own toast and jelly before I go to school, 'cause my mama works too late to get out of bed that early." Mrs. Gardner bent her head. She hid her face, wiping tears. "Immaterial," said Judge Davis. "And besides," Weed declared, "it's just poster paint. You go look. A hose will get it off, but they've been so busy studying what to do about it they never even wet their finger and touched it to see if it would stick. First rain's going to ruin it," he concluded with a trace of disappointment. No one spoke for a moment. Papers shuffled. The CA was staring off, not present. Brazil was amazed. It took several synapses before Cheddar got it. "Then it's not really defaced," Cheddar announced, as if her voice was a gavel. "How do you know?" Weed objected to his attorney. "Anybody looked at it today?" Nobody had. "Then don't be telling," he started to say before Cheddar clamped her hand over his mouth. "How many times I gotta tell you to keep your mouth shut so I can do my job?" Cheddar exclaimed. Weed bit her. "Lord in heaven," Cheddar exclaimed. "He bit me." "Not hard," Weed said. "But she started it. What if she cut me with those nails? You seen them things up close?" He rubbed his mouth with his sleeve. "Order," Judge Davis declared. "What if I clean up the statue?" Weed said. "If you want me to, I will." It was a big sacrifice for Weed to make, but he knew Twister's monument couldn't last forever. "All I want is to be locked up except for Saturday when the Azalea Parade is." "We're not there yet, Weed," Judge Davis firmly told him. "I can't decide anything until I've heard the evidence, and please refrain from biting your counsel again." "What if I promise to fix the police computer? Would you let me play my cymbals in the parade?" Weed went on. "He's referring to what the press has been calling fishsteria," Brazil told her. Cheddar was visibly alarmed. "He has that?" she asked, her face stricken. "He caused it," Brazil said. "Your Honor, may I approach the bench?" Cheddar panicked. She lunged forward and grabbed the edge of the bench, standing on her tiptoes, leaning as close to the judge as she could. "Your Honor," she whispered excitedly, but everyone could hear, "if what's being said here is my client's the one spreading that fish sickness, then I need to know if others are in danger of catching it." Cheddar shot Weed a menacing look. "Others, meaning me," Cheddar went on. "He bit my hand, Your Honor." "I don't think we're talking about that sort of disease," Judge Davis told her with a glint of irritation. "Your Honor," Cheddar said in a more demanding tone, her nails flashing as she gestured, "how do I know for an absolute true fact that he doesn't have some sort of bug of some type that all of us should be concerned about, especially me, because his teeth made contact with my skin?" She held up her hand like the Statue of Liberty. "Doesn't look like he broke the skin," the judge observed. "Then you're saying you're not going to send him to mental health or someplace where they can do tests?" Cheddar's voice rose to a shriek. "That's what I'm saying," Judge Davis said. "Then I quit." Cheddar threw her hands up, red and gold flashing. "No, you don't, 'cause I fired you first," Weed called out as Cheddar grabbed her falling-apart briefcase, papers spilling, and rushed out of the courtroom. "Your Honor," Brazil spoke up, "the truth is, we really need our Comstat telecommunications system up and running again. He was out of line, but didn't care. The network's down all over the world because of the fish thing. Officer Brazil, that is irrelevant to this case. Of course, Brazil mumbled a deliberate challenge to Weed. He probably couldn't fix it anyway. Can too, Weed said. Oh, yeah, Brazil taunted. Then how? Just take out the program I did when I punted and messed up the HTML interpreter in AOL. Judge Davis couldn't help herself, because like all else in the world, she used AOL, and lived in fear of color bombs, IM bombs, HTML freeze lag, HTMO errors, a combination of the above, or possibly the less innocuous but more annoying blank IM bombs. What's punting? She asked Weed. The bugs in auto-wrap in the text handler, he informed her as if his explanation was as obvious as colors. See, if you use the VBMSG subclass to hold the window open and do some other things I told it to do, 'Cause, see, like I said, there's this bug. So I told it to put my map on there and hold it, and the anti-punt program won't work either because I made my program hit reply on the IM. Amazement stilled the room. Brazil was writing everything down. The CA's mouth was open in disbelief. But I never meant for my fish screen to go everywhere, Weed added. Someone must have stuck all these addresses together, and it ain't me who did. Does anybody understand what he just said? The judge asked. I sort of do, Brazil said, and he's right about the addresses. It won't take me but a minute to show him how to fix it. Then you can lock me up, Weed said, and I can do the parade and get locked up again. He looked at her, fear shining in his eyes. He could tell Judge Davis understood something bad would happen if she let him go home. He turned around and looked at his mother. It's okay, Mama, he said. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Tears filled her eyes, and his got a little swimmy, too. The CA, whose job it was to punish to the fullest extent of the law, finally argued the case. The release of him is an unreasonable danger to the property of others, he quoted the code. I think there is clear and convincing evidence not to release him. The judge leaned forward and looked at Weed. She had made up her mind. Weed's heart jumped. I find there is probable cause for the state, the judge let everybody know, and an adjudicatory hearing will be held 21 days from today. The state may summon witnesses, and the juvenile will remain in detention. But I order that the juvenile be released into the custody of Officer Brazil this Saturday. She looked at Weed. What time is the parade? 10:30, Weed said. But I gotta be there earlier than that. When does it end? 11:30, Weed said. But I gotta stay longer than that. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., the judge said to Brazil. Then back in detention, pending the court date.
This ends side 1 of cassette 8. Please turn the cassette over.
5. The morning of the Azalea Parade, Weed's soul was as light itself. He wished he could paint the way he felt and the way the morning looked, as Officer Brazil drove him to George Wythe High School, where the Godwin Marching Band was waiting and warming up. Weed was proud and sweating in his polyester and wool blend red and white uniform, with its many silver buttons and stripes down the legs. His rolled-heel black shoes looked like new, the Sabian cymbals polished and safely in their black case in the back seat. Too bad you haven't had more time to practice, Brazil said. Weed knew that out of the 152 members of the band, he was probably the only one who had missed a week of practice. He hadn't had a chance to look at his drill charts or work on forward march, pull mark time, pull halt, high mark, backward march, his favorite freeze spin, and especially the crab step, which was unique to the percussion section of Godwin's finely tuned precision marching band. "I'll be all right," Weed said, staring out the window, his heart thrilled. Already crowds were gathering. It was predicted this might be the biggest turnout in the history of the parade. The weather was perfect, in the 70s, a light breeze, not a cloud. People were spreading out blankets, setting up lawn chairs, parking strollers and wheelchairs, and those who lived along the parade route had decided it was a good day for a yard sale. Cops were everywhere in reflective vests, and Weed had never seen so many traffic cones. Brazil was worried. Thousands of people were gathering, and those participating in the parade filled the George Wythe High School parking lot. If Smoke had a plan, Brazil didn't see how it was possible to pluck one teenager out of such congestion, especially if no one, except Weed, seemed to know what Smoke really looked like. "Weed, I want you to make a promise, okay?" Brazil said, as Weed collected his cymbal case from the car. "You'd recognize Smoke or any of his gang." "So?" Weed was in a hurry, anxiously staring off at his marching band, which from this vantage was a patch of bright red and white somewhat lost in a swarm of colorful uniforms and flashing instruments and swords and twinkling batons and twirling flags. Floats hovered restlessly in an endless line. Masons were dressed like clowns. Mounted police were letting kids pet the horses. Antique cars rattled. "We're better than that," Weed said, watching the Navy League Cadet Corps practice marching. "Look at that bus! That band came all the way from Chicago. And there's one from New York." "Weed, did you hear what I said?" Brazil asked out his open window. Sergeant Santa worked the crowd. One of the florets lost track of her baton, and it bounced several times on the road. People dressed like the Old West were showing off miniature horses that had azalea blossoms in their manes. The Independence Wheelchair Athletic Association was ready to go. Weed was dazzled. "Weed!" Brazil was about to get out of the car. "Don't you worry, Officer Brazil," Weed said. "I'll let you know." "How?" Brazil wasn't going to take any bullshit. "I'll do a real long crash and flash my cymbals good when I'm not supposed to," Weed said. "No way, Weed. How am I going to notice that with everything else going on?" Brazil countered. Weed thought. His face got tense. His shoulders slumped, and he looked heartbroken when he said, "Then I'll cut one loose. You can't miss that. Of course, you'll have to explain later why I did, or I won't be playing cymbals in the band no more." "Cut one loose?" Brazil was lost. "Let go of the strap. You ever seen an 18-inch cymbal roll down the road?" "No," Brazil confessed. "Well, you see one," Weed told him. "Then you know I'm telling you trouble's about to start." Lelia Earhart was already having trouble. She was closely inspecting the Blue Ribbon Crime Commission's red Cadillac convertible, with its streamers of blue ribbons that would float and flutter beautifully once the car was rolling along the parade route. She realized with horror that there wasn't a single azalea blossom, not even one. "We must carry on to the theme and message of the parade," she told Commissioner Ed Blackstone. "I thought the blue ribbons did that," replied Blackstone, who was 82 but maintained that age didn't matter. "I thought it was called the Azalea Parade because of azaleas, which are everywhere, and it wasn't expected that we fill the car with them, especially since we don't have many seats anyway." Earhart could not be persuaded, and she directed that the white leather front passenger's side and most of the back were to be lush and dense with pink and white azalea bushes. This reduced the number of waving and smiling commissioners from 3 to 1. "I guess I'll have to ride alone by myself," Earhart said. "Well, I'm going to tell you something, Lelia," said Blackstone, as he leaned against his walker, straining to see through the huge glasses he'd been wearing since his last cataract surgery. "You're going to have bees. That many blossoms, and bees will show up, mark my words. And don't say I didn't warn you about making those streamers so long. 20 feet. Blackstone was severe on this point. Anybody gets close to your rear with all those streamers of blue ribbons endlessly flying, something's going to get tangled up.
Where's Jed?
Earhart frowned. Over there. Blackstone pointed at a tree. Earhart searched the masses and spotted Jed hanging around an antique fire truck talking to Muskrat, who had fixed her car a time or two. She didn't like to be reminded that Governor Fewer had declined to participate in the parade, even after Earhart had offered to ride with him. At least he had volunteered Jed to drive the commission's car, which was on loan from one of Bull Earhart's patients.
"Tell him it's times to come now,"
Lilia Earhart ordered Blackstone. Blackstone motioned at the tree to hurry along. Neither Brazil nor West liked crowds, but Chief Hammer refused to bask in the limelight alone, especially since she hated parades and other public celebrations more than West and Brazil did. "I can't believe you're doing this," West complained from the back seat of the dark blue Sebring. "You got this psycho kid out there waiting to make himself a legend by doing something really, really bad. And what do you decide?" She slid into the driver's seat and began adjusting mirrors. "You decide to ride in an open convertible." "I don't like it either," said Brazil as he climbed in back next to Hammer. "You sure you don't want me to drive?" he asked West. "Forget it," she replied. Brazil got out paperwork. "We need to find the Mustang Club," he said, "because we're in front of them. And," he traced his finger down a list, "right behind Miss Richmond." "Yuck," West said. Pigeon and a fat man were within 2 feet of each other at Westover Hills and Bassett, across from Brentwood South. The fat man seemed ready for action as he clandestinely searched the crowd through a pair of Leica binoculars. Pigeon was rooting for half a hot dog with mustard and relish that a little kid had just tossed into a trash can, as if hot dogs grew on trees. Pigeon never missed the Azalea Parade. People were so wasteful. Not one kid this day and age knew the value of $1, not even those folks on food stamps. He fished out an almost entire bag of potato chips that some little brat couldn't toss without violently squeezing, crushing, and pulverizing first. "What we need is another good war," he said to the fat man, although they were not acquainted. "I've been saying that for years." The fat man couldn't have agreed more. "No one understands what it's like." "How could they?" Pigeon said, peering inside the bag, unable to find a chip bigger than a dime. "My name's Bubba," Bubba said, as he continued his sweep with the binoculars. "I'm Pigeon." "Nice to meet you." Pigeon homed in on another kid who dropped his bubble gum on the sidewalk after 3 chews, when there was still plenty of flavor left. A woman in jogging clothes stepped on it. "Thanks a lot," she called out to the kid, as he popped open a can of Orange Crush and walked off. She lifted her foot and stared at strings of pink gum leading to a blob fixed to the tread of her right Saucony running shoe. "I hate you," she screamed at the kid as people walked around her, looking for a spot with a decent view. "I hate all children. I hate people." "That would piss me off, too," Pigeon said. "Nobody cares anymore." Bubba focused on Smudge and his wife opening lawn chairs in a yard no more than 50 feet to Bubba's right. "He probably doesn't even know those people," Bubba mumbled with fresh fury. "Just helps himself like he does with everything in life." "All the world's like that now," Pigeon said. "He knows I'm here, too," Bubba said. "The son of a bitch knows he owes me $1,000. Says he has amnesia, doesn't remember the bet, so it doesn't count."
I don't know what happened to honesty, Pigeon said.
Bubba watched Smudge open a checkered tablecloth and spread it out in the grass. He set down a blue ice chest, opened the lid, and rummaged. Pigeon searched in vain for a cigarette butt. He could tell the price had shot way up. People were smoking closer to the filter, leaving nothing for him. He was shocked yesterday morning when he was picking his way along Main Street downtown and observed on the Dow Jones electronic message board outside Scott and Stringfellow Brokers that the price per pack had increased another $2.11. If only Pigeon had bought more when he had the money from the pawn shop. He could have done some quick trading. He'd probably be rich. Even as Pigeon was thinking that, Bubba reached into his shirt pocket for a pack. He shook out a cigarette without lowering the binoculars. "Those Merit Ultimas any good?" Pigeon asked as Bubba lit up. "That's one I haven't tried yet." "Oh, yeah," Bubba said. "Anything Philip Morris makes is the best." "I've always thought so. How are those different from regular Merits?" Pigeon slyly asked. "Want to try one?" "That would be nice," Pigeon said as Bubba passed him the pack. "Why, thank you very much." Wailing police sirens and the thunder of cops on motorcycles sounded in the distance, signaling that the parade was starting. Weed was so excited that his knees were shaking. He was positioned to the right of Lou Jameson on the snare drum, who was wearing sunglasses like all the drummers did. He had never been very friendly to Weed, and more than once had commented that anybody could play cymbals, and he'd seen girls doing it in other bands. Western Guilford High School in white and black was directly in front of Godwin. Lakeview Junior High in gold and green was to the rear. Bright, brave uniforms of all colors and designs must have stretched for a mile, Weed calculated. The parade was starting to move. The lead band out of New Jersey exploded into God Bless America, which wasn't very original, and the trumpets were a little off. Weed stood tall and proud. He did a few toe lifts to loosen up. "Left foot out and point flex and really stretch it," he recited. Jameson looked at him with disdain. "Left heel 2 inches off ground while ball and toe remain touching the ground." Weed practiced a low mark time with a quick, snappy motion. Ankle touches knee on end of each beat. Toe pointed straight down the leg, feet flat. He executed a perfect high mark. Push down on beat on left foot, then mark time. "Hey, cut it out," Jameson said. "No," Weed retorted. He used to be intimidated by Jameson, but after being arrested, getting locked up in detention, mouthing off to a defense attorney, and striking a deal with a judge, Weed wasn't scared of anyone. 3, 4, halt. 2 left, right, foot crosses over, mark time hut, and 1, 2, 3, 4, weight on toes. His crab step was flawless. "I told you to fucking cut it out," Jameson whispered. "Make me. I'll beat your ass." "Hope you beat it better than you do that drum," Weed said. "To the ready," the drum major shouted from the front. Weed came to attention. One thing about his cymbals, they sure got heavy. "Band 10, hut." He strained to see what the color guard was doing way ahead. When the woodwinds started forward marching, he knew he was next. There was nothing random about Smoke's decision to steal the black nylon Stanley tool belt when he broke into Bubba's workshop. Its extra deep pockets were perfect, and he had known it at the time, because Smoke had been planning for a while. He was dressed in worn-out, soiled jeans, a filthy T-shirt, and dirty, scuffed Red Wing boots. A paint-spattered baseball cap was low over his eyes. He wore Oakleys and hadn't shaved in days. No one paid any attention to him as he walked across yards, trying to see the parade, like everybody else. Smoke had conducted a thorough surveillance in the George Wythe parking lot while the parade was lining up. He knew where everyone was. He had spotted Weed. Smoke had walked right past the police chief and the two cops who had spoken in Godwin's auditorium. It was hilarious. Smoke's nerves were humming. He was pumping adrenaline and almost manic. Concealed inside the pouches around his waist were the stolen Beretta and 4 10-round clips and 2 15-round clips and his Glock with 3 17-round clips. That made a grand total of 121 Winchester 115-grain Silvertip high-power cartridges. He watched antique Jaguars and Chryslers cruise by, then the Corvette Club. People were waving and clapping, the weather great, everybody in a good mood. He spotted a sloping lawn that was a little higher above the street than those around it. Some jerk and a mousy woman were having a picnic on a red-checked tablecloth. Smoke had found the perfect spot. He walked right up to them, crossed his arms, and looked out as the veterans of foreign wars and the Red Cross rolled by. Bubba recognized the Stanley tool belt immediately. Some construction guy was wearing it. The big black belt with its deep pouches was exactly like the one missing from Bubba's garage. Bubba focused the binoculars a little more, zooming in on the guy's face. He looked about 15 or 16, kind of puny and pale. The pouches were bulging and looked heavy. He had the padded yellow belt pulled as tight as it would go, the entire rig huge on him, because it was an extra large, and the kid couldn't weigh more than 120 pounds. Bubba didn't see a single tool, no tape measure, no nails, nothing in the hammer holder, not so much as a handle protruding. "That's my belt," Bubba said as his heart picked up speed. "I know it is." Pigeon looked where Bubba was looking, squinting as he smoked another Merit Ultima that Bubba had been pleased to give him. "How do you know?" Pigeon inquired. "I see a little white mark on the quick-release belt buckle. It might be my initials. I paint my initials in white on all my tools, on everything, to make sure when Smudge borrows something he can't turn around and say it's his." "Who's Smudge?" Pigeon asked, tapping an ash. The last of some band in black and white was marching by, playing Take the A-Train. The drum major of the Godwin band was right behind it. Bubba stared through the binoculars, blood rushing to his head, his heart beating faster than a snare drum as he focused on the dark blue convertible carrying Hammer, West, and Brazil. They were one band behind Godwin. The guy wearing Bubba's tool belt seemed tense. His right hand was twitching. He seemed to be waiting for something, or someone. He was searching the ranks of the Godwin band, then looking straight at Chief Hammer. Bubba was sure of it. Godwin started in on the theme from Titanic. The construction guy looked left and right and slipped his right hand into a pouch and kept it there. Bubba's stolen guns flashed in his head. He ran out into the street as the woodwinds were going by. He wanted to pull out his new Browning, but thought better of it. "Stop him!" he yelled at the top of his lungs. The fat man Smoke had met at Muskrat's auto rescue and soon after burglarized was pointing right at Smoke and yelling. Smoke was cool. He looked around and shrugged. "What a wacko," he said to the man and woman picnicking next to him. Cops were running out. One galloped up on a horse. They were trying to calm the fat man and get him out of the street. Smoke smiled. This was going to be better than he thought. He zoomed in on Weed. The little retard was crashing and flashing his cymbals, the dude to the left trying to outdo him on the snare drum. Smoke took his time. He didn't want to slip his hand into the pouch again until the fat man quit pointing at him. "Somebody do something!" the fat man was screaming as two cops grabbed his arms. "Get him, not me! The kid up there in the Stanley tool belt!" Pigeon was concerned. He walked out on the street as Bubba struggled with the cops and continued to yell. "Look, he's with me," Pigeon told the cop on the horse. "Stand back," the cop yelled at Pigeon.
It's his tool belt. You can see the white initials on the buckle. I mean, with binoculars you can.
Pigeon wasn't to be deterred.
The kid stole it.
Bubba's binoculars flew off. A pistol fell out of somewhere and clattered to the street. This seemed to upset the cops quite a lot. All of them snatched handcuffs and red pepper spray off their belts. The Godwin band quit playing and froze as some little kid suddenly broke out of formation and rolled his cymbal down the street. Pigeon realized it was weed. Chief Hammer had no idea what was going on. The parade halted as what sounded like a huge bronze hubcap rolled toward her car. "What's happening?" Hammer asked, standing up in the back seat, trying to see. West stopped the car. "Get down!" Brazil yelled as he pushed Hammer on the floor, and band members jumped out of the way, and the cymbal hit a little dip in the road and picked up speed, loudly flying past, scattering the Mason clowns, sending Sergeant Santa scurrying, almost running the mayor's car into the crowd. The Florettes dropped their batons. Jed saw the cymbal coming before Lelia Earhart did, and he suddenly threw the red Cadillac into reverse. Azalea bushes jumped off the back seat, clay pots breaking, bees darting out of harm's way, dirt flying everywhere as streamers of blue ribbons changed direction and flew in Earhart's face. The blonde cop Jed had picked up in the cemetery the other day had just leaped out of Chief Hammer's car and was running like hell. Jed slammed on the brakes. A pink azalea bush sailed over the back of the front seat, and Earhart shrieked. The cymbal went screaming past, flashing in the sun like a runaway gold chariot wheel. Jed jumped out of the Cadillac without opening the door, neglecting to put the car in park. It began moving forward on its own as Earhart fought with streamers of blue ribbons, getting more entangled, and Patty Passman, nearby in the rioting crowd, threw down her death-by-chocolate ice cream cone and pushed people out of the way. "Move, fuckheads!" She shoved and punched, sugar-charged and unstoppable. She chased the red Cadillac and hurled her fat body over the driver's door, landing with her feet in the air, grabbing the gear shift, and jamming it into park. Smoke was momentarily confused by the commotion. The plan in his head turned to page 3 and stopped. He looked around and backed up a little, almost slipping on the grass. At first it didn't register that the blonde cop he had heard at school, and Weed, and a street person were running toward him at top speed. "Everybody get down!" the blonde cop was yelling. The crowd started panicking. The cops lost interest in the fat man. They charged toward Smoke, too, the blonde cop running the fastest. "You son of a bitch!" the fat man screamed at Smoke. The picnicking couple dove out of the way as the fat man ran across their red and white checkered tablecloth. Smoke panicked and pulled out the Beretta. In his confusion, he forgot how to take the safety off. People were thundering toward Smoke from all directions, with Weed in the lead, the plume on his black hat straight back as he ran at incredible speed. Smoke dropped the Beretta and groped for his Glock as Weed leapt 5 feet in the air and punched Smoke in the nose and grabbed his hair, knocking Smoke to the ground. They struggled over the Glock. Smoke let go of it when Weed bit his wrist hard. "I'm gonna kill you, you piece of shit!" Weed kept yelling as he pummeled Smoke with his fists. Brazil struggled to handcuff Smoke, who was rolling in the grass and yelling, clips of ammunition falling out of the stolen tool belt around his waist. At this point, community involvement was making matters worse. Bubba was poised, taking jabs at Smoke whenever Weed left an opening. Pigeon was on the ground, trying to hold Smoke's ankles. Other cops were grabbing at Smoke and getting in Brazil's way. Unfortunately, one of them started squirting pepper spray. Then everyone was rolling on the ground, hands over their eyes, yelling in pain. Smoke kicked straight up and caught one of the cops in the groin and grabbed the Sig Sauer pistol out of the other cop's holster. Smoke was bloody and breathing hard as he gripped the pistol in both shaking hands, his eyes watering and crazed with rage. He didn't see the 2 women cutting through the space between the 2 houses behind him. Hammer and West had their pistols out and were moving in fast. It seemed Smoke was trying to figure out who to shoot. He wildly pointed the gun at a fat man Hammer recognized as Bubba. Then the gun was pointed at Brazil and the other cops on the ground, then out at the fleeing crowd and participants in the parade. Hammer didn't have a clear shot because a street person and a little kid in a band uniform were in the way. Drifting pepper spray irritated Hammer's eyes and lungs. She and West split up as Smoke wheeled around, apparently hearing the sound of approaching feet. The barrel of his pistol seemed huge and unreal as he pointed it straight at Hammer's face. She couldn't shoot first. There were too many people in the way. Hammer hadn't been in a good fight in a while, but she hadn't forgotten her training. She hurled her pistol at Smoke as hard as she could, and it sailed and spun like a boomerang, and Smoke involuntarily raised his arms to ward it off, giving Hammer an opportunity to dive at his feet, knocking him down. They struggled over his gun. "Give it up," Hammer demanded. He tried to point the gun into her ribs, and she managed to get a good purchase on one of his thumbs. She bent it straight back, an old and reliable police trick. He howled in pain. She wrested the gun away from him and shoved it hard under his chin. "Move, I'll blow your motherfucking head off," she yelled at him. Her finger was on the trigger. She wanted him to give her an excuse. "You goddamn little bastard," she said in his face. "That helpless old woman you murdered was my neighbor." Brazil had recovered enough to help West handcuff Smoke and haul him away. Bubba sat up, tears streaming down his cheeks. Pigeon was face down, still covering his eyes. The sock had come off his stump. Weed was unsteady as he got to his feet. He looked at Chief Hammer with red, watering eyes. She was standing very still, a gun at her side, pointed at the grass. "Thanks," Weed said to her. "I sure am glad you're here." Chapter 36. That night, it rained. Water spilled from the sky in waves that reminded Weed of pictures he had seen of oceans. Next, hail was bouncing off streets, the wind pushing so strong We'd bet it could ring doorbells. "Who is it?" he whispered in the dark, messing with the powers that be. "Come in," he talked to himself. "Oh, excuse me. I guess I forgot how to unlock the door." Tears filled his eyes, his attempts at being funny not amusing anyone else, since no one else was there. Lightning flashed in his barred window and snapped and cracked like popping bubble wrap. Weed imagined a tornado and thought of Twister. Weed had heard he wasn't supposed to walk around with a golf club, play the cymbals, or talk on the phone when lightning was flying everywhere, and here he was sitting on a stainless steel bed. Oh, well, who cared if he was dead? Somewhere in a different part of the detention home, in what was called a pod, Smoke was locked up too. The thought of that made Weed feel little bugs all over his skin. He scratched and brushed himself off, his heart bouncing everywhere. He was having difficulty breathing and couldn't seem to get warm. He pulled the covers more tightly around him and thought of his steel bed again when lightning flamed like a big gun. Chief Hammer hated lightning and usually stayed away from windows and objects that conducted electricity. But she couldn't sit still. She was pacing in her living room before windows and near lamps and iron fireplace tools and beneath the brass chandelier, while Brazil and West restlessly sat on her couch, relentlessly replaying the day's events. "I don't care what anyone says," Brazil repeated his biggest concern as the power went out. "Weed shouldn't be in the same facility Smoke's in. Different pods or not. Smoke's already proven how clever, how diabolical he is." "Didn't prove it enough to stay out of lockup," West reminded them. "But I don't like the situation either." "I'm going to tell you right now," Brazil went on. "If Smoke wants to do something, he will." "Yes, yes, yes," Hammer said as she moved this way and that while Popeye snored from a wing chair and thunder boomed. Brazil was worried to the point of taking drastic action, although he wasn't sure what that was. Apparently, Smoke hadn't wanted Divinity, Beeper, Dog, and Sick running loose while he was locked up. He had told the police how to find every one of them, and now all of the Pikes were in alleged different pods in detention, maybe 1 or 2 corridors away from where Weed was being held in his single room with its steel toilet and fold-down bed. "We're going to need Weed to testify against all of them," Brazil went on. "Don't care who's sleeping where," West added. "Weed could end up in recreation with Smoke, or any of the guys, and Miss Divinity's a snake, too." "Andy, Virginia, both of you are absolutely right." Hammer stopped pacing long enough to light several candles. "We need to get him out tonight." This required an unusual, unorthodox plan, and Hammer had one. At 8:15, she called Judge Maggie Davis at home. "I'm glad you're there," Hammer quickly said. "Wouldn't want to be anywhere else on a night like this," said the judge. "I'm sorry I missed the parade." "Good God! Way to go, Judy. Wish I'd been there to see you take out the little shit." "I didn't do much." Hammer dismissed the compliment. "We've got to get Weed Gardner out of detention as soon as possible." "I thought he wanted to be in detention." "That was then," Hammer said. "Now you've got Smoke and his gang in there. That's not good, Maggie. Not good at all." The judge deliberated for a moment. "What do you propose?" she finally asked the chief. Hammer was well aware that what she was about to suggest could not happen. But most of what she had accomplished in life could not happen, according to those who stood around and watched. "Can you get a hold of the Commonwealth's attorney and the public defender?" Hammer asked. "Of course," Judge Davis replied. "I'll make sure the gates are unlocked." "What gates?" Judge Davis asked. At 9 o'clock, the 6 of them pulled up in 4 cars at the front iron gates of Hollywood Cemetery. Rain lashed ancient boxwoods and trees, and headstones and monuments were wet and eerie as headlights swept over them. The chief, Brazil, and West were in the lead car. Behind them was Judge Davis in her Volvo and Commonwealth's Attorney Michael in his Honda Accord. Trailing from a bit of a distance was an old Mercury Cougar carrying Sue Cheddar, who had quit and then been fired by Weed, and was now ordered by Judge Davis to stay on the case. "I sure as hell hope he was telling the truth," West said to Hammer and Brazil. Wipers beat, and the rain beat back. Hammer was driving very slowly, leaning over the steering wheel and squinting to read street signs. "He was," Hammer said, as if she knew Weed very well. They splashed along Waterview Avenue, tree branches whipping and violently grabbing at them. Silhouettes of angels watched them pass. Dark tombs drew Hammer's imagination through windows of stained and leaded glass, and she remembered childhood fears. She was 10 when her next-door neighbor, Mrs. Wheat, was buried in the Baptist Church Cemetery a block away, her gray granite headstone in plain view from the street. Every morning, on Hammer's way to school, she would run past the cemetery as fast as she could, because she had never liked Mrs. Wheat, and was certain Mrs. Wheat knew it, now that she was in heaven. Hammer still hated cemeteries. She did not like anything about them. She was afraid of their pungent smells and insect sounds and subtle mounds. She was afraid of death. She was afraid of what she felt about Seth's. She was afraid of being alone. She was afraid of failure. She was afraid of fear. All of her many fears took energy, and frankly, at this moment, she was fucking fed up. "This is ridiculous," she said to West and Brazil. "I'm not going to quit, retire, do nothing, whatever. Well, if you do, I'm not hanging around here, West retorted. I'm history, too, Brazil let his boss know as they neared Davis Circle. Are they still behind us? Hammer peered in the rearview mirror. You absolutely shouldn't quit, Chief Hammer, Brazil advised her. Especially now. I think the more people pick on you, the more you should offend them with your presence. That's very astute. Hammer considered Brazil's words. I rather like that thought. Not everyone had praised Hammer for tackling Smoke and putting a gun to his head while yelling obscenities. The mayor told all TV networks in time for the 6 o'clock news that the incident should never have happened to begin with, and he had gone on to label Hammer's heroics a self-serving publicity stunt. Lelia Earhart told Q94 that Hammer was a jack-footed thug who didn't give a who about prevention. The city manager had called for a thorough investigation by Internal Affairs. Don't be discouraged by today. Brazil seemed to know what she was thinking. Don't forget, Governor Fewer was impressed. He called to congratulate you. He ought to count more than the other ones do. Aren't we supposed to turn somewhere? Hammer couldn't see a damn thing. Brazil saw Jefferson Davis first. I'm melting. Brazil mimicked the Wicked Witch in The Wizard of Oz. Well, I'll be damned, West said, as the statue was fully exposed by Hammer's high beams. She stopped her Crown Victoria and turned the police spotlight on the statue. Hot dog, Brazil exclaimed. Shit, I wish Weed could be here to see this. I don't know, Hammer thoughtfully said. He'd probably be disappointed. Yeah, Brazil sadly reconsidered. I guess you're right. Twister's moved on. Jeff Davis was fast losing his newly acquired race and position on the University of Richmond Spiders basketball team. His face was streaked black, his red and white uniform in pools around his no longer Nike footwear, and the orange-smeared marble base that supported him. The basketball he held in his left hand had turned back into a hat. Car doors were opening and shutting, lights scattered with rain. Feet sloshed and sounded wetly over stone. Judge Davis was a native of New York. She walked up to the statue and looked it over carefully. She bent down and plucked a tiny Southern Cross out of the sod. She waved it from its slender stick, as if trying to see how it worked, or what the big fuss was all about. I think it's clear this isn't vandalism anymore, Hammer announced. Nor was it ever. We just thought it was. Sue Cheddar was under a bright pink parasol, and only her long, animated nails were visible as she spoke. See, she said, as red claws flashed at Commonwealth's Attorney Michael. He was getting soaked, and looked like a defeated Confederate soldier in his ill-fitting gray suit and skinny dark tie. His hair was plastered to his head, rain running down his tired face, as he watched the President of the Confederacy lose his glory once more. Point is, we'd meant to do damage, Michael said with no conviction. Goddamn, will this rain ever stop? You ought to see my yard. The road in front, too, since the city doesn't do a damn thing to maintain it. Water must be 6 inches deep. Do we have any further arguments? Judge Davis faced all of them as rain turned back into hail and began to click and clatter. Not me, West said. Of course not, said Hammer. Nope. Brazil agreed with everyone. Then I rule that the charge against Weed Gardner be dismissed, Judge Davis decided, as a marble woman with an open Bible and an angel looked on. Officer Brazil. She nodded at him. Let's get the paperwork. I want him released immediately. Right this minute, Hammer agreed. Virginia, Andy, straight to detention. We're taking Weed home." Brazil cheered and put his arm around West. Chief Hammer began to clap. West did too. Cheddar joined in, although it wasn't possible for her hands to touch. Commonwealth's Attorney Michael shrugged. Paperwork was completed, and the 6 of them returned to their cars. Jefferson Davis receded into the night as the small motorcade followed Waterview. Through rain that no longer seemed so harsh, past monuments that did not seem quite so sad.
The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Southern Cross by Patricia Cornwell, narrated by Christine McMurdo Wallace. This program was produced by Claudia Howard in the studios of Recorded Books, Incorporated. This work is copyrighted 1999 by Patricia Cornwell. This performance is copyrighted 1999 by Recorded Books, Incorporated. All rights reserved. The book, Southern Cross, is available wherever G.P. Putnam's Sons books are sold.